think that's a good idea, sir.
Well, for once, Commander Kroll and I are in total agreement, sir. By the way, I do have 50 gallons of bouillabaisse that I need to prepare by tomorrow.
My birthday.
Yes, sir, I could do the cheeseburger routine.
No, it's not for me. It's the crew. They really love that stuff. So we'll
Round one, fight!
Hey everybody, this is Dean Kane, and you are watching Double Impact with Gabe, Shanth, and Jericho Green. And so am I.
Wednesday, May 17th. Guys, sorry to keep you waiting. Complicated business, as the great Donald Trump said. Yeah, I know we're an hour late today. Poor Jericho was in here by himself at 6 o'clock, waiting for me and Sean for like 15 minutes because he did not get the text I sent this afternoon. Welcome, gentlemen. Oh, God.
What's up?
Oh, God. Here we go.
Already.
No, don't start that already. Michael, you let Sean go. You let Sean come on the show right now. That's come on.
Yeah, surprise, motherfuckers. It's go time, and your boy's gone away.
I was patient last week, but I'm in no mood today. Okay, I don't want to grab you by the shoulders and just shake you violently. Okay,
too late.
Shout out to the chat.
Definitely one of the best out there.
Oh, geez, I'm back. That was some creepy shit. I thought I'd be able to hold out longer. Welcome, everybody. It's great to be here. Let's do this thing.
So, Jericho, when you had the show all to yourself an hour ago and you were just sitting here politely, what was it like? What was it like when no one was watching? And
he was shaving with a knife.
Fucking boring.
What was it like to be the first black man to be early to something?
It felt good. It felt weird, but I was here.
You're like, oh, so that's what this is like.
Like kind of overrated, but I'm here.
No, what? I'm thinking about this, and I'm just going, man. It's like because I've been there. I've been in that room going, did I get the wrong time? It's like you start because the problem with being a parent is that you don't know sometimes where you're supposed to be at what time.
You ever, I know this has happened to you, but it irritates me, but you can't say anything. You're throwing a big house party, all the friends and family coming over, and the certain people that show up like a half hour early, You're still
Yeah.
like, I don't have a shirt on. I'm brushing my teeth and the doorbell rings. I'm like, really? You're here now? So now I got to come and talk to you while I'm drying my hair and putting on a shirt. And
man.
so, yeah. Guys,
Sorry
don't
about
show up to party. I don't know. Some of you missed this out there. Someone in the crowd has to screw this up. There's, don't show up to parties on time. You show up at least a half hour late.
You should have made him wait outside. You should have yelled at him through the door. No, the party doesn't start until whatever PM, and make them wait out there.
Well, when they're family, that's not going to go over well.
So, hey, you can't let family slide. All right, it's business.
Right.
Wow.
You do that one time, and everybody in the family will know, and no one will ever show up early.
Right.
Again.
That's right.
You got to
Party etiquette, guys. Show up late with little pictures of your face at different sizes and put it over all their family portraits. That's proper etiquette.
That's psychotic. That's crazy.
Proper etiquette, psychotic, tomato.
What those guys said is what I'm saying. Hey, everybody, welcome Gran Torino.
Right. So I got a little bit of news. And we'll go into more detail in the coming weeks because Comic-Con is only 2 months away. The San Diego Comic-Con, the greatest Comic-Con in the world. And I have a venue. For Wednesday night, meet and greet. I will be there. Jericho, you're pretty sure you're going to be there, right?
I'll be there.
I got you your Comic-Con ticket. Sean, we don't know. For right now, not going to be there. But
Sean is in Connecticut.
Right.
So.
He's on the other side of the U.S. But
I'm in Rhode Island. That's neither a road nor an island.
Rhode Island, not Connecticut. My bad. Rhode Island.
Doesn't matter. Connecticut. Why would you need to know Rhode Island though? There's no point. I mean, look, we have a big Navy presence. I do realize that. However, outside of that,
right,
it's Rhode Island.
But it's gonna be. I always have my fundraiser for the Hero Initiative for like 7 years before COVID at Bar Basic. It is across the street from where the Padres play baseball. And that is like across the street from the San Diego Convention Center. So if you're going to be down at San Diego Comic-Con this July, which is like, I haven't missed a Comic-Con since 1996. This is my town. I live here. So that's like my Comic-Con. I take a lot of pride in it being a home field advantage for that Comic-Con. So there's going to be more announcements of what's going on with me and Comic-Con and a lot of fun stuff. It'll be nice to finally meet some of you if you're in the area. But we've got a great venue, Bar Basic. It's like a New Haven style pizza place, but it's like a dance club and a bar at night and all that. And it's gorgeous, modern, like really sexy place. A good friend of mine owns it, so he always lets us use it. So we have that space on Wednesday night. I think it's the 19th of July. We have that space, so that's going to be a lot of fun. More details of what we're going to do. We're not going to just stand there and look at each other. So
that's all I plan on doing. But okay,
right. Yeah, just stare longingly at each other.
That'd be excellent. We don't know. Michael J. Fox is not confirmed.
Well, I hope he doesn't confirm because that guy.
Yeah, because he's going to
a
take
loose
us
cannon.
all down. That's
Yeah,
right.
loose cannon.
Right.
Man.
So I'll have more details and get the word out on that. It'll be a lot of fun. Those events, when I put them on in the past, they've been fun. And it's, I don't know, you guys will like it. I like to have a good time, in case you didn't know. But Joe, Sean, how's the week been? I haven't talked to you guys in a week. So what's the latest?
Excellent.
Anything new?
Junior had his last baseball game,
How'd it go?
so it was great.
Nice.
He didn't get to go up to bat for the last time because they got the last out like right before him, so that sucked. But it was a great season. He did great. I think next year he moves up a level, whatever that is, because he's a coach pitch this year. But yeah, all is well, and everything's going great. Just gearing up for next month.
Very cool.
Shout out for Jericho Jr. That's what I have to say.
Yeah,
Excellent.
big things. My little retirement plan.
That's right. Yeah, and I will tell you that. I'll tell you this, man. What do you call it? No, it's been a great week for me. Set up the March 31st. Nosfero the Crypt Walker is going to the letterer, and then once I get those letters back, it's all pre-press, and then it's going to be talking to and getting the printer thing all done, and we're ready to rock and roll. So it is the end of a crazy journey that has been amazing, and I know you've got some exciting news too, as well, in terms of where you're at too.
Yeah, but I'm going to hold off on that. I'm going to hold off.
Well, when both of your projects are done, printed, ready, nothing else to do, you're already on to the next project. We got to do like a live, either for each of them, if they're that far apart when they're done, or whatever. But we have to make a big deal of that because you guys put a lot of effort in many different ways, so it needs to be celebrated. So Yeah, we'll figure something out. Make a big fuss.
We will.
That's right.
Or have you guys? I'll have each of you guys on my show.
Love
You know,
to.
we can talk about it for a while, and
All right.
like I said, make a big deal. So
Have a reception at Pasta Mania, maybe.
oh,
That'd be nice.
you better be ready to carve up.
That's right, baby. Let's see, real quick. Let's go with this right here. Because our buddy is always here, a great channel member, Hunch the Dirty Roofer. You ever gonna get cleaned up, Hunch? Come on. Hunch the clean roofer. I'm believing in that. One day it'll be Hunch the spotless roofer. Gentlemen, monthly book recommend Rifles for Weight, free on Audible. Written in 1958, this is a historical fiction set in the Civil War. The reason for the recommend is that this was required 57th grade reading until the 80s. So that must mean it's good for you for required reading they got rid of. So thank you. I took a screenshot of that and I was checking that out. Thank you. You read it?
No, I'm just saying it must mean it's a great book.
Right.
They took it out of the schools.
Right.
But I don't know if I want my roofer to be clean.
That's true.
I want a dirty roofer. So yeah, you stay that way, Hunch.
All right, the dirtier though, we want Hunch the filthy roofer, and he's gotta have that filthy laugh.
Hunch the nasty roofer.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Oh,
the close talker roofer.
Oh,
yeah,
and here he's once again he's back for
Heavens.
more. Okay, listen, you're making me do it. Hunch the filthy roofer. When you read or listen to it, remember that fact and ask yourself how deep that book is, why we are marginalizing the possible understanding of our children. What do you I'm trying to fix that.
Yeah, he's saying when you look at how in depth that book is, that it used to be for 5th and 6th graders.
Oh, I get it. And now they're
absolutely dumb the shit we give today is. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Amen. Have you ever seen those comparisons of like lyrics from the 50s, 60s, 70s, and then like modern lyrics, and it's like, hey yeah, hey, eat the booty, hey yeah, and it's like those are like the new lyrics for like a hit song, and the other ones are all like poetic and romantic, and the new songs have like 4 words in them now, and I don't know. The dumbing down. Yeah.
Eat, fuck, drink, fuck.
I wonder. Listen,
man, I love that album.
Jericho.
Title track.
If I were to eat, fuck, and then eat, fuck all day, every day.
Drink, fuck.
Oh, that's right.
Eat, fuck, drink, fuck.
Yeah. Okay, if I did that all day, every day, would there be consequences, you think?
0.
I wonder.
Yep.
I guess we'll never know.
Hey, you have fucking empty balls.
That's a filthy roofer.
What you think of that there?
Have you guys ever worked construction? I worked construction right before I went to college.
Yeah, I have.
No.
Yeah. Okay. So
Definitely.
like the jargon there, the talk.
Yeah.
It was real. It was real. I didn't think the dirty construction worker and all that. I thought that was like a stereotype for movies and TV. Then I worked construction when I was 20 and 21.
Yeah, scumbags.
Yeah.
Some of the worst people I've ever worked with was in construction.
I liked it.
Bad people.
I was only 20 and 21, I think, when I did it for a little while. It convinced me to go to college and okay. And here's why it convinced me. It's good, honest, hard work. You make good money right out the gate. But I would look at the guys. I'm 20, and I'd look at the guys 40, 45, 50. Their back fucking hurts. They're addicted to painkillers. They're like third marriage, restraining order. They can't wait to crack open a beer at like noon on Friday when the paychecks show up. And I'm like, they're miserable. And they always tell me they're miserable. So they're telling me, in a way, don't do this, kid, because in 20 years, guess which one you're going to be. You know what I mean? So respect to those guys. But a lot of them were miserable. I love the work, though. It's such good, honest, hard work. But it's a young man's game.
It's hard work. Yeah. Hell yeah. I wouldn't want to be that age out there at the fucking construction sites. But I will say
that's a New England measurement for everything, not just construction.
When I heard that, it's like a cunt hairs, whatever. Like I heard that on the construction site. Literally, that's how they would refer to something being really close.
Not far at all. Very, very little space. But speaking of roofers, I do recommend Jerky Boys, Frank Rizzo roofer. That is one of the funniest. That's, the guys used to do the prank calls. That's one of the funniest ones ever. He calls a roofing company and he's looking for a guy to fix his roof. And he had some guys out there working before, It didn't work out. He ended up throwing them off the roof. And he said that his wife came out there acting like she knows what's going on. So he threw her down on the car. I mean, it's fucking hilarious. But shout out to the roofers.
Yeah, definitely to our construction workers. But I did it as a young man, and I loved it. But I just would wonder because those guys they seemed like that's a hard life, man. That's fun. So much respect to Hunch, the dirty roofer, because I don't think he's young. So my goodness, to keep doing that into your 40s and 50s, holy cow! That's
That's
tough
why they
shit.
pay him the big bucks.
Maybe Hunch, maybe he's removed from that. He's more of the.
Oh, he's like the supervisor guy.
Yeah, that's right. He has the other guys doing that. He's a shot caller.
Right. Maybe he's like the company
I thought he was
man.
a prank caller now.
People up for OSHA violations.
Yeah.
I'll wrap your head in with a fucking ratchet.
No, they're great guys that I work with, and yeah, they were some scumbags, man.
Did you ever work with a guy that almost made it to the NFL, but he got hurt in training camp? I think I worked with 2 guys that told me that story.
No,
and I'm like, I don't fucking believe this.
I don't think so.
I spent an evening in Waffle House talking to a gentleman who goes, I mean, man, I trained Mike Tyson. If you're going to tell a lie, just tell it. I was like sitting here going, Mike Tyson was in upstate New York and we're in bumfuck Tennessee. I don't think your paths crossed.
Don't think you were there.
Don't think you were there, brother.
He thinks he was, though. That's the scary part. Yeah. He believes it.
God bless him.
I remember here's a wild just coincidence in life. So I built these huge warehouse industrial park. That's what we did. Tilts up, where you pour the concrete walls and the big cranes lift up the walls and they make those giant warehouses and like factories and stuff. And then we moved to Colorado this is in California. And then we moved to Colorado, go to college, blah, blah, kids grow up, this and that. We moved back here because I get hired by DC Comics. My wife gets a job accounting for this company that does a lot of Star Wars, Lord of the Rings, all their merchandise, T-shirts as an accountant. Their office is the buildings that I built. Literally, she works in the buildings. Isn't that weird?
Oh, wow.
What a bizarre coincidence. I build them, and 15 years later, you work in them. How strange. I don't know. But, I don't know. I love construction, but had to leave.
Diesel almost made it. You got to read this. The people don't know this.
Let's see. Oh, hold on. I got to see Hunch, and then I'll find Diesel. Okay. I'm a super now running multiple jobs. Fuck OSHA. It only means oh shit here again. All right. Okay. All right.
I knew Hunch was in that supervisory position.
Yeah.
That's right, baby.
Good to hear it.
Diesel, he almost made it to the Raiders.
Oh, fuck, yeah.
Yeah,
I almost made it to the Raiders, but they told me I wasn't a big enough piece of shit.
Oh,
holy shit.
Oh, look at this. Think about what you think about. One of my dad's patients is married to one of Clint Eastwood's daughters.
Oh,
yeah.
wow. Damn.
I never looked into this, but just assuming what a macho, masculine, and successful dude he's been, I bet you Clint Eastwood has a lot of kids. Guys like that tend to have a lot of kids.
Yeah, he was slinging it. I mean, was he slinging it or was it being slung at him?
Both.
Both, I'm sure.
What I mean? I'm sure
it's like a teeter-totter. You're both contributing here,
I'm sure he walked into a hotel room or two where some, lady had made her way in and was waiting in the boudoir, to get some of that Eastwood meat injection.
Yeah.
Sure. Yeah. For sure. And going out, pulling on the clothes. I'm sure back in the day, like when he was young, I'm sure it was out of control sometimes. He probably got home with a ripped shirt,
Adam Carolla,
lipstick.
The great podcaster, comedian Adam Carolla. He always talks about he would have loved to have been a celebrity pre-AIDS, mid-cocaine.
Mid-cocaine.
Gotta
thread that needle.
It's a fine line.
It was 3 months in 1974. You should have been there.
You should have been there, man. It was a glimpse in time.
I like this.
Yeah.
Orale, I almost made it to the Raiders, but I was loco in the cabeza. So we hope.
Yeah, you gotta be crazy to be a Raider.
Oh my God,
that's a tough needle to thread, right? Because we always gotta it's sort of like all employees must wash hands. We need a sign that all humans stop effing monkeys. One of those things, because we're getting these boxes every now and again, and we gotta stop it. Not a good thing. But holy cow.
That was like a summer. a summer in like 1975. That was it.
That one day.
It was 24 hours
It was
where anything
24
goes,
hours.
and then after that, AIDS.
Turned.
All right. Well, I wanna get to the movie because people have been waiting, guys. And I
What a
want to
great
say this.
movie.
I've never seen Gran Torino until I finished watching about 20 minutes ago.
Great
Holy
fucking
shit.
movie.
Holy shit, that's a good movie. And I knew it was good. I heard it was good when it came out. Never got around to watching it. And I would say it's an excellent movie. I'll go further than good. It's excellent. It's an excellent
2009.
movie. Right.
So almost 15 years ago. Yeah, great
can't
movie.
know.
So Clint was late 70s. He was creeping up on 80. And man, what a great performance. And again, great supporting cast. The young Asian actors who played his neighbors and who are really integral to the story. Man, they were great. The younger, the guy, the girl, even the rest of the family didn't really play a big role, but the role they played was great. You know, when things were happening and they were there on the scene, and when you know, as their relationship progressed, everybody was good in that. But he did most of the heavy lifting, and of course, fucking Clint Eastwood. At this point, he's 78. Right. So how long has he been working on his craft? And not only in front of the camera, but he was behind the camera on this one. So I mean, this is decades of doing something at a high level.
Right. At the highest level. I mean, he's been a peak performer for decades, you know.
Like in the NFL, let's say you're an NFL superstar. So you started playing football maybe when you were 10. And let's say at the end of your career, you're 35. So that's only 25 years. That's a long time. And I'm sure look, they're in the NFL. They're at the highest level of their craft. But Clint Eastwood at this point had been doing this for 50 years. Yeah. 55 years. So, and it shows everything. I'm wondering, he was the director too. So, I mean, did he have to give himself any suggestions? The assistant director, did they have to say anything? Because this dude's firing on all cylinders.
Would you say anything?
I wouldn't say
That's
shit.
what I was about to say. Nobody's saying shit. People are just like, he's like, I think we got it. Like, that was it. Like,
I don't care if he fell asleep.
Man, I think we got it too. I think you're exactly right. Yeah.
Agreed. I don't care if he fell asleep in his trailer for 3 hours. Don't you make a sound.
Right.
Wait for him.
Make a sound.
And what is he, 90? He's like 93 now.
He'll be 93 around. May 31st.
Wow. And he still has a movie coming out like once a year. He's only directing now. We were talking before the show. He directed this. He was one of the producers of this. So it was very important to him. But I think it was like so important to him. He sings in this movie, I'm almost certain. Because when the credits are rolling, there's an old gravelly voice singing this inspirational song about life and hope and being who you are. And I'm like, oh my gosh, he sung in this movie. I didn't, So I think this was very, very, very important.
Yeah, very, very gravelly. Like if there is a construction audience out there, you're gonna have to sit on a towel because there's a lot of gravel in this one.
Right. Think about what you think about. Gabe, do you have to Sencor anything? No, I only Sencor stuff on Dirty Harry. So we will we'll censor things. We'll censor things.
Try Sencor.
Yeah, exactly.
Look,
we all have that
ask
problem
your doctor
sometimes.
about Sencor.
Ask your doctor about Sencor. Do you have what is it? ED? Is your penis not working anymore? Try.
Do you have
Sencor.
trouble taking a bath next to your spouse in the same bath? Try separate baths at sunset. What the hell is that?
Diesel's headed to Sprouts to buy some cauliflower pizza and soy potato chips and seaweed toothpaste. Man, this is why you're not on the Raiders, buddy. Raiders don't take
Diesel. You're gonna have to start talking like this since you buy those items. You're gonna start talking like this in an upspeak, like everybody talk to.
Do the people who are like the far left liberals? I actually went to Sprouts today because I've lost quite a bit of weight in the last 2 weeks. Because I'm not eating any carbohydrates. It's very boring diet talk. But I buy these at Sprouts. They're just like keto, like it's a keto chocolate. But the people that are like Sprouts fanatics, you know what I mean? They're still wearing a mask. These people, and they look like they're like a middle school art teacher.
Sprouts and Heimers.
You know what I mean? They got that look. You can just tell they have like Trump derangement syndrome, and they're like crunchy granola kind of hippie weirdo.
Their handshakes are weak.
Yeah, I go into Sprouts and I feel like Clint in this movie is just like. Ugh.
Yes.
Just looking around like, who are these people?
Like you could grab the nearest one and beat everybody else in there with him or her,
Oh.
or they, or Zims or whoever.
Zimzer. Oh my god. Hunch, the filthy roofer. Old Clint Eastwood is his life goal. This will be him in 15 to 20 years, and yeah, he's proud of that fact. Wow. All right.
This is a grizzled old fucker.
That's right. And you can't open your teeth when you talk in this movie.
Gotta talk out of one side of your mouth, you little fucker.
You do, as a father, you break out the gritted teeth when your kid's really
Oh,
you don't open your teeth when you're really mad at your son. Or
I did that
daughter.
this weekend. I did this
Ooh,
to
what
my
happened?
daughter this weekend. You know, she's 11, so everything's up for
Okay.
debate with her.
All right.
So, you know,
yeah.
why?
Well, I don't want to
Why?
go into too much personal family business, but like little league sports. We'll just say our kids have played them. Maybe they're playing them now, maybe they're not. But what about little league dad who is like living through his son and he's way too serious? Come on, Bryson, you're useless out there. I've seen some shit, man. It's bad when they.
I fortunately haven't seen that yet. Junior's been playing soccer and baseball for a couple seasons now. And thankfully, the majority of the parents have their shit together. I would not want to be around that. That would fuck up the whole game for everybody.
Yeah.
Well, you know this, man. They're having trouble finding coaches for that reason. Or refs, I'm sorry. They're having trouble finding refs for that reason. There's like a ref shortage because they can't take these parents, man. It's crazy.
Entitled parent. None the miser. We're the same age. And you already identify as the Walt Kowalski.
I mean, maybe a little less prejudice and racial slurs, but yeah, the overall attitude, I'm all for it.
I'm all for it too. This guy's a hero.
Tell it to a Raiders fan, Jericho. We know
Hey,
there's
fucker.
lots of prejudice.
Dude, he in this movie, you talk about a character arc. I don't know if there's ever been more of a character arc
Right.
than old Walt here. Man, because he started out not too very prickly. Like a
Real
human.
quick. I'm sorry. I just thought that was funny. Sorry to interrupt. Why does Sean look like Michael J. Fox without Parkinson's? There's no twitch.
I don't know. I didn't see. I don't know what you're talking about. Let's continue.
You're not vibrating.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Jarek. I shouldn't have jumped in the middle of your sentence.
No, he just what a great character arc because he starts out, not so nice. And not saying he ends the movie like, hey guys, you want to hang out? But he moves the needle pretty good in this one.
Right. So so it starts off a Catholic funeral.
Heavily Catholic.
Very Catholic, yes. His wife has died. They're there, and his sons are just like, it's gross. They're in they're in their 40s and they're having like weird superficial conversation and like putting each other down and like, oh well, your son's wearing blue jeans to the funeral or something like that. I don't remember.
His son had a Detroit Lions jersey on.
Oh, that's it. That's it.
Man.
Yeah, he had a Detroit Lions jersey on at his grandmother's funeral. The girl, she wasn't dressed modest enough for his taste. She's a teenager, I think like a senior in high school or something. And then one of the other boys, he says something testicles and wallet. Like instead of saying Father, Son, Holy Spirit, there's like this little rhyme that he says, and the kids are.
Oh, it was like spectacles, testicles, watch, and something. It was
watch and wallet. Spectacles, testicles, watch and wallet. But that part I get. When you're a kid, you do stupid shit like that. But the thing I had a problem with was maybe I'm a little Walt myself. But yeah, you can't be dressing provocatively in any way at church. That's not the place for that. Period. And his son wearing a fucking Detroit Lions jersey
hold on.
to church.
Oh, hey, it's better than a Raider jersey.
Hey, anything's better than that, fool. But come on, man, you are a fucking Raiders jersey or any jersey to a church in this? No, hell
got your midriff with your belly ring showing at your grandma's funeral.
Nah,
Come on,
church.
man.
Period. Church. Nah, that ain't the place for that. We got to draw the line somewhere. If you don't like the dress code, don't go to church. I ain't saying you got to go up in there in a burqa or in a denim skirt down to your ankles, but you got to do better than this.
Yeah, you can't be dressed
fall out of the basement.
No,
you can't be dressed for the club when you go to church.
And a football jersey. Nah, dude, hell no.
Real quick, let's see. Thank you, Leonard S. $5, very generous friend. A young Eastwood would plow into all this woke stuff today. Oh my! If Eastwood was young, his teeth would never unclench with this woke
Never.
stuff. Oh,
You
know.
fucking oh man, yeah. Walt was a some bitch in this movie.
Yeah, it's so good. I regret that I didn't see this movie until today. You know, like
Yeah, and
what
one thing that's big in this movie.
Sorry.
One thing that's big in this movie is understanding.
Yes.
Like you have to. There's a lot of understanding between him and the other characters because he remains prickly throughout the movie, but there's a level of understanding once you realize what he's been through, his life, what he's dealing with at the time, and then he starts to understand what they're dealing with and what their kind of life, what their life is about, and the things they're dealing with. So, for people to coexist, there has to be some understanding. Everything can't be personal. Everything can't be an attack. And even if somebody says some wild shit, which he says plenty of,
right?
Yeah.
If you understand, then you can get along.
Today's understatement is brought to you by Jericho Green.
Yeah, he says some wild shit. And I will tell you this too: is that
he pushes the envelope.
Yeah, he pushes the envelope. He was a trendsetter. Hopefully not. But the thing about it is that for me, when I was watching this, and I got this from that first scene is. By the way, if you're one of Clint's sons, my God, I would start wondering what Dad sees. But the other thing is that he's looking for a connection with this younger generation he can't relate to because they haven't had his experience. And he feels he should have them with him. Then he meets these other people he doesn't feel he should have a connection with who have similar experiences.
Yeah.
And that's the shit that's amazing about it, man. That's what makes it great.
One thing I always talk about in our culture is experiential knowledge, you know, and then technical knowledge. You know what I mean? You have epistemological knowledge is the knowledge you get from college. Books, it's the knowledge you get from watching a TED Talk. It's shit. It's not good knowledge. It doesn't matter. Mm-hmm. And it's super dangerous because it makes people think they're a lot smarter than they are. The only real knowledge you have in life is things you actually have done. That's, you know, technical knowledge. And this movie is about that. It's like Clint Eastwood, he's had his actual experiences and it's given him his worldview. And like you're saying, Sean, he's relating to these other people all with gritted teeth the whole time, man. But he's learning to relate through those gritted teeth. So I think it's amazing. It's a really beautiful story. So, and like you said, character arc. You got to be kidding me with the character arc.
Man.
My granddaughter looks like she's going to the fucking club.
Yeah, to the whorehouse. Fucking slut. Yeah,
so,
he's
okay.
He pulls no punches.
Right. You burn yourself on the holy water, honey.
Sorry.
Man.
Yeah. So now the Miser says movie nailed the Catholic funeral and post-funeral reception. I've never been to a Catholic funeral, but I'll take your word for it. But I mean, he's just grumbling and making comments and racist comments and impatient comments. And it's funny if we're being honest. And I thought it was crass, but funny that they're having the reception at the house and way more guests are showing up than they predicted. And he's like, oh, they probably heard there was some free food or something.
Yeah, they probably heard there was a ham.
So dark, man.
Right.
Oh, man.
So even though it's the day of mourning for his wife of what I'm assuming is 50, 60 years, he still is gruff to the bitter end. He's just like gruff and he's not sitting there crying. And I think I think it's such a refreshing thing that someone's not going to be caught in the emotion of despair, No,
he's going to shed 0 tears throughout this movie. You talk about a tough outer shell. His outer shell is fucking cast iron. And you ain't getting through that. I don't care. Well, he's not going to shed any tears. Can it be penetrated? Yes. But is he going to cry? No, I don't think he has the ability to. He might not even have tear ducts.
Right. Someone alerted me there's a member chat from Arumafe. Let me find that really quick. Sorry. Yep. I use StreamYard to broadcast, guys, and it doesn't alert me to member chats. It alerts me to super chats, but I'll dig it up real quick. Sorry about that. But
he's so the kids, some of the kids, the same ones who were at the funeral, saying shit and wearing jerseys, they're fucking around down in the basement and they're looking through his old pictures and stuff. And I think that picture of him in the army was probably really him because it looked pretty, unless that's the greatest Photoshop we've ever seen. It's probably him. And so they're looking around. He comes down to the basement to get chairs. They all put the shit away real quick and they see some of his medals and they put it away real quick and sit down and he grabs the chairs and goes back upstairs. And then after that, he goes outside to get something out of the garage, and the little scantily clad hussy is out there smoking a cigarette in the garage, and she like puts it down real quick. When he comes out, she tries to, start talking about some bullshit, and he's not falling for it. And he steps on her cigarette and puts it out for her, and still, even she's asking, "Oh, cool. Can I saw some furniture in the house. I think it would look cool in my dorm." Like, that.
Oh my god!
And and he has the car is 72 Gran Torino, outside, pristine condition, all original, gorgeous. And she's like, "Oh, like when you die, like what are you gonna do with this thing? I could like totally use the car because I'll be going to state." So she's not giving him any reason to to like her at all.
That's weird when people get that way with their elders and all that, and like, oh, what can I have, and this, that, and the other.
No.
Let me throw this up here because I couldn't bring it up on StreamYard. Arumafe, member for 2 months. Thank you. Actually,
Thank you.
Character reminds me of Hank Hill's dad from King of the Hill. Yeah, a little bit less comedic, but you're right. You're right about that. I never even saw that. Yes.
Oh, what the hell, Bobby? Why are those two? Why are they whacking it in my trailer?
Dude, I'm telling you what, that's a good one. I like that,
Bobby.
Hell, Bobby.
I mean, guys, this is the other thing about this too, right? Is that we should mention it's the day of his wife's funeral. Like, just to put a base coat of that down. So I just was thinking, you're probably gonna die. It's like, what the hell? Who raised
You're
these
nipping
kids?
at her heels. You're about to be in the ground. So like, what can I get? I would never fix my mouth to utter those words. You just don't do that. Talk about poor taste. But she's a spoiled little shit, obviously. So
yeah, she's like, what are you gonna do with it when you die?
Yeah, he just walks out. He don't say shit to her.
Here's the thing about being dead. You don't do much of fucking anything, you dumb little bitch.
You little fucker. Oh man, Clint ain't fucking around.
Hunch the filthy roofer for $5. Thank you, Hunch. The reason Eastwood was so hard was he saw that he needed to give 20 years of manhood training in a short time. He loved those two as shown at the end. Yeah, he was hard, but it was the beauty of fatherhood, of mentorship, of coaching, all that masculine relationship that is mostly gone in Western culture nowadays. Hence the shit show. So
and he literally gave that boy a crash course at one point.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. And he needed
he was learning all that shit the wrong way. I mean, that was the whole thing, right? I mean, there's so many characters. You just click to the next slide there. We go from this kid and then click to the next slide right there that you had a second ago. And it's like, you see what we're dealing with. I mean, everybody's great. They're well cast. They all have arcs of one kind or another. I mean, it's a great film. I mean, this guy, it's an all-time great. Doesn't even get there. I mean, he might be the greatest movie star of all time.
Clint, now that we've been focused on him for a few weeks now, and I start to think about his oeuvre, his catalog, I'm like, oh, he is the greatest leading man of all time, and I don't even think about it. Like I think he is.
I think he is.
Name a bigger
one.
Name someone who has more like it's insane. And what you said, Jericho, you said last week that he was on television on Rawhide in the 50s, and that you said that television was right before
1948.
Is that correct? I feel like TV was older than that. Is it really only 1948?
I'm pretty darn sure about that.
Well, either way, it was very, very soon. So what you can say is he's been in that industry since the very beginning.
Since it was invented. Since the screens were this big and most of it was all the machinery around it. You know, all that inside of that wood paneling was all the stuff that made that tiny little 10-inch, 15-inch, little screen. Now, a child's iPad is the size of a damn old TV. Right. But you talk about like the casting you were saying, look at this. It gets no more Irish Catholic priest than this guy.
Why do you say that? No, sorry.
What makes you
think that? Now let me ask you a question. Do you think he wears sunscreen when he goes for like a short walk to get the mail? I think possibly.
I think
he has to.
Slathering it on. Yes.
It's like Bondo.
My wife is such that, if I put my hand around her when we walk on a sunny day, there might be a shadow left of her. Right? A white little area where my hand had been, man.
They're like vampires. Cow. Yeah, this priest, he's like with a vampire goes outside immediately. And then there's this back and forth. There's this sparring match here throughout the movie. So he's,
Right.
you know, kind of dealing, and not necessarily in a bad way, but he's dealing with a lot of different things from a lot of different angles with a lot of the different characters. And
Come
this
back
is a
when
more
your balls have dropped. Sorry, go ahead.
and the scene when he comes up, when he basically asks him, what do you think of me? What's your issue with me? And he lays it out. I mean, it's brutally honest, but I'm sure it's what a lot of people might think or have thought before. But this sparring match that he has with him is definitely one of the more positive ones.
Right.
But it's a back and forth. Let me tell you.
Right. Because the priest is, you know, being priestly, being kind, and trying to offer condolences and talk, and he's not having it. He's not totally rude, but he's like, "Hey, buddy, that's enough."
Yeah.
You know, that was more church. That was more my wife's deal. Is basically what he's telling us.
And he was close with his wife. That's
Right.
another dynamic. You know, he was close to his wife, so he's kind of her voice, or his new conscience now that she's gone. You know, because
Right.
she made him promise some things.
So is she
He's
going
got
to
a
be
shield.
riding with him on the freeway? And when a car a half mile in front of you puts the brakes on, go stop.
Yeah.
Why do wives do that? Women.
I don't know.
Women of double impact. When I step
Whoa.
on, I see the car. I see it in front of me. What
I've
else
seen
would
it.
I be looking at? You don't have to scream when they're stopping
Every
a half mile off
time-
the road.
Yeah.
You guys are weird. You have different wives than I have. Every time my wife slams on the brakes, she reaches over and undoes my seatbelt. You guys don't have that?
Oh. No, man. Well, we'll talk after the
Wait a
show, man.
minute. Wait.
Man.
Has
Your wife is driving? You're the passenger.
Yeah.
princess?
Yeah, she takes me out when I'm asleep. She loads me into the car,
Ooh.
and then she slams on the gas, and I'm like, what's happening? No, we'll talk after the show. It's not a big deal. It's not
Has
a
she
big
made you sign papers recently? Like, here, babe, just sign this here. or
No,
anything
yeah,
like that?
she. Well, I found out she changed my insurance,
Okay.
life insurance, to be the sole benefactor. And
That's
then
because she
I was
loves you the
like-
most. That's why.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
I thought, maybe this is a good sign.
Okay. I guess we'll all find out.
Ugh.
Ugh.
Real quick,
Talk.
one directed at me here. Let me see what he says. Hey, Diesel. Oh, it's for Diesel, but I was mentioned. Raiders suck. It's all about them Chiefs.
Yeah,
No, wait a
there you
minute.
go.
Oh.
Sorry,
You should
Gabe.
break it
You
up.
don't hate me. I'll be your best friend. Well, listen.
I already have a best friend, and I would never be best friends with the Chiefs fan.
Damn.
Yeah.
I
I
did
would,
hear.
I would be friends with the Chiefs fan, just not best friends.
I did hear that. I saw a picture. You know, I don't know if it's true. You know, everything on the internet is true, no matter what. But this guy was part of a construction crew, and he had a hard hat, and he had like a Chiefs sticker on it, and he buried a Chiefs flag in the concrete of the foundation of the Raiders' new stadium in Las Vegas.
Wow.
So if you're superstitious at all, you know what that means. But I do agree, the Raiders fucking suck.
My favorite thing about the Chiefs is the brother of the quarterback. The one that's always, always getting
That's
arrested.
what.
Do you see the video?
Holy shit.
It's
I
not
saw the
looking
video.
good for him.
Yeah, the video where he's dressed in that this shirt right here.
No, the video of what he did.
Oh yeah, I'm not going to show that on my channel. But
No, I'm just saying that. Yeah, it's not looking good. He deserves.
It's disgusting. It's
a lot.
disgusting. He allegedly made someone do something they didn't want to do. I'll go that far.
Multiple times.
Yeah.
Multiple
Allegedly, I said.
Yeah.
And this is not legal advice being given to you by Double Impact.
Right.
Or it's associates.
Ask your doctor about Syncor.
Or it's associates
Syncor.
or subsidiaries.
Gets you up
Joe
and down.
Mello. Sorry, that's my cousin Allison texting me.
Not right now, Allison.
Hey, Allison, I'm busy right now. Joe Mello for $4.99. Very generous, Joe. Thank you. Joe's one of the great ones. He's always here. Good evening, everyone. Walt's family doesn't even care about him, but they still want things from him. Very sad. Talk about a one-way street. Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm not going to throw people under the bus. I'm not going to say it was my family or anything, but I'll tell you, this ugliness of counting the inheritance and dividing up the lamps and the furniture before the grandparents are dead, I've seen it firsthand in my life from a young age.
It is
Crazy.
messed up.
But I have gotten a very good look at stuff like this, and it disgusts me.
Same
I'll
here.
leave it at that.
Same here.
Yeah.
It's
Bodies ain't
unbelievable.
even cold. Bodies ain't
Like-
even cold.
But stuff like you would see in a movie that you wouldn't believe people would actually do. That's
Right.
what they do. It does something to people. It's like the full moon to somebody who's been bitten by a werewolf. Something just happens to them. They change into something, or maybe they were always that thing, and then now you just see it. But it's unbelievable what the dividing of belongings will do.
Right.
That's just crazy, man.
Yep.
Yeah. I think if you're waiting for your parents or someone to die so you can be successful, I think you're a loser. I
Yep.
do.
Take matters
If your parents or whoever
never
die,
mind.
and if you know, if you have relatives that die and they leave you things and it benefits you, that's great. You should accept it. It'll help your family. But if that's your whole fucking plan, I really
That's
think you're a loser. You know.
That's fucked up, man. People get crazy when belongings, especially money or property, shit like that, high value things, start getting divvied up. It's wild.
I can tell you guys, I won't say it on there. I'll tell you guys some stuff when we're off the air.
Yep.
Some wild stuff, man.
Yeah, I got some doozies.
Yep.
Oh my goodness. Let's see. Did I miss something? I have.
What
Tammy
you were
saying
saying you've seen.
she's seen some stuff.
Yeah,
too.
it's terrible.
Yep.
Yeah.
Terrible.
That's Charles Barkley.
Terrible. That's terrible. But yeah, so quite the opposite is happening next door. Next door, all the people, they're showing up for a new baby, and it's a big deal.
Right.
There are dozens of people in that house. There's food to the roof. There are like religious people there to like bless the baby, and it's a big deal. It almost makes you want to be a part of it. Just that huge family, and everybody's together and being taken care of, and there's food and all that kind of shit. It's crazy, but yeah, you got quite the opposite ends of the spectrum going on right next door to each other.
It's what he wanted, which is sometimes that is the worst thing to see in that moment. For someone like him, they just walk you through essentially the grief, the sense of how. What's so great about that priest character is that he's such the opposite of Clint Eastwood, and you go, man, how different was his wife than him, and what has he lost? And then you look across and then you're seeing his family the whole while, who are these vultures.
Right.
And then you see this other family coming in, the other way, and it's like, why didn't I raise that? In a sense, like, why did all of my sacrifice and my wife's sacrifice, and this is where they're at when she died. Like, they should be crippled with grief. It's like, good Lord.
And that's, again, we talk about knowing something or doing something, and which one is real knowledge, and you only know what you actually do. And it's like, I see a problem with the baby boomers, and I hate to point at them because everyone does. Their parents, Great Depression, World War II, suffer. World War II ends, ultimate success, like one of the greatest times in American world history for wealth and abundance. And the baby boomers were handed everything on a platter. So that becomes your expectation. Everything is free. It's abundant. I don't have to work hard for it, blah, blah, blah. And then they turn around and tell Gen X and millennials and everyone else, pull yourself up by your bootstraps. And I just delivered pizza to pay for college. And now you go to college, it's like a fucking home loan to get a bachelor's.
Yeah.
At a state school, by the way.
Do you
fucking
guys, have you ever
Arizona
looked at the
State.
graph?
Arizona State's going to charge $40,000 a year. Fuck
Yeah.
outta
He
here,
charges
dude.
$70,000 a year now. 70.
Who does?
School of Design, Rhode Island School of Design, my alma mater. Let me
Damn.
say this too, and this is the biggest thing. I looked at this and I could not believe it. But I believe college in 1979 was at a state school was $300. I think a semester. I don't want to say year because I could throw up. And the average private school, if I'm not mistaken, was I think the average private school for a year was $3,000. You track
Damn.
that with inflation, it ain't even close to what inflation is. And so people talk about, I did a summer job and put myself through college. And what's crazy is, God, I hate to get off on this tangent, but it has to be. You started this, man.
It's my fault.
I watched the conservative financial. I'm totally blanking on his name.
Thomas
he was
Sowell?
talking. No, not Thomas Sowell. It's Milton Friedman.
Milton Friedman.
Thank you. And he's talking with some kids and a young, then socialist, future conservative guy, and they're arguing in the 80s or I think 80s, or late 70s that they're saying on one end, the college students, that government subsidies are going to make college more accessible for everybody. And he's saying that will never happen. If we subsidize it, the prices will go up and there will be not anywhere near the diversity you think is going to happen. And it's like a message in a bottle of common sense, man. And it's like, look at this. A college that would have cost $3,000 a year is now $70,000 a year.
Yeah.
Holy cow. Welcome
you get
to
to
the
those-
socialist utopia.
You get to those Ivy League schools, the Stanfords and Harvards and all that. The shit is insane, man. And it shouldn't be. Higher education should not be out of reach for most of the
Just buy
population.
your kids a house.
And it
It's a
shouldn't
better
be
investment.
shit. It shouldn't be dog shit. When you're paying those prices, it shouldn't be dog shit.
Well, and here's how you know it's just a financial scam. It's some of the only type of debt that you legally can't discharge through bankruptcy. Legally,
Yep.
you can't declare bankruptcy on student loans. And
Yep.
then B, would they lend the same 17-year-old $100,000 to open a pizza parlor?
No,
Of course not.
because that's independence.
And here's the plan for any of you who don't see it, and I don't see how you couldn't. It's go have them go to school, have them get their degree, come out of school, $100,000-$300,000 in debt. Then they're paying that for 30 years. They're paying back their student loan for 30 years, 20 years. So what you're doing is you're vampiring off all these graduates. You're telling all your graduates, I get a little bit of your salary and your salary, your salary, your salary in your hardest, most productive years from like 20 to 50 when you're working and making money. They get a pinch. They get a taste. It's a fucking scam.
Yeah, it would make
At Harvard, there's one administrator for every 3 students. I want you to think about that. There is one administrator. This is the truth for every 3 students. It's bullshit.
Yeah,
Right.
it's it makes the mafia blush.
Right.
Like, damn, I wish we could do that shit. You know, but like you were saying, Sean, imagine what his wife was like. She had to be that. I bet she was a fresh baked apple pie in the windowsill every Saturday morning. Hi, everybody. Hello. Probably she had to be, because if it was that much teeth gritting and curmudgeonness in that home, it would have been like an old 80s ghost movie where the house almost implodes from the extraterrestrial happenings inside. Like, she had to be his polar opposite, and he knew she was. He even told somebody, I got the greatest woman in the world I convinced the greatest woman in the world to marry me. She was that. She had to be that for him, because he's coming home. He's still to his death dealing with the war.
Yeah.
How he came back, and there wasn't PTSD and counseling and all that kind of stuff. They had another, what was it? Soldier's heart, stuff like that. You know, it
Shell shock.
Yeah.
Soldier's heart. Yeah, they had other words for it.
But you know, these guys came home with it, and they just came home with it. So who knows how many mornings, you know, she probably had to, you know, calm him down from a nightmare, or, you know, probably had a gun in her face in the middle of the night. Like, she had to be that polar opposite sunshine, kind of woman.
We got an
people don't
update real
understand,
quick.
man.
Remember, our great
Go, please.
fan Diesel told us he
Yep.
was headed out to Sprouts to get some food. Diesel is updated.
Yeah.
us. Just left Sprouts feeling 1% gayer than before.
That's right.
And like I was a 49.
Oh,
You gotta take that line down, Jericho.
hey, don't be jealous, fool. Don't be fucking jealous, man.
Man, it's such a freaking crazy thing when you think about it, because, you know, she was this incredible, like, sunshine light of his life, you know, and it's like, it's amazing, because for him to have that self-awareness to go kind of like, I'm an angry old turd and I won the lottery. Like, it's and you know, a lot of this shit, like psychotherapy, which is, I mean, to say talk therapy, was born out of treating shell shock from World War I. Like, people
Really?
talked about this crazy stuff. Oh yeah, there's footage of it. I have archival footage on the history of talk therapy, and they were showing men with these physical ailments, but nothing had happened to them. And just in talking through their experiences, like, they couldn't walk, they couldn't do any of this stuff, and then they show the before and after, and that's actually what legitimized talk therapy as a way to treat shell shock at the time. Yeah, but there's a whole documentary I have on it, because it's incredible how whenever something becomes big, for example, a field like that, you do get these middle management bureaucrats who come in, and then the science starts to go away. But there's a lot of things about it that we do know that work. And you're right, they were not everywhere and abundant for these folks, largely because it could be regional. there's only so many therapists in this country, talk therapists who specialize in that kind of stuff. And so there are massive areas of this country where they have no access to it, even today. So it's I mean, it's incredible, man. And these fuckers, sorry,
This
this
dude.
picture just pisses me off so much.
It is. It is. Yeah.
I'm
So
angry.
what we got here in the opening scene was basically we got the funeral of the wife.
Yep.
Then we got all the moochers showing up to the reception afterwards, because they probably heard there was a ham. But then next door, you have this family and I always want to say Hmong, but it's Hmong family.
Hmong.
Spelled Hmong, but Hmong. And they love each other, and it's life, and it's a new birth. There's a new family member, and it's homemade dishes and all that. Just this beauty of real family-centric culture, and you're seeing a very sharp contrast intentionally from the writer and director and everything there. So I think that's a beautiful thing that they established right off the bat. So
yeah, and then they're introducing you to the other characters. This is
was it Tao, but they just call him
Tao.
Tom.
Yeah, he is one of the main characters, and he is seen as weak because he's in the kitchen helping clean up. He's doing woman's work. There's a scene later where he's working in the yard, and there's a very clear line between what women do and what men are supposed to do in this culture, especially the older people who are from, the homeland. So, and you can see it's getting diluted a little bit with the newer generation and stuff like that. You see some of the teenagers hanging out and shit, but there's a very clear line where this is what women are supposed to do, this is what men are supposed to do. So the older people are kind of talking shit about him in their language, saying that he's doing woman's work and fucking he's never going to get married, and the other girl needs to get married to somebody and all this shit. So they're very old school.
Right. So then
that's the best. Flip back and forth.
Right.
Yeah, that's him.
We don't even have to explain this. This is how their conversation goes, these two.
Yeah.
Yeah. I thought I'd dress a little casual today, sir, and loosen things up a bit. Let's turn that frown upside down.
He's a bit relentless too.
Right.
He is relentless.
But with the character, with the priest, there is a very sincere love of the priesthood, where he's trying to reach out to this man, and it was one of your wife's wishes that I try and get you back into church and get you to confession. Like you hadn't been. And,
she made me promise.
Right. And I'm sure most of you know this, but if you're Catholic, that's a very important sacrament, is to go to confession. It's a very important part of the faith. And I think at one point he asked him, when was the last time you've been to confession? He's like, it's been forever. I don't know.
It's forever.
Yeah. And he tells him he doesn't believe in that shit.
Yeah, he tells him.
When's the last time I killed a priest?
Dude, he's cold-blooded, man.
Cold-blooded.
Right. Oh, I like this. Charlie Stevenson says it. It's Father Skippy. What do you have to have a voice like this instead?
Hello, congregation. I'm having the Megatroy. Hello, congregation. I'm your pastor. I'm your priest.
An Impala. An Impala in the hood, vato.
What are you gonna do? It's a Raider mobile, eh?
Stop
Look at this fool trying to read a fucking book like Albert Einstein, Holmes.
Hey, you smart or something, eh? I don't know nothing about smart because I'm a Raider, man.
If you zoom in, the book's upside down.
It's like what, a 63? I'm gonna say.
I don't know.
It looks like the body's kind of short. So I think 62.
64.
64? All right. I thought the 64s are a little bit longer. Because I know the 62s were short.
None the Miser points out confession is the basis for all other sacraments. Oh,
there you go.
So if that's true, and I don't know, I'm not an expert on Catholicism. I'm Protestant, but if that's true, then you can't do the rest of the faith if you don't go to confession. That's fascinating then. Okay. Let's see. Oh, +5 for $2. Very generous, friend. Thank you. Stoked for Isom too, Gabe. Love that sexy cover B. Well, thank you. I love it too. I finished that book months ago, so I know it's going to be delivered. I know it's going to be great. And I appreciate the super chat. All right. And that's plush. He's always great. Anyway, so these homeboys, these Hmong gangsters are rolling up on him. And that's his cousin, right?
No, the Mexican gangsters roll up on him talking shit. And then that's his cousin. They see him, and then they come to his rescue, and they start arguing with the Mexican dude.
That's right.
And they end up pulling out guns. Mexican dude pulls out a little revolver. The Hmong dude, that dude right there on the left with the shaved head, he pulls out a Uzi. And then, there's a bunch of shit talking, and then everybody goes their own way.
They have their dumb standoff. Their macho tough guy standoff. Ugh.
Yeah, but they want him to go with them, to start gangbanging and shit with them. So they're constantly hounding him. Hey, man, come on. We just saved you. We just saved your ass. Come on. Come hang out. Come with us. Come do this and all this shit. So they're always trying to pull him down that path to do bad shit.
You're right. But Tao he doesn't want to be that guy.
He wants to be a good guy.
Right. And then I don't remember her name. What was her name? I just saw this movie for the first time.
Sue.
Right? Sue. Yeah, that's right. Sue. And she's the spunky sister of Tao, right?
Yeah, that's his
and
sister.
She's got nerve. You know what I mean? She's got some.
Yeah, she don't take no shit.
Yeah.
She's got spirit, and she's got she's brave in a way that's a little bit terrifying.
Mm-hmm.
In these situations. And I think and there's something, you talk about his character, it's something he responds, what is it, unflappable is the word I'm looking for, but she responds with a kind of courage that you get the sense that both Clint's I can't call him anything but Clint, his wife had, and you could see there's a little bit of that in her. You know what I mean?
She
the
has
kind of person that
zero.
could walk up,
She has zero back down in her.
Right.
Back down from shit.
The scene where she's with Scott Eastwood and the three black guys talk to them, and that's intense. And the way she's just mouthing off to those guys is like,
she don't give a fuck. She ain't scared of nothing. She don't back down from anybody at any time for any reason. No bullshit.
Yep. Right. So so the cousin's here. He's calling Tao. What are you doing here? You're gardening. You're cleaning. You're doing woman's work. Mm-hmm. You're in the kitchen. Like, come on, man. Like, you gotta be a homeboy. You gotta be one of us. Be a gangster.
And the girls talking shit to him.
Right.
They're like, "Hey, Spider, come on." She's all, "Spider? For your name's Fung. What the fuck are you doing?" Spider's like, "Yeah, Spider."
That was hilarious.
Yeah, she ain't scared of nothing. She's talking shit to him. And the other guys are like talking shit to her. "Shut up, girl." She's all, "Fuck you."
And humiliation to men is a dagger. There's psychological research that shows the greatest fear women have is physical, like injury, attack, whatever, being hurt physically. The greatest fear men have is to be humiliated. I find that fascinating. So when you go after a man, you belittle him, you say he ain't shit, he can't do anything, he's pathetic. That's like to the bone, So like, did they just call you Spider?
Yeah,
Fung, like making fun of his little gangster
your
name. Like,
Fung, you jackass. Yeah, I think we're prideful by nature. So when you attack that, and you get to our manhood, that's oof. And like I said, she talks shit to them all. She ain't scared of nobody. And so they keep, come on, yeah, come on. So they keep fucking riding him. He finally, okay, let's go. And they want to initiate him into the gang. So they tell him, they're walking by the driveway and they go, ooh, they see his Gran Torino sitting there. Like, they tell him to go steal that shit. You got to steal that.
Terrible idea.
Worst idea ever. And he's like, duh, okay. So then he makes his decision.
Yeah, he's going to steal that classic car that Clint Eastwood has that everybody wants. The granddaughter, everybody wants that thing. It's a beauty. So, yeah. And I like this here. Yeah, this is true from Shrapnel. It's crabs in a bucket mentality. Yeah, people that aren't winning, they're not going anywhere. They're gangbanging. They're pulling the innocent cousin who's so far living straight and, doing harmless. And they're going to pull him into their dog shit world. So, thanks, guys. Way to go. Great job.
Thanks a lot, assholes.
Yep.
Hey, the three of us here on the panel, we're all brown. We're not white. And I feel like, you guys tell me if this is right. The message I got in the 90s, more middle school, high school, was if you're not white, you should be in gangster hip hop culture. That was like the pressure I felt. I never went that way. I don't like rap music or anything like that. And I don't like that the glorification of gang violence and all that. I think it's very bad for the Mexican and black community for sure. Being half Mexican myself, that's why I always resented it. But did you guys feel that? Did you feel that pressure of like, hey, we're not white, so we're homies, we're like hip hop guys? Did you feel it, or was I just feeling something on my own?
I don't think I did. There's always that pressure to do bad shit and kind of go that bad boy route because we all know people like that. We all had friends like that. But no, I don't think there's any real pressure. I mean, if it was there, maybe I didn't notice it.
I had a ton of pressure. It was like, if you're not white, you have to go to med school. You know, that whole thing.
Oh, because you're Indian.
It's like, dude, man, there's only one There's only one freaking pressure in the world I came up in that affects all socioeconomic status. It's freaking scary. Go be a doctor.
John
Like-
says, as Chatty Boss's lawyer, he does not recall. Okay, so
I don't recall. That's right. Shit went off. Drive-by cow tipping, then we peeled out.
So we get to the
Oh,
bar,
man.
and he's telling
Right
like
on.
just the most prejudiced jokes. What does he say? Like a gay guy, a Jew, and a black guy.
Yeah, colored
Go into a
guy.
bar.
Yeah, they
go
go into a
and the
bar.
bartender just says, "Get the fuck out of here!" Like that's
Hey.
his joke.
Get the
He's
fuck
just
out of here.
they're so guys. They're like the worst. Like in terms
yeah.
of, they're not even funny, but they're just like you're just like this
No,
guy.
they're
this is-
racist for the sake of being racist.
That's right. They're like
you know.
yeah. When the worst part about today is when people they want racism so bad in their lives. It's like a disease that they see it everywhere, and I'm like, going, you need to meet somebody really racist who doesn't give a shit.
Right.
You need to like that would you'd say you're racist, and they go, yeah. It's just terrifying.
Jericho, you're a Californian like me. Growing up in Southern California, it's completely mixed. You know what I mean? Like racially, it's so mixed where I live. So I don't think I've ever actually met someone who's like a dyed-in-the-wool racist. I think Theo Vaughn, the great stand-up comedian, he says, I'm not racist. Well, sometimes when I'm driving, I can get a little racist. But I think growing up down here, like I don't know, you're with everyone, you're with all types of people and food and music and religion and everything, and it's very normalized when you live here. So it's like different, yeah, so what? Who cares? You know, but I think it'd be fascinating to meet someone who was actually super racist. It'd be bad, but I don't think I've ever talked to anyone that was like, they hate this group for like no reason or whatever.
Oh, I met a ton of them, dude. Are you kidding me? Yeah, I grew up in a very different place than than that experience.
Even in California, I've met some.
Oh no, I mean, look,
Sure.
I know this is gonna sound shocking, but I'm one of those people who grew up in the deep South who believes that, in fact, even in the majestic woke state of Rhode Island, there's fucking racist people. You know, it's a different shade. But the thing about it, you know, is what's so weird about it is there's a particular type of person, and he's playing this character, where if he says to the priest, you know, get off my lawn, didn't happen, would have been cool. But when he's talking to them, at least you know where he stands. And if you're the kind of person who isn't rocked, it's almost like you get a weird kind of respect, because you have to imagine if he's a veteran, he's been around a lot of different kinds of people and some horrific shit.
Yeah.
And I think his chief prejudice is how soft everybody is. And I've sometimes met people when I was coming up, to be sure, who would do certain things to test your threshold of how much shit you could take before they gave you respect, which is a very odd and as evidenced in this flick, you know, he can't outlast you if you show character. And that's what's kind of fascinating.
Let's see. Yeah, I agree completely. I think this is a great scene. He comes in, he's in the bar telling his racist jokes, and then the priest comes up, and the priest keeps recurring in the movie. He keeps trying to bring him into that a little bit. And, you know, the priest is going to have a glass of milk or whatever. So this is a bar. You're going to have a damn drink. And the guy's like, fine, I want gin and tonic. But then they sit down, and he opens up to him a little bit. Just a little bit, not all the way, but he opens up to him about Korean War, a little bit of stuff. So I think he's making a little bit of progress here. Leonard asks for $5. Thank you. Brandon walks into a bar. Oh, Brandon. We're talking about Biden. Jericho, can you do a reading of this quote as our commander-in-chief?
Oh, no problem. Barkeep, throw a beer in my face.
Thank you very much. And thank you for the super chat.
Thank you very much.
What is this world we're living in, though? I gotta say, continue. Fucking hell. It's a hellscape. Oh, there you go.
Yeah, that little fucker. He hatches his
seen.
plan. Yeah, he hatches his plan that night to steal the Gran Torino. And Clint, this is almost what he's been praying for. He sees him outside. He's like, yeah, fuck yeah. And so he grabs and not just any home defense weapon, he grabs an M1 Garand, which was the same rifle that he used in the 1950 to 53 in the Korean War. From that range, with that rifle and that round, that dude's head is gone. It's all over the place. It's on the car. It's on the wall. It's on the ceiling.
It's the world's worst pinata at this point.
It's out of here. It's out of here. And it's going to go through him and through the wall, through the garage, and probably into somebody's car across the street. But yeah, and that just speaks to the level of violence that he's dealt with. Like this is overkill. He could have grabbed his 1911, but he grabbed the M1 Garand and put a full magazine in it, and it's over. Yeah, that's 7.62. It's a I think it is. It's a 30.
It's guys. It's a carrot. It's a baby carrot.
Yeah, it's enough. And yeah, it was crazy, man. The way he just grabbed that shit and was ready to go out there, and rightfully so. I mean, you know, hey, you're gonna steal somebody's shit. You're gonna violate their privacy like that. Sorry. You know, it's a risk you take.
It killed me.
Imagine Gallagher smashing watermelon. Yeah, that's about the size of it. Yeah,
pretty much. Yeah,
that's a serious firearm. So yeah, so the kid is broken into the garage. He's gonna steal the Gran Torino so he can join the Hmong gang with his cousin and those other assorted weirdos. And it doesn't go well.
So wait a minute, just so we don't get too far past this point. So the M1 Garand is a 30-06. That's a hunting rifle. That's for deer and whatnot. So yeah, from that range and that dude's face, it's a mess. But he's willing to splatter that kid's face all over himself inside of that garage to protect his shit. He's a wild boy.
He's a wild boy. Yeah.
Effective range is 500 yards. That kid's what? 5 feet away.
So we could say overkill.
Yeah.
Yeah. Definitely.
But he doesn't shoot Tao. They get into a scuffle. The flashlights shine at. You can't see this guy. He trips him, and Clint falls on his keister.
The kid falls. He falls. It really turns into like a Keystone Cop moment. Right. The kid falls. He trips and falls. The gun goes off and shoots into the wall or whatever. The kid runs away. Thankfully, you know, nobody died because it turned out to be just some stupid, scared kid. And but he ends up spitting up a little plasma on the floor. And but everybody's okay.
Here's one. Do you remember this from last year?
he shot my arm off. That guy passed away. R.I.P. store owner. Stupid idiots roll up in his store. Southern California. They roll up in his store. Old man grabs a shotty because he saw him coming in on the camera and just gives that dude the business, man. Right in his arm. And you hear the guy say, he shot my arm off. Well, we'll fuck around. So then he's almost taunting him. Then he pulls it out to the very edge of the driveway. Here's my shit. He's washing it. He's shining it up. He's waxing it. Here's that beautiful thing. Here's that beautiful shiny thing that you wanted. Come try and get this motherfucker again. Right. Try it again.
It reminds me of a more sophisticated and more moral version of Death Wish with Charles Bronson. Because remember, by the time we get to Death Wish 2 or 3, one of them, he's getting an expensive camera. And in the 70s, a camera is like an iPhone now, right? This is a very expensive thing to have. There's still expensive cameras, but you know what I mean. And he's twirling the camera, walking down the street, so hoodlums will mug him. And they pull out I'm talking about Death Wish now. They pull out a switchblade. He shoots the guy through the heart and the spine and kills him. And the guy didn't even attack him. He just showed him a knife. So he was like looking for it. So here you get a more sensible version of that. Of here's the car. So this isn't I'm baiting you to kill you. To me, this is like defiance, right? You're not going to cow me. You're not going to scare me. I'm going to put this thing out on the street. Come and get it then.
Yeah, you ain't going to do shit. He's scared of nothing. He is in that way. He's the same as the girl. She has no back down. He doesn't have any either. It doesn't necessarily go looking for trouble, but if trouble finds him, it's come up against an immovable object.
Yeah. I mean, I was shocked he even had to say get off my lawn because I imagined it was just filled with mines. After seeing the scene.
He knew where they were. Him and the dog knew where they were. He wasn't worried about shit.
He'd walk, he'd dance in the yard, go back.
With the dog. He has a dog. He has like a lab, and the dog's really cool.
Is the Honda Civic lowered with the exhaust and the spoiler the official car of the Raiders? Do you think it is? Or I mean, this is a car I cannot stand since high school. Sorry if you have one.
Oh yeah, it's the like the Fast and the Furious cars.
I hate it. I still see them to this day. Womp womp. You got a 4-cylinder. Congratulations.
You got a 4-banger, fool.
Hey, we got
And all that. But see, this is the first 2 or 3 Fast and the Furious movies. Now they're like some international super agents, which is some of the stupidest shit I've ever seen in my life. But the first 2 or 3 were, like cars like this, much nicer, but that whole streets, lowered the exhaust and all the bells and whistles on the Acuras and shit. Or a rubber dildo on wheels.
Now, while I don't agree with your assessment, I think it's funny. I think it's funny to insult this car. I hate this car.
Yeah, it's a special car.
One of my least favorite cars.
And it's loud. The exhaust, like they show it, throughout the movie, and it's all loud and shit. And it's full of those little bitch ass gangbangers.
And of course, it has the primer hood. Of course, it does. Anyway, okay. So things are developing. Let's see. Right. So so the guys, they're gonna rough him up. What happened here again? I don't remember this exactly.
They were gonna fuck him up because he didn't steal the Gran Torino.
Right.
And they wanted him to come out with them. Same thing. They keep riding. Come on. So then he grabs him, and then the confrontation. He's trying to get away. They're trying to take him. The confrontation literally spills over in his yard. They end up breaking some of his lawn gnomes. And
do it.
That was my favorite gnome.
That was my favorite fucking gnome. Damn it, you little zipper heads. You hear that about 400 times.
Right.
This is his tribute to Quentin Tarantino with the N-word. He loves that word in his movies. But he takes that in one Garand again, and he points at him, "Get off my lawn," to these little gangbangers and shit. And they're like, "Yay, man, fuck you, man. You ain't gonna do shit." What did he say? I'll put a round through your face, go inside, sleep like a baby. And he meant that shit. Like, that was no hyperbole.
He wasn't talking shit. He actually meant it.
Yeah, I think he said something much cooler than I did. But he basically told him, "Dude, I'll blow your face off and then go in the house and fall asleep before the police show up." So, and I'm sure he totally could, because he was in the war. The kid asked him, "Hey, how many people did you kill in Korea?" And he goes, like, 13. That's a lot of fucking people, man. And I'm sure it was in a very short amount of time, because it was what, 50 to 53?
Yeah.
So I'm sure all of those years weren't combat, or maybe they were, but still, you're knocking down fucking 8 people a year. That's a lot. And maybe it was even a shorter period of time than that. That could have been in a fucking day.
You think when you look at this movie, and we were talking about Death Wish, we're talking about this movie, I don't know how well you can fake that, I would actually kill you thing if you haven't been in some shit and done some shit. Because you think about Bronson, you think about Eastwood, you think about a lot of these actors, and the people who try to do the tough version of them, who have padded out resumes, they don't have the same thing. They don't have it. Whatever it is, they don't have it.
See, now you're bringing me to the Josh Whedon dialogue.
I seriously can't do it.
Buffy the Vampire Slayer, the Marvel Cinematic Universe.
Shit, man.
That
Sorry,
quip,
folks.
the quip. I thought you said you knew these guys. That quip a minute. Mm-hmm. That is how a pussy thinks a tough person talks.
Exactly. Just like when you see the Ku Klux Trans members, they're acting the way they think that opposite sex does. They don't know. You're just guessing. And you can watch all the footage and talk to all the people and read all the stuff you want. You can't do it. You can only do what you think it is, because you don't know what that feels like. And
again, going back to that thing I said earlier, you only know something if you did it. I don't care if someone explained it to you. Yep. You read it in a fucking book. You took 10 college courses and got all kinds of degrees. Doesn't mean shit if you haven't actually done it. I saw these 2 guys joking. This guy said, "I told my wife I wanted to get in touch with my feminine side, so I hit the curb with the car, and then I didn't talk to my wife the rest of the day for no reason." So,
damn. Well, but this is the thing too. Like, you guys were talking about working construction. I never worked construction, but I did work in downtown Chattanooga at a now defunct industrial chicken farm called Seaboard Farms. And they brought me in for a day, which could have been a terrible mistake, because INS was in town. So I was doing light industrial work at an industrial chicken farm. I was brown, and INS was looking for people to ship back to Mexico. And I remember thinking, and they said, "Do you have proof of residence?" And I'm like, "Why?" Because I was just showing up for some work. And the guy I worked with, his name was Harley. and Harley pretty much looked like Clint, but had seen tougher days. And I picked up a giant PVC pipe off the ground because we were moving stuff, and it sloshed forward once, tried to overcorrect, sloshed backwards, poured down my back, and I said, Harley, what the fuck was that? And Harley went, oh man, it's best not to think about it. Fucking hilarious. And then he asked me, I'm covered in shit at the end of the day, and he goes, we're walking across the courtyard, and there's this forklift with giant chicken cages. It's so loud, you can't hear shit in there. Like, he's so loud. And he goes, you can't really go by sound, so you need to look in time walking on these lines back and forth in the courtyard. And you don't fuck up, man, because this guy we had a little while back, man, and like, it was the most fucked up thing. And at the end of the day, covered in shit, he goes, hey, man, you're a good guy. You want to go to the strip club? And I'm like, I wouldn't do this to anyone.
Yeah.
What the fuck are you doing? So, yeah, you have those experiences. You know a few things about life.
I got the poo on me.
You're going to go right to the strip club with the poo on your shirt?
I've got salmonella shit on my back, man.
Like, ooh, you work at the chicken plant, don't you?
Oh, you must have a lot of money, girl.
You got that
That's right.
scent. You got that.
Take him back to the dip
scent.
room. Oh, baby.
Take him back to the Copenhagen room.
That's right. Kodiak Lounge. Sorry, go ahead.
Not that pussy skull.
That's right.
And Joe Dirt, when he comes out of the shop, he's like, look, Dad, I got you some Copenhagen. None of that pussy skull.
It's so true, though. Scary. Oh, you got a little baby mouth. Here's some skull for you. Newborn.
But yeah, they so to them he's a hero. They are literally lining his steps with gifts and flowers and food because they appreciate him coming to the rescue of
Tao.
Yeah, remember that. Tao, yeah. He came to his rescue literally because who knows what those punks were going to do, and he was down to blast if he had to. But he's like, no, stop. I don't need that. Tell him stop. I don't want all this shit. Stop. No, please. Just wait right there. And then people are just like, they don't even hear him. They just keep coming, keep loading shit up because it's what they do. It's their culture. And so the girl acts as translator, between her mom and her brother, or basically between her mom. And she's saying, she's like, talk, fucking like hits him, talk, say something, you little motherfucker. And he's like, I'm sorry for trying to steal your car. He's brought dishonor to the family. He's made them look like, in their eyes, now they're viewed as thieves because her son went over there and did that. And she's very pissed off. The whole family's pissed off. And they want him to allow Tao to come over there and work it off. Like, he's your personal slave for the week. You make him do whatever you need done because that's the only way he can bring honor back to the family. Right. And they're not taking no for an answer. She's like, please, you have to.
What a great thing that we lost culturally, man. Like a culture of honor, a culture of face. Like you have to save face for your family. It's a beautiful thing. Yeah. My mom would talk to me about that a lot. She's like, it doesn't, matter if something is right or wrong. Sometimes in the social setting, it matters how it looks. Like if you're doing something that's okay, but like it still looks really trashy and bad, you shouldn't do it because you're going to dishonor your family. So I've always thought about that a lot. To me, it's like that getting in a fight in the middle of a Walmart. You know what I mean? Like we've all seen the videos. Dude. The guys in like Denver Nuggets shorts and they're getting pulled off and you can see his ass crack and he's got the other guy in a headlock and some lady's hitting him with her slipper and like,
dude, do you think
we are not covering ourselves in glory with this behavior?
I love you, Gabe, sincerely, but it's 2023. You think we're there at Walmart? There was a new fight video from Disney World over a freaking photo op.
Now listen, Donald Duck had that coming. He'd been giving Minnie the eye. Mickey Mouse told him to back the fuck off. Donald doesn't
watch out there, Donald. Watch out. I warned you, you feathered cocksucker.
They're just getting
hi, Donald. Why no pants?
I can see your duck dick.
I didn't see the latest Disney World fight. There was a new one because
there's a new one. And you guys know how you get your hair combed like that in an Asian household? It's a lot of smacking up the back of the fucking head.
Yeah, I'm sure before before he came outside, his mom read him the riot act. Yeah, she fucked him up because he's, dishonored everybody. So, yeah, she makes him basically they make him agree to that. And the preacher, guess who?
Yeah.
Yep.
The Irish preacher. I got to address Mouse C here because he's a Mickey Mouse fan, and we're talking about that fight at Disney World. Plumber Crack is vastly overrated. Now, show of hands, who is overrating Plumber's Crack? Who's like, I can really go for some
I can really
crack,
go for
right?
a man's, the top 4 inches of a man's disgusting ass.
Ooh, it's got some hair on it, boy. My lucky day.
That ain't nothing but flavor saver, brother.
Oh.
He's got an ass brow.
An ass brow.
No.
Yeah.
Thank you. No.
Yeah, let's not have it.
Oh, look at this, though. Look at this. Danky Frankie. As I was leaving the theater, a big 7-foot gangbanger looking guy was weeping because this is a movie about fatherhood and the sacrifices a good father will make for his kids. Right. Yeah, I said early, this is such an excellent movie, a very touching movie. Absolutely. And that whole father, son, mentor, coach, the older man to the younger man telling you could be more than you ever dreamed. It's a thing of beauty. It's a thing.
Get your shit together, man.
Yeah. Oh, so let's see. Oh, okay. So he has another little conversation with this, with the priest, and then he goes into his barber. And the barber, this is funny, the scenes here, because these guys just rip each other. He's calling him an Italian wop this, and you're a stupid Polak that, and it's just insult a minute because they're buddies. It's not serious,
Yeah, it's they're coming at each other with both barrels.
Right.
But I remember my dad talking shit with his friends. He had a good friend named Jim, and he owned a wrecking yard. And so every time we go there to visit, automatic shit talking. If Jim was on the phone, like he'd hang up immediately, and they go back and forth. And as a kid, I would just sit back and just watch them spar with each other, watch men interact. And it's true. When you have your friends, your good friends or your close family members or whatever, brother, cousin, whatever, you're going to talk shit to each other. That's just how we communicate. That's our love language. Like, that's how we talk to each other. It just is. It just happens.
Well, and if you think about it physically, what do we do when we're little boys? We jump on each other, headlocks, wrestling, punching, and it's all in good fun. This sparring and shit talk, calling this guy a wop or a dago or some Italian insult. Yeah. It's the same thing. It's just wrestling and noogies, and it is. It's how we love each other as men.
And the cool thing is, you can tailor your shit talk to every single person. It's like a snowflake. There's no shit talk package is the same. It's tailored for every different person.
That and he's the only man he will let cut his hair too.
Right.
They have that history. You know what I mean?
I think it's hilarious. Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
No. Go, man. Go.
Oh, one of the things he tells him that I think is so funny. He's like, okay, $10. And Clint Eastwood's like, damn. He's like, dude, it's been $10 for the last 5 years. But he tells him, I was hoping you would die so someone who knew how to cut hair would replace you finally or whatever.
Yeah.
And I don't know. The banter is great. And as a man, and a man who does manly pursuits, it's very authentic. This is the football locker room. This is, I haven't been in the military, but I assume the military is the same way, Jericho. And this is definitely the filthy construction site. Definitely, that kind of talk.
Oh, there's one thing that fucking pisses me off. It pissed me off at the time, and it pisses me off when I think about it. So I was talking, it was right when Trump was running for office in 2016. And I was talking to somebody, and he was like, oh, so-and-so's here. Oh, what's going on? And then we start talking, and this topic came up, and he was like, I said, it was the whole grab him by the pussy thing. I was like, he said in the audio that women let you. I know it's only 3 letters.
Operative word, let.
Yeah, it's only 3 letters, but in this case, it means everything. They let you. And this is somebody that I was in the industry with in radio. We've been to tons of concerts, meet and greets, all this shit. And even if you're not in the business, you know what a groupie is and you know what they're capable of. And I was like, this is locker room talk. I said, this is how you talk with your homeboys. He's like, I don't talk like this with my friends. I was like, what?
Dude, I agree with your friend. I respected women so many times today, dude. I just
I don't do. He's all. We don't talk like this. With my friends, I
So
was
then
like,
your
you don't have no
are
friends.
not men.
You don't have friends.
What's all this let shit? Oh, sorry. I
Let?
Whoa.
What?
Yeah, you
But
know,
he-
that,
Listen.
now, when they
All the
let you-
cattle want it. Wait, what?
Oh.
Shit.
But yeah,
No, I
that's
mean,
I had
look.
to let that go because I was so emotional. I was so frustrated by them playing stupid, the Trump haters, and
Yeah.
pretending he didn't say let. They're just trying to ignore that word. Like, it's like, did you steal that car, Jericho? I was like, no, he let me borrow it. Like, let is like, yes. They
Oh,
want
That
it.
word, it means everything.
Right.
It's everything. It's a difference between a consensual act and a crime.
Right.
It's kind of
Yeah.
important.
Right.
Well, what is what?
Rather grab
know
a
you-
pussy than be a pussy.
Sorry, go. Yeah.
I agree.
Well,
I
but
agree
here's
with
here's the other aspect of that too, right? This is the thing that's driven me the most crazy, and some stand-up did a great bit about it. Well, it's a basic, very one-line bit, which is, if you think words are violence, you've never been punched in the face. And I remember thinking, yeah, like guys, I know that, I would tell people, I know the difference between words and getting punched in the face. They are profoundly different.
Very clear.
Stabbed slightly different as well than words. It's like, get the fuck out of here, man.
Right.
And then this guy. Let's talk about the villain of this piece.
Okay,
Son
well,
of a bitch.
the real, this is, as you said before the show started, Sean, I think it was you.
No, it wasn't me.
This is father on son crime.
Yeah.
No, I
this
don't
is
believe
Scott
in such a
East-
thing.
This is Scott Eastwood, right? This is Clint Eastwood's actual
Yes, I did
blood.
say it, dude.
Not in the movie, in real life. This is his son.
Yes.
He's like, son,
I'll tell the same joke I told you guys before.
I got a role for you in a movie.
So what is it, Dad?
So, well, the whale's vagina is 6 feet wide. That will be the second biggest pussy in the world after the character you're about to play.
This guy, hip hop, Vanilla Ice, whatever you want to call him,
Oh man.
he does not acquit himself well in front of his woman when things go south. This is not good.
Yeah, how
It
they
ain't
crossed
good.
paths, I don't even know. Maybe
Right.
she was walking down the street. Obviously, it's not the greatest of areas, and this little turd slides up next to her. They're walking down the street together, and then these three black dudes start getting a little aggressive, and it doesn't end up well for
I
them.
like the guy. I think it's the guy with the booze in the bag. I think it's him. It could be the striped shirt. One of them says to the Asian girl, "Why don't you bring that tight little ass over here?" And I'm just like, well, guys, how do you know that's the case? You know, and I'm just saying. You know.
I think it's the guy in the stripes
Okay.
who says that he's the leader. He's the leader. He's the mouthiest one
Right.
of all.
And they just start getting filthy and crude. And hey,
Yeah.
you're dropping off a present for us, is what they tell, homie the clown here, Scott Easton. And they get
For some
rough.
reason, they're not intimidated by him.
Not in
No.
the least.
No,
And he's like, "Oh, hey, bro, we're cool, bro." No, shut the fuck up.
right.
Call me, bro. I'll kick your ass.
Oh
fucking
my
go up
god, look
against
at
the
that
fence.
poor bastard.
And he's
Shaking
like
shit.
shaking. He's terrified,
Yeah.
And these guys are just laughing at him and being scary, but also just mocking him and shit.
Yeah,
And the
they're not
girl,
worried in the least.
she's just spouting off. She is
Mm-hmm.
mocking these three black guys to their face, calling them clowns. Oh, you're going to call me a bitch and a whore in the same sentence. Oh, you're going to complete the stereotype and slap me or whatever. She's just
Yeah.
going after these guys.
Not worried at all.
Right,
Enough balls for her and him.
right.
She's not worried in the least. And
Right.
she's not backing down, and she's telling him to fuck off. And so he happens to pull up and see that they're having some issues. They see that they're outnumbered, and shit could get bad. So he sits there for a letter. He lets it, like the guy said in Action Jackson, he says, best to let it percolate a little. So he's letting it happen. He's playing it out, probably formulating a plan, seeing, watching everybody, seeing how aggressive it's getting. And then he pulls up over there and, lays
I
down the
love
law.
what he says when he gets out of the truck. Now, I've only seen this movie once, like 4 hours ago, but he says something like,
You ever come across someone that you just shouldn't have fucked with?
Yeah.
he's like, well, I'm that person. And they're just
Yeah.
like, who the fuck? You get your wrinkly old white ass out of here.
Yeah.
Blah, 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 and this and
He's
that.
like, get the fuck out of here while I still let you. Like they're totally,
Right,
thinking this is some silly old man who's just nosy. and, no.
Oh, he does. Oh, Shrapnel reminds me. Does he say some racial epithets? Yes, he does, but it's not like it's undeserved. Yeah, these guys are being shitheads, so you call them ugly names. Sure, I get
Yeah.
it.
At least you're not his barber. It's like, you could be worse.
An old school name against blacks, a spook. I
Yeah.
haven't heard that in ages.
Spook, Shine, Jigaboo, like the old shit. For real.
Can I be real?
The first time I heard Jigaboo in middle school, I couldn't stop laughing. What kind of word is that? I don't even know what kind of what language is that. I don't even know what that means.
But isn't, when you think about all this shit, like, there are those moments when you do, well, at least my experience, you meet a really old racist and they use a term you don't even know what it means. Like, they're trying to tell you, you damn this, and you look at them and you're like, the fuck did you, what does that even mean?
Here's how old
I'm not offended, I'm confused.
I don't even know. Is this a real racial slur? Because it fucking should be.
What does that even mean?
Look, man.
It's some of those fucking moon crickets. You know how they
I
are.
know, racial slurs mean fucking, they're insane.
Coming out, damn it. If I walk in my house one more time, I see all them dadgum moon crickets over there hanging out in the front yard, we gonna move. Not my daughter, you fucking moon cricket.
Oh, jeez.
Nah, I heard his daughter was dating one of those moon
crickets.
Yeah.
Man, look.
Oh,
hey, come on in here. Look at the news. Look at that damn moon crickets on there.
Diesel is saying that's a real slur.
Please tell me that's not real.
I don't know.
Is that a real?
No, I
slur?
think he's talking about spook. Because he was born in 1930. So these words are going back to like the 20s and 30s and stuff. So yeah, these are super old terms, but to him, you know, that's what he knows. But and the thing about it is he's not just talking about the black folks. Everybody gets it.
Oh yeah,
so he's like a burn. He's like a human episode of South Park. Everybody's getting it. You got Dagos, Wops, Irish, Jews. Everybody's getting it from Mr.
Every
Walt.
slur you've ever heard and dozens you haven't.
He gives them to
I'm
you.
going to need you to fill out this self-identification form, and then I'm going to have to cross-check it with my slurs. It'll just take a minute.
I don't even
Be
know
right
what the
back.
hell you're supposed to be.
Dude, and I think I was thinking when he pulls his finger out and does that, it's almost like he's practicing. Like, you know, boom, boom, boom. You know, this guy, this guy.
You mean?
Right.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Whatever. Planning, fantasizing, getting a hard on, whatever.
Yeah, exactly. He's better than Viagra. He's better than Sencor.
Ask your doctor about Sencor.
You don't have a loaded pistol? Try Sencor.
Yeah,
he's ready to blast these fools, but he's just kind of like, okay, boom, 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 and then they keep getting mouthy, but they still ain't doing shit because he's showing some crazy red flags here. They're like, what the fuck? And then
he shows them a 1911.
Yeah, then he reaches in and pulls out a 1911, which is a very serious pistol. They're heavy, they're 45 caliber, they're intimidating. The size of the hole on that barrel will make you soil yourself. And obviously he's shown that he ain't scared of those fools. So they're probably imagining, and rightfully so, that he will use that shit. Right. So then that's when they start to get real apologetic and really kind.
Right. Let's see. Real quick here. I love this from the world's #1 Raider fan, Diesel. My buddy Quinn, who is 6 foot. Now this is like walking, on a tightrope. I'm gonna have to be very careful reading this.
Yeah, don't mess up this tongue twister.
My buddy Quinn, who is 6'9", 350-pound black dude. Nickname, I gotta go slow here, Big Nick Digger. You almost got me.
That is some scary stuff.
I mean, that's a mixed bag. It could be, if some letters were different. If we had Vanna White up here, to turn some things around, it could get bad. But it's a compliment too. So I mean, what are you gonna do?
Right. Well, speaking of this kind of shit, hold on.
And if that guy's 6'9", 350, you tell him to change his nickname.
This is one of the all-time best racist things.
People that annoy you.
For those of you
that was
on South
terrifying.
Park, it's like people who annoy you, and the answer is naggers.
Yes,
but
that's not what he says.
Stanley's father doesn't know that
because he's Stanley's father. He's Randy. And one of the funniest parts of that scene is after he says it, you see the black camera guy stick his head from behind the camera and look at him. It was because, of course, it was dead silence. But man, oh man, what a great episode that was. moments. But that's Randy.
It's a good
That's what he
thing there are
does.
not a lot of horrifying moments on Wheel of Fortune. It's like
Not like that. Not yet.
Oh no, there's been some
But,
good ones. There was the what was it? Shoot, it was something where it was supposed to be like wedding dress and cold shower, and she said cold shower, and of course,
Oh,
Pat
Ooh,
Sajak.
ooh,
It's the
ooh.
greatest thing ever because Pat Sajak had to collect himself. Like they actually, you could tell there was a cut in the middle where he had to recover, and then they kind of came back. It was beautiful.
Two
God help us.
great game show moments I remember. The first one is a very unclear memory because I was like all the way back in high school, like 25 years ago for me. And it was Wheel of Fortune, and I was watching it somehow, and they couldn't win, the three people. And I don't know what it said on there, but it basically
It was painful. It was teachers. It was teachers.
It basically said Uberry and cakes. And
Yeah,
like
it was
they
something
couldn't
awful.
they couldn't get it. And I'm like, oh, like I
It
wasn't
wasn't
there.
Jeopardy.
dumbass.
But another great. Oh no, it'll come back to me. I forgot it now that I was talking about the stupid pancakes. So let's see. This kind of racism that's going on right now is absolutely it's phony. I have a very cavalier attitude about racism because I'm Mexican and Libyan, as you all know, and I grew up very mixed. And then I grew up in a town that's mixed. My best friend's Filipino, black friends, white friends. Some of my best friends were white guys, Filipino guys. So to me, it was never about what someone was. That was always like boring to me. That was the least interesting thing to me about my friends. It's who they were and what they did. You know what I mean? We go to my Filipino friend's house. We have a little bit different food. Not a great driver, but otherwise, you know, just like everybody else.
Other than that, great guy.
So I have a very cavalier. I love racist jokes. I think they're funny, and I don't. And so the woke stuff, it just doesn't work for me. Like whatever, dude. You guys are full of shit. Have a sense of humor about it. At the end of it all, we're all the same.
Like I said, man, understanding. You know,
Right. We're all
with
the
some
same.
understanding, you know, Walt could probably be a friend of yours.
What is the Shanth? What is the bad word for an Indian? Well, I'm not being funny.
Where are you talking about?
Just like what's the main?
Where
one?
are we
What is-
geographically?
What is the main?
Well, where
one?
are we geographically? Because I hate to break this to people, but I came from a simple folk. There was only one racial slur for anybody who was darker than, I don't know,
Oh, really?
beige.
You were
And
called a
that was
nagger?
the word I was called. Yes.
They called you a nagger. My brother moved to Oklahoma.
Yeah, they said I nagged people all the time. They go, you know how Shanth is such an annoying nagger? And I would say, excuse me, I don't nag that much. And then they were like, you know, yeah. And then it's like, and man, I lost every fucking game of Cowboys and Indians. I don't know if you guys found that, but it was rough because it was like the whole neighborhood, and then I would just have to run. It
And you
was
make it a
some
step. I
scary
got-
shit.
It was very one-sided.
Yeah.
Yes,
Well,
John, you're right. That was the one that evolved around Gulf War One. It was already there, but that was all it was.
Oh, I've been
after
called that.
1991.
Yeah, I like that
Yeah.
word. That's a very
That's-
funny word to me.
Yep.
Yeah,
I got called
relatively
an,
new.
I let a guy have it because he called me a nagger once, and I said, "Hey, it's naga, okay? That's our word, naga."
Okay.
Okay.
I've been called that before in school, and they all got, you know, what they deserve. So scales are balanced, man.
All right. So he threatens these guys with his loaded 1911 beautiful pistol.
Mhm.
I
Very
think the most
persuasive.
beautiful. I think it's the most beautiful. A sterling silver, like just a nice chromed out one or whatever. I think that's a gorgeous
Yeah.
piece.
That's
Beautiful. It's a very
great
serious
acting.
gun.
Great act. That's the face you make. Fantastic acting. That would
Yeah.
be exactly the face you would make in that
Hey, you know, it
situation.
is really good acting. Look at his eyes and his
He's
eyebrows. That's a real holy shit kind of
Yeah,
expression on his
he's not.
face.
Oh,
Can
this turned real fast.
This is the thing, though. I want to make sure I say though, because we were talking about great supporting cast in these movies, blah blah, all that stuff. It's great, but in the past, one of the things I love about Eastwood, what makes him Mr. Eastwood, dare I say, what makes him a genius is he's famous for also bringing in a lot of first-time actors or green actors and giving them their shot on the big screen and teaching them how to act for movies, which is very different. And I bet you, I don't know for sure, but I'm not saying they were first-time actors, but the reason you see so many great actors who you've never heard of put on the screen, he's had a lot to do with that. He's a hell of a, figure in Hollywood, an icon, dare I say.
And what a stamp of approval to have.
Right.
You know, I was in a Clint Eastwood movie. Okay, come on in.
Yep.
Real
right.
quick, I'm being attacked by no. One of the great names, the Batman theme song for a name. Gabe from Libya and don't want a gold-plated desert eagle. Suspicious.
Hmm.
What? Why gotta be a desert eagle? Just because
Ah,
my people
fool.
from the desert. Ugh. I ruffled some feathers today or this week because I posted a little YouTube reel and an Instagram short talking about how stupid it is having that black lady play Cleopatra and all that. And you get some people irritated with you when you say stuff like that.
You don't say.
when you're historically correct and you point out she's a Greek Macedonian, Macedonian Greek, whatever. And people get out. But apparently, I think Jericho, you actually commented on because they had 1% like audience approval on Rotten Tomatoes.
Yeah.
I want to know who are the 1% of the people who loved this movie. Like I gotta know who these people are.
Yeah, they're the same people that same guys who would wear pussy hats. Like the same guy who would say, I'm a male feminist. That's who gave that 1%. That's who they are. They have to be. Because I just don't see how that could get anything on Rotten Tomatoes or any other movie critique website.
Sean, a question for you. You on Instagram. Oh my God.
It's a leg-based social media.
Hey,
that's right.
Hey, look at them gams.
Hey, fucking gams. Hey, nice gams there, sweetheart.
Yep. I am on Instagram. Sean and Jenny I got about 30,000 followers, so I've been on there for a little while.
Put your link in the private chat, and then I'll put it in the regular chat.
Oh, sorry. I thought you wanted a photo of my link. Hold on a second. This will take a little longer.
Yeah, we'll get that next.
Snap.
Yeah, Instagram.
Yeah, see? Yeah, let me see those gams, see?
That's right. It's a gam, see?
Hold on a second while I
It's a gam scam, see? You never take me alive, copper.
It's the OnlyFans for grandmas, Instagram.
That's right.
Oh.
Wait, what was the link, though?
What do you think of that, Sonny?
You just brought that to a screeching halt. Thank you.
Yeah, you want that from the back, Sonny? Yeah.
I can see the rails from here.
Reminds me of the summer of 36.
The gams. Oh, shit. Now it's a thing.
Now gams.
Here we go.
You know where you can get the best gams in town, brother? Pasta Mania. We got gams of all kinds. Fat one, thin one, young ones, old one. Not too young. The Hulkster always follows along.
Yes.
But if you want gams, we've got the gams you want. No naggers allowed.
That's right, brother. And if you want to get a look at some real good gams, brother, come back in the kitchen at Pasta Mania, brother. I'll be back there lifting that sweet semolina high like I lift that angry giant in the Pontiac Silverdome, brother.
No, Hulkster, if I wanted to get a good look at your gams while you were making that rigatoni, are you still wearing the booty shorts, the red and yellow booty shorts when you cook?
That's right, brother. What you see me in this picture, brother. Like when I come out to that ring with those knee-high yellow boots, brother. That's what I wear in the back when I'm making that rigatoni, brother.
And you're not worried about ever burning your legs since they're bare? I mean, half your butt cheek is showing. You're not worried about getting burned?
I'm not making the rigatoni with my ass, brother.
Oh, I wish you were. Not anymore, right? So
not anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah, the health department kind of shut that down, brother.
Well, the taste has changed, but it's still good. So yeah. All right. Well, thank you for dropping in, Hulkster. He is our number one sponsor for the show, and everyone get out to Pasta Mania. Kids eat free on Tuesdays. Thank you very much, Hulkster. Anyway. He saves the girl from the gangsters on the corner. Yep. Tells her to get in the truck.
Scott Eastwood.
Oh, that's right. And then he tells homie the clown here. Where is he? He tells you get the fuck out of here, pussy. Where's the? Oh, there he is. But he tells him to get the hell out of here, you stupid pussy. So that's it.
That's great.
Imagine your dad puts you in a movie. It's cool, but then that's the role he has you play.
Just to get shit on.
What about they aren't your bro, and I don't blame them.
That's right.
Damn, son, he's going in on his son.
They don't want to hang around you, and I don't blame him.
Yeah, wait a minute. Piece of shit.
No.
And you never do your homework. Dad, I feel like this is crossing over to some personal shit.
Yeah, fuck you.
He starts calling him his real name. He starts calling him Scott instead of the characters.
Scott, you're a pussy. A giant
Get the fuck out of here, Scott. Piece of shit.
Now, you guys know that I hate to interrupt this show with just goofing off. I never do it, really.
Never do
No. But we were saving this news. It's big news. We were saving this for later. But let's bring the Hulkster back in because he spoiled the announcement. Pasta Mania opening for the 2023-2024 season. at Raider Stadium in Vegas. Hulkster, I know you didn't want to talk about it yet, but what can people look forward to at Allegiant Stadium in Las Vegas, Nevada, when they go to Passamania inside of Raider Stadium?
Who the hell put that rumor out there, brother? I told you last time I was right here on Double Impact, Triple Threat, brother. As long as there's oxygen in my body, brother, and I can ride that red and yellow Harley down the PCH, brother, I will never cook a fucking noodle inside of the Raiders Stadium, brother.
So are you going to be cooking outside, like tailgating? Or
I'll never cook on the property, brother. That's a lie from Southern California, brother.
Oh, my gosh. Why do you think he would lie about this?
Because he wants something good in his life, brother. He wants something good in his sports life, brother. All he has is the Raiders, brother. That's loss after loss, brother.
Oh, my God. Would Raiders players or fans, they'd be welcome at Pastamania, though, right?
I take everybody's money, brother, but I wouldn't step anywhere near that stadium, brother.
Oh, man.
I'd cruise on by on that red and yellow Harley, brother.
Oh, wow. I'm sorry that I told all you guys there was a Pastamania open at Raiders Stadium. I thought you'd had a change of heart, Hulkster. I didn't mean to lead people astray that way. I'm sorry, man. Can you forgive me?
Not cool, brother. And let me run into that diesel somewhere in public, brother. You're getting that Hulk Hogan patent leg drop, brother.
Oh, wow. Diesel, you're on notice. Watch out for the Hulkster. Watch out. Oh, goodness. Okay. We'll let you go back to the kitchen in the booty shorts in Clearwater, Florida. Oh, thank you, Hulkster. We'll see you later.
They're not booty shorts, brother. I'm not Daisy Duke in the kitchen, brother. They're wrestling short. They're wrestling underwear, brother.
I seem to have upset the Hulkster. All right, then. Wrestling shorts it is. Have a great night, Mr. Hogan.
Now I'm all pissed off, brother.
Well, go use that energy to make that rigatoni. You got hungry customers out in that dining room. He needs a drink too much.
He needs a drink. Yes, throat's gone now.
My pasta credits have been discounted. No. Let's see. I'm sorry for folks who aren't listening to this on headphones. Let's see. The Raider Nation ain't going to be happy. The Hawks are backing out of the deal. Ooh, we'll have to ask about that later. He's saying
lies,
that
man.
the Hawks chickened out.
Lies.
Oh, goodness. All right. Well, speaking of needing a drink, I'll be right back. I got to go grab a water, but can you guys handle it right here? He's taking the girl back to her place, and I'll be right back.
Yeah, this is saving his family is becoming a habit. Because
I love the way you put that.
The very next day, who saves again? He saved the boy. Now he saves the girl, brings her back home. If he didn't like the people bringing him mounds of food and gifts and flowers, he's not doing a very good job. Because now you're even more of a hero because you came to the aid. You came to the aid of that girl. You could have drove by. You could have ignored it. Or you could have just pulled up and got in the truck, but no, you got out, made sure that she was safe, and the danger was at bay. So
that sort of brings us back though to Kudiev, right? Like we're learning so much about this dude's character. He apparently can't.
No, he couldn't have.
Yeah.
I mean, if he were different, yes, but the Walt that he is, no way, he couldn't live with that.
Yeah, I love the way you put that. The Walt that he is, which we're slightly concerned about.
There may be a different Walt out there, but this one, no, he wasn't walking or driving away from that and allowing that to happen.
Yeah, he wasn't built that way. Mm-hmm. No, sir.
So
did those boys help that lady?
Yeah, they end up at first he's complaining like, why don't they fucking help her? And then I think the one in the green they start picking up the stuff that fell out. So but it's just a little moment where he's worried about justice and good character and stuff. Then he's always disgusted with this model.
Little bastards. Man, if my son walked past an old lady who dropped her groceries and didn't stop and help her, oh man, there'd be hell to pay.
Right.
What would happen, Jericho? Yeah, I let me tell you something. I don't know if you guys ever watched In Living Color, man, but that was like a staple in our household. And I love the mom on the infinity phone cord going, all you have to do with that child is give him a nice, open-handed smack in the mouth. And I used to just freaking... That was youth, man. A nice, open-handed smack in the mouth.
Give him a nice quality smack across the chops.
I only got slapped by my parent, my father. My mom never slapped me. I got slapped by my dad once when I was 12, and I 100% deserved it. You do bonehead.
Once you're missing
shit.
out.
You do bonehead, dangerous shit. It wasn't hard. It was just like, yeah. I was with my brother outside. We had fireworks. We were doing this, that, and the other. And I had a lighter. And I saw a butter knife outside. And I just lit the lighter. I'm 12. On the lighter on the butter knife. And I just hold it and hold it and hold it. My brother's doing some fireworks in my restaurant. And I take the hot butter knife and just stick it on my brother's forearm. No idea why I did that. He just starts screaming, "Wah!" and tells my dad what I did. And my dad's like, "What the hell is wrong with you?" And then I think I woke up from the trance. I was like, "Oh yeah, why did I burn him for no reason?"
Great question.
It felt good.
Excellent inquiry, father.
I deserved that one. I had no hard feelings there. My brother and I, we never fought. We never got physical and beat each other. It was like a one-off. I have no idea why that happened. No idea.
Slow poisoning, nothing serious. It was like,
yeah, wasn't like that with me and my brother.
No,
yeah.
You guys would have wars.
No, my brother was older than me. He was a dick.
He
He was a stereotypical older brother. It's an asshole.
There you go.
Right. Let's see. There was a point. Simply Green. There was a point where media showed the kids talking sass and the old people unable to do anything. They'd have been some physical discipline in my day. Yeah, I do. We wish we lived in a world where if you're misbehaving at the store, an adult can tell any 9-year-old, "Hey, don't talk to your mom that way." And the mom would be like, "Thank you."
I've done that.
I've actually done it too.
I've done that too, but let's move on.
But it worked surprisingly. I didn't get anything back negative for it. So I remember there was a mom and a daughter walking in Vaughn's, our local grocery store here, and she had some vodka in the cart, and the 7-year-old's like, "What's that, mommy?" And she's like, "Oh, it's alcohol. Me and dad don't drink, but it's for grandma and grandpa." She's like, "It's not drinking's not good for you, but they wanted me to bring it." And I just turned to the little girl and go, "Listen to your mom. She's right. Drinking is stupid." And so I gave the mom a boost there. She didn't tell me to mind my own fucking business. So
yep.
I don't know.
I'm just like picturing like the Shanth version. "Listen to your mom or I'll come to your house and kill you."
Kill you, you little shit.
What? Too much? Do I need to pump the brake?
you gotta sleep sometime.
Exactly. That's right. Be a shame if something happened to you. Have a good day, ladies.
So here we go with this one, going over like a lead balloon with the son and the wife with the Crass family that they're grabbing. They want the inheritance, and they're telling him, "Mom's gone. You're pretty old, Dad. Blah blah blah. Why don't you go live in
Shady Pines?
Right.
It's like a resort for people like you who are still for people like you, who are still active and can still do things for themselves. People like you.
They're the kind of kids who you go to bed and then you wake up in a tub of ice and they've harvested your organs.
Yep.
I mean, these kids don't care, man. God.
Hold on. Shrapnel's name might be more than just a nickname. At least your brother never shot you. His big brother shot him. Hence the name Shrapnel. Well, I'm glad you're still among the living, friend.
We're glad to have you with us.
Good.
Yeah, my brother never did that. Jeez.
My cousin shot me in the ass with a BB gun. I just remembered that. John, damn it, why'd you do that? That hurt.
I shot my brother with
because you burned him with a butter knife.
I burned my brother Abe with a butter knife. That's different.
That's true. Changed his life.
Anyway, I remember I was with my mom, she was visiting at Christmas. We were just driving around, and we drove by a real bougie, coastal area, La Jolla. It's the richest part of San Diego. One of the richest, neighborhoods in, the world, if not America. And there was a retirement home right on the water. These are millionaire retired people. And we see the people getting on, the senior citizen bus. I'm driving by my mom, and she's got a funny sense of humor like me, too. And she turns to me and goes, "Next stop, heaven," because it's a retirement home. And then she gets, a dour look on her face. She goes, "Or hell."
North or south, man.
Damn, Mom. Jeez.
Mom keeps it real.
Wait a minute. None the miser is throwing accusations. I thought JG did shoot his older brother.
I did with a BB gun.
Okay.
Right in his face. Yeah.
Oh.
Right under his eye. Right here.
Dude,
Oh my
no.
God.
Could have been all bad. Yeah.
I was playing paintball
All
with my
bad.
brother and cousins at my dad has a few acres, a ranch in Colorado. We were playing paintball, but it was the winter, so it was freezing. So the paintballs were
don't
kind
do
of
it.
hard. And you know when your skin is cold, you get that
Oh,
snap whenever you
man.
hit it. And we're going
Dude.
around shooting each other, this and that. And my dad has some junk in his field, some pallets, and so there were places to hide. And I see my brother, Abe, and he's a crack shot in real life. He's one of those people, he's a great shot. And he doesn't see me. So I'm going to get him. And I come around the corner of these pallets. And I go, and my fucking paintball gun just jams. And he just smiles at me. And like the first paintball hits me in the forehead and it stuns me. So I start to like wobble and go down. And as I'm going to the ground, he shoots me in the head like 2 more times.
Jeez, hey, come on now.
And I just see him. I have the glass, the shield over my eyes, so I'm safe. But I just see him like smiling at me, just shooting me in the forehead. Oh,
that's a beautiful
brotherly
thing.
love, man.
And one other, we'll move on. My cousin Tim shot at me from far away, and it was cold. And in Colorado, northern Colorado, it's windy. And I see this paintball slice from like 30 yards away. You know, a slice in golf that it curves, and this thing curves in front of me, and it starts coming back to me and hits me right in the nipple. Oh my God, that hurt.
It did.
Right there,
no.
right in the nipples. So
That'll change your life.
So it was a good time. Good time.
Yep.
Anyway, they tell him to go to a retirement home, and you can imagine what he thinks of it, right? So
he doesn't love it, is what you're saying.
Yeah, it's not his best, not their greatest idea they ever brought to him.
But then, to be fair, they've got a lot of shit ideas, man.
Right.
Oh.
So the little girl comes over, and we lost Jericho. He'll be back though.
We lost Jericho.
Right.
Wait, do we have a second, real quick, for a word from our sponsor?
Yes.
Yeah, because I just wanted to share this because I do think it's important that we have a lot of support. We have people this could help in our chat.
Oh, Sencor.
Yep. Sencor. Sencor is brought to you by Skynut Pharmaceuticals. It's not legal most places, but talk to your physician. We're not doctors, and see if Sencor is right for you. That's
what are
Sencor.
possible side effects of Sencor?
Sencor has a lot of possible side effects. Most of them are paralysis, blindness, and sudden death. But other than that, it is perfectly safe. Okay? Perfectly safe. So Sencor, ask your doctor about Sencor today.
All right.
And start taking separate baths as soon as possible.
In tubs that are outside in the sunset?
In tubs that are outside as you slowly go mad.
Oh, that's very interesting.
There you have it.
That's right. Skynut Pharmaceuticals.
That's right.
Oh, the main side effect is being a badass mofo. That is true.
Well, there you go. Yeah. So you're going to take that risk. You're going to roll the dice.
Right.
That's how you do it.
Right. Okay. So the little girl comes over, very spunky, doesn't back down. She talks some good trash, this one, and she has real stoicism. It's kind of amazing for a young woman to be that way, but it's not. The Ferg, no, it does not cause anal leakage. Those rumors have been debunked.
No, Ferg. Okay. It's perfectly imaginarily safe.
Oh my God.
There we go.
So you missed out on the Sencor ad, JG. But
man, I always hate when I miss a Sencor ad.
Right.
That's the best, man. See if Sencor's right for you.
So Sue comes over. She talks to him. They're having their back and forth a little bit, and she invites him over to the house. And what was the big occasion here he was going over to their house party to the Hmong people? I don't even remember.
I don't remember.
It doesn't matter.
It might have been like a Sunday thing. I don't know. Was it still the baby thing?
No, I don't think so. But no, it couldn't have been. It's been a few days because they already invited him to the old folks' home and this, that, and the other. But remember, this old guy doesn't prophesy, but he kind of like breaks him down a little bit.
He reads him.
Yeah, he tells him you're miserable, you don't have anyone, you're like an old curmudgeon, this, that. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he reads him, and it makes him pretty uncomfortable. Like he gets up, has like a coughing fit, runs upstairs to the bathroom, and the whole splash the water on his face kind of thing. And she follows. She's like, "Are you all right?" And these people are showing more care for him than his own family.
That's not hard though, is it? They're like, "What have you thought about? What is it? Assisted suicide? Like these guys are terrible." I mean, they're the worst kids you've ever seen. But anyway,
right. They're like, they're leaving gifts. Are you okay? Here, eat, drink some beer. Like they're really, really taking care of him.
Right. I think respect of elders is a thing in this movie that's a good theme, and it's one that's super important to me. So I really enjoy that about this Hmong family, that they have such unity through the generations. I think it's a really beautiful thing. But yeah, this guy kind of not being overly mean, but just kind of tells him, you need more of these good things in your life because you have a lot of negativity in this and that, and it kind of sets him off. And earlier in the movie, his son, I think it was earlier, his son tells him, "Hey, you got to quit it with the coffin nails." He's talking about smoking. Like, you gotta knock it off. You're old. You've been smoking forever. You gotta knock it off. So, So maybe this coughing has something to do with that. Who knows?
Yeah.
But these people, they show a lot of care for him, a whole lot.
Right.
Damn this movie.
Right, and and he wants to be a curmudgeon, and he hates everyone, and he's really warming up to these people.
Mm-hmm.
And but even in his love and kindness, as he starts to really like these people a lot and love them, they become somewhat of a little family to him. He says something about going over there and getting some of that good gook food.
Yeah, this is through all of this, all of these moments, these tender moments, and him eating the food and drinking the beer are through, you ever been inside of a Costco and it's raining outside and it's so loud that you can't even hear? This is through sheets of rain of gook, zipper head, fish head. All this is going on through a storm of these racial slurs, but they almost laugh it off.
Right. He's that wacky uncle. Yeah.
It's almost like don't go by his words, go by his actions. He's saying these things, but he's sitting in our kitchen just being stuffed by these old ladies.
They're going, cause of death, overeating, overfeeding. We took him out. Guys, I'm telling you what, man. I know we talk about food during these streams, but holy damn. I mean,
it's like pig on the table, a roasted pig.
Oh,
there's all kinds of rices and rolls, and man, it looks great.
Yeah, guys, it's gotta happen, man.
And you throw the grandmas in there. These are all a kitchen full of mothers and grandmas just loading his plate as he eats. It's being replaced, and they're just 5 different women are just piling shit on his plate.
Yep.
One thing I like about the Mexican culture is when you go to the big family parties, and they are big, it's like half of Mexico. When I go to my wife's family stuff, she's Mexican, very Mexican, grew up on the Indian reservation, and giant Mexican family. I got cousins. If I mention a fucking city in California, I got cousins there. I got an aunt there. How many fucking cousins do you have? It's like, do you know how many cousins I have? I have 4 cousins, basically. Well, 5, I guess.
She has a network.
I guess to the point where she goes, I have a cousin named Shanth in Rhode Island. It's over.
Right.
You're like, oh, shit.
But yeah, I mean, I have a huge family, but I don't know them, never met them. But they're in Libya. They're in Africa. They're in Europe. My Libyan family, my dad had 11 siblings, and then they all have kids and kids and kids. So I have hundreds of family members there. I don't know these people. You know what I mean? So, but one thing I love about the Mexican parties I go to with my wife's family, and being half Mexican myself, is the women serve the men their plate. Now that is something that I got used to right away. You sit down. Let me get that for you. What do you want? You want this? You want that?
Yeah, it's nice to be taken care of.
Right.
Yeah, the problem is they don't stop serving when you say I'm good. That's the revenge. You're like, I'm being served. It's like, okay, stop. Oh geez, I'm tapping out. Come on, please, people.
Yeah, like you take your last drink of whatever and put it down. There's somebody there picking it up and bringing you a new one. It's a very nice feeling to be taken care of, and that's very much what's going on here for old Walt. And he's loving it. He's smiling. Right. This man don't smile.
That's creepy right there. I was like, wait, what happened to him?
He's having a great time. He's loving it.
Yes, he is. What is this happening to my face?
What's wrong with my mouth?
I usually only show my teeth when I'm mad.
Dude.
Speaking of filling up a drink when it empties, when I was 7 years old, we traveled to Washington, D.C. driving, my mom, dad, my brother, and I. And we spent the night in Chicago and went to a really fancy restaurant with Perrier water and all that. And if your glass was getting empty, the waiter would refill it. And my brother, I was 7, my brother was 8. And my brother thought it was funny that he drank his water, the guy filled it, and he drank it again, and the guy filled it. So my brother did it 5 times in a row and just kept making it. And finally my dad's all, knock it off. But my brother has the waiter there just pouring it, and he's gulping it so the guy will do it again and again. So maybe that's why I burned his arm. I don't know.
Well, this is the toughest scene
for the working class.
in the movie. No, but you think
this is for the wait
boy. More water, boy. Chop, chop, right away.
The monocle slid clear off his face. But no, I mean, you think about how tough these people are. Not those people, but not these
not
people,
these
but
fucking
these folks.
teenagers.
Like, and what they probably have experienced in their lives, right? Like, when you hit a certain age, you've seen so many people you love pass away. You've seen so much shit, right? And they're tough. Like, nobody in this freaking film, even the desperate "I knew your dead wife" priest, can get this smile out of him. I mean, that is amazing. That's like next level shit right there. What you're seeing, beautiful.
Yep.
Yeah, I the food is so delicious. And Jericho, your father was a chef. Mine has been a gourmet chef for almost 50 years now. That's my dad. And on my mom's side, we owned a Mexican restaurant for 50 years. And there's just something about cooking and the love of in the family, in the kitchen, all that. This Mother's Day, my daughter's first Mother's Day, my wife's first grandmother's day, I got up, at 6:37 in the morning. I made biscuits and gravy and everything like that. And then I made a big oxtail stew for dinner. I had it in the crock pot all day and this and that. And that's my love language. That's one way that I really love people, is by cooking for them, because my dad's a chef and grandparents are. So I was cooked for a ton as a child growing up. So I don't know. There's something about, I'll say this: you can give me millions of dollars, all the success in the world, whatever, and it wouldn't be a drop of piss in a bucket to me compared to sitting around the table with my family that I love and having a good meal. That's like heaven to me. That's like the greatest thing in the world. So it's nice to see the old grizzled curmudgeon here. It's not nice to see him thawing out a bit here.
Yeah,
He's loving it too.
Kids,
He is
I
loving
love this because it's like, fuck, those look like my grandkids. Like, I was just like waiting to shoot that out. What's with the crop top?
And the houses basically look the same. Like, they both have the basement because it's in the Midwest, so
right.
They got them. Everybody's got a full basement, and the kids, though, they're very mannerable. They're nice. Most of them are quiet. One girl talks to them, but she's very nice and respectful and everything. So that's very cool, very good to see.
Right.
There's just still some very respectful youth.
But Tao, no father. He's a bit misguided. He gets made fun of for cooking, and you're doing women's work, and you're in the garden, and you're this and that. And he's a very disrespected, humiliated guy, and he needs some coaching up. So that's about where this is all going to turn. But let's see here. None the Miser. I got my mom Big Boy. Are you talking about Bob's Big Boy? Like that restaurant? Got my mom Big Boy for Mother's Day. Am I a bad son? No.
Depends on if she liked it or not.
It would have been
She's
better
a
if you
vegan,
took her
yes.
It would have been better if you took her to Pasta Mania. I'll say that.
Hey, moms eat free on Mother's Day.
That's right. Yep. That's right. Oh, I'd love to know what went on at Pasta Mania on Mother's Day, but I'm not going to ask right now.
Dude,
let's not go there.
We have an idea.
So then he comes up. So this is where he notices this boy. He's already seen him get his ass kicked in the front yard and this and that, and he was trying to steal the car and he failed at that. And then he's Clint Eastwood's personal gardener, butler, whatever, and he realizes this kid is fucking misguided. Yeah, and he needs someone to set him straight, or he's going to end up like those other gangster idiots. So this is where he takes the initiative, like start getting in this kid's life a little bit and start coaching him up.
Yeah.
Right.
And he does. He starts talking to him, tells him, hey, you need to ask that girl out. She likes you. You need to get some balls, man. You need a girl, a job, a car. Let's get this party started, man. Right. He kind of gives him a condensed crash course in being a fucking man.
Yeah, I coached football and all that forever with my son and soccer and all that, and I love being around the young guys and like challenging them and pointing out to them, no, you can do this. Just don't be scared, or be scared and do it anyway. I remember like my son's like 15th or 16th birthday party. I took him and some of his football buddies to laser tag, and there was some cute little 15-year-old girl there that they were kind of talking about they liked, and I just told him, I said, if one of you can get her phone number, I'll give you $10. And it was so funny to watch them like sneak over and try and get shot down. Because this, when your buddy tries to talk to a girl and they get shot down and they come back to you guys, you just fucking laugh about it.
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
So, none of them got her number, but they tried.
They tried. Fuck it,
Well, my boy, God bless him, actually pulled one of my favorite moves. He was out somewhere, and this guy was hitting on this girl, and this guy was not doing well, and he walked up and he got her phone number.
Oh,
nice.
Damn.
Oh,
let me show you how it's done.
That's right.
I'll show you how it's done, you clown.
Let me get your number. Boom. She grabbed his phone. There it was. Respect,
Nice.
lad.
Wow. And William 03, I believe, has told me, are you Filipino or is that one of the other people in the chat? I don't know. But he says he's Asian and no Lao and other East Asian people, and no one hated Clint for this movie. And they shouldn't. They shouldn't at all. No, that because this movie is not saying anything bad about Asian people. This movie is recognizing something great about humanity of Asians and all people. So no, this movie is actually not racist at all. You know, this movie's
Can we be real? If you're in a movie that's this good, whatever your background, and you're an actor, it's good for you. People always lose sight that getting a good role in a good movie, if you are any actor, I do not care what your background is, that is the hardest profession. If we go through, like now what's unfortunate is they claim to be trying to cast for, quote, diversity, but what they're really looking for is people they know they can control. When you get an actor and you give them a meaty role, do you know what I mean? You give them, something where it's kind of like, you are going to go the full emotional spectrum in this movie, and you're going to come out of it looking like a hero. It's got nothing to do with anything else other than character development. I mean, you think about movies like The Magnificent Seven or stuff like that, where you got the young kid who's like, admiring of the gunman and like what he goes through, how he evolves. That's what you pretty much got with The Neighbor's Boy. It's brilliant, man.
Yeah,
I love this
it's
movie.
awesome. It's a great one. I wish I'd seen it sooner, but I'm glad I've seen it now. It's spectacular.
That's right, man.
And lucky for him, he has this guy right next door.
Right.
Or he's doomed.
Right.
That's a lot of that lawn is probably pristine.
An old school lawnmower right there.
Right.
The blades. Damn.
Right.
Probably still sharpens them in the garage.
And then he's gonna get out there with the scissors later and just trim it just right.
That's right.
Dude, perfect.
He's that guy. Get off of my lawn.
No wonder. He put all that effort into it. You better get the fuck off of my
Stop
grass.
bringing me food.
Right.
Stop with the fucking snacks.
Right. Yeah, because they're in love with him because he saved the boy, but they also love him because he
And the
forgave.
girl.
Right. And the girl, that's right, saved her from those. And then also giving their family their honor back by not holding it against them and the boy for trying to steal the car. And the honor is so important.
Allowing him, which is pain on every level, painful to his core. They make him accept this responsibility, which I love that, man.
Yeah.
It's like he can't just say, "Oh, we're good," because he'd never say that. But outside
tried.
of that, yeah, it's
He
like just
tried.
go away. And they're like, "No, if you don't do this, it affects us forever." And he's like, "Shit, that I can
Gonna
relate."
fuck
to."
us up. But if he was such a racist, if he was such a stone cold racist, he wouldn't have done that. He wouldn't have helped him. He would have probably called him a bunch of names, and that would have been it. But that was just residue of his experience. He was still a good guy under that. And I'm glad that they had that understanding and kind of they didn't even care. It's almost like they didn't even hear it. They didn't even notice it. They're like, yeah, we know you're a good guy. And she even tells him, she's like, you fucking talk all this shit, but you like him. You're a good man. He's like, you don't know shit about me. She's like, no, you're a good man. So they don't even, it's like they don't even go for the bullshit, that he tries to tell him. He's like, no.
Well,
she's like, no. And he tells her, I like you. Because she gives him
a
shit.
Weapon for him, though, isn't it? Like that, his racism. This is the other thing. He's been through hard shit, and yes, his experiences is whatever. He's got this terminology, but even you see this with the barber. It is his electric fence around himself from getting close to people, and if you can get past that fence, he will die for you. Is basically what you get here. He will walk up with a pistol to 3 people outnumbered at his age to rescue you. That is freaking crazy.
Yeah,
real quick. My daughter is in the chat.
You,
thank you for the painting, Sean. Just got back from hosting the mic. My daughter's a professional stand-up comedian,
of course,
and I killed as usual.
Minnie.
Hey, Minnie, bring the painting over here so I can show it off. Sean, I'm showing everyone. You can't. It doesn't matter what you say. You can't stop me. So,
happy Mother's Day, Minnie, and God bless you, and much love, of course.
Happy first of many, Minnie.
Yeah.
Absolutely right. Many happy returns.
That's right.
But just to echo your point real quick, Sean. That same electric fence that he used to keep you out, if you make it past it, it now protects you. Because he's gonna He'll walk through hellfire for the people that he cares about.
We're trying to make this funny, but damn this movie.
Right, this movie's so
Yeah,
heavy,
man.
but it's
beautiful.
It's
like,
beautiful. Oh, here it comes. Okay, so I'm gonna hold on a second. I'll have to go full screen and then remove my background. Virtual background, no virtual.
Oh my God, there's the real thing. There's the real McCoy. Oh my gosh.
So this is I got my daughter this for Mother's Day.
Mwah.
Awesome.
Yeah. So yeah, worth every penny, Sean.
So beautiful. So beautiful, both of you guys. Much love.
Minnie, how are you holding a 75-foot baby?
Oh,
yeah, we were told
that's Big Baby, brother.
Big Baby.
That's amazing.
That's why I call her Big Baby, and she stomps the whole town. That's Big Baby. So,
that's right.
Good night,
Beautiful
Big
family.
Baby.
Bye.
All right, here we are. I got to turn my green screen back on. Sorry. I didn't know Big Baby was going to visit us tonight.
That's right.
To
Man.
get a
You need
bigger
more room
green
in
screen, man.
That's right.
Yeah.
Have a cityscape. Why haven't you done that yet? The cityscape and the green screen with Big Baby? You're missing an opportunity there.
Well, I told you a few weeks ago when I hold the baby, she's taking a pulling on my beard really hard. And then I'll just role play it even further. But it wasn't me, Big Baby. I'm not the one to bring into the cops.
Come on, Big Baby.
And she's like, if I start going soft on you now, how's that going to make me look?
That's right.
So we have
Big Baby. Just this once.
Big Baby is a 75-foot tall baby gangster that runs San Diego. Don't you guys know this?
She don't play.
Come on.
Don't mess around.
That's what goes on. I found out the hard way. Okay.
That's right. We all do. We all do.
End up like me.
There
you go.
Hey, Big Baby knows what's up.
What's up, Big Baby? You're all big, eh?
Hey, I'm gonna go step on the Raiders stadium and crush it into dust.
Yeah, what can we give?
Hold on. Sorry, someone's outside here.
It's Big Baby.
What can we pay her to maybe her favorite snack or something to go and step on the Raiders stadium? We're gonna look at
I think what just happened is Big Baby stepped on
the truck, yeah,
in fury. But it's a good thing he's not working this kid too hard. Again, this is like the dyslexic karate kid. It's in a small suburban neighborhood as opposed to an apartment. But it's the same thing. It's like, let me teach you how to be a man.
Sorry, guys. Big Baby got loose in the parking lot. Sorry.
I knew it.
I feel like we're responsible. We did start talking about it.
Yeah.
Hey, angered Big Baby.
You got to pay proper respect to that.
That's right.
You told me not to make eye contact, and I did.
Right.
I don't know what I was thinking.
At all times. But this right here, I mean, a hand tool scraping paint, that is suck to the 10th degree, man. That is terrible.
I've done that. My grandparents' house. My grandparents' house in Colorado.
Probably.
Oh my God, I remember doing that. My Aunt Martha had us paint her fence, and she had a huge acre backyard slope. Oh my gosh. Painting it's something else. Oh, the prep work is brutal on it though.
The prep is
Thanks
the
a lot, Aunt Martha. The prep is the worst part. Hate prep.
Yeah.
The worst part.
Painting's kind of
shit. Oh man.
Big Baby should sign with the Broncos.
That's right. Stop the other teams.
What does she play? Defensive line. Oh, which position? No, she's the defensive line.
The defense.
Yeah.
She killed 11 players. She stepped on and crushed 11 players last week. They're all dead.
Oh man.
Anyway, so he puts his kid to work. This is his retribution. This is his penance for trying to steal the Gran
I like
Torino.
how you said retribution at first.
It's completely the wrong word.
And him working on this tree stump is in the rain, by the way. Rain or shine, he's out there, working off his debt, basically. And Walt sitting in the house looking at him through the window, just watching him fucking work. No sympathy. Yeah.
Hold up this metal pipe while you're working the rain.
Yeah, attach this to your back, you little shit. And he doesn't let him forget it throughout the movie either. He doesn't let him forget that. And he tells him he's smoking a cigarette. He's like, hey, that's not very smart or something like that. That's bad for you, smoking cigarettes. He's also joining a gang, dipshit. So he doesn't let him live down the fact that he almost threw his life away on some bullshit.
I wish they could write, they're doing all this AI stuff. Most
it's
of it's
happening.
garbage. Some of it's cool. Most of it's garbage. What if they could have a little AI, Walt Kowalski or whatever his last name is in this? And you put it in your phone or your Apple Watch or whatever. And when you're going to do something stupid, it insults you in that voice.
Yeah.
Be great.
What are you doing, dipshit?
Aren't you married, fuckface? What are you doing?
Put your dick away.
Yeah.
Like, oh,
Hey kid, if I wanted lip from you, I'd check your pants. One of those, just really
thanks.
take it.
Thanks,
dark.
little Walt.
Thanks, Walt.
Little Walt,
You're the
right.
best.
Raw.
Go to hell, kid.
This is 100% truth. Toil makes men of boys. Mouse C, that's fantastic, but I can't not read your things in Mickey Mouse's voice in my head.
That's right.
Toil makes men makes men of boys.
Toil makes men of boys. Sure
I
does.
love you, Mickey. I'm Minnie now. Oh shit. Anyway, let's go back.
I identify as Minnie. Damn it.
Damn, it happened.
So now he heads off to the doctor, right? He has to go have his appointment with the doctor. Is that what?
Yeah.
Okay.
Time for his checkup. And you can see him say, "Oh fuck," when he sees that it's an Asian doctor, and he's like, "Forgive me." He's still nice, forgive me, but where's Doctor So and So? Oh, he retired 3 years ago. I'm his replacement, Doctor whatever her name was. And he's like, "Oh fuck." And then she does her examination. So I recommend a battery of tests, because it's not looking good. And then they get said tests, it gets the results, and it's all bad. It's so bad that he has a moment of tenderness, if you will,
Right,
and calls his son. But because of how prickly he's been, in the moment that he needed his son's not there because he pissed him off. He chased him out of the house with the brochures about the old folks home. So their last interaction was all bad. So he pissed his wife off, him off. Fuck this shit. So when he calls, for some help, basically,
well, it's weird because he's always fuck off, go away.
Exactly.
And then he calls like, "How's your wife? How are the kids?" And if somebody tells them, "Dad, they're fine. If something's not urgent, I gotta go though."
Yeah, if it's not pressing, I got stuff in there. It's like, "Oh yeah, of course." And then when he hangs up, though, he's like, "What the fuck? Like, why are you calling, asking those questions?" You figure that was a big enough red flag to, number one, stay on the phone with him. But even after, when you realize that, call him back. Because here's the the olive branch you've been waiting for.
One thing I like about the casting of his sons, the point they're trying to make with his family is that they're greedy, they're crass, they're self-indulgent, they're lazy. And you'll notice, even though it's Hollywood and you have leading men everywhere with six-pack abs and just even regular actor guys, very handsome, his two sons are kind of schlubby. Not, for actors, they're schlubby. And I think that's a very intentional choice, that they're spoiled, they're indulgent, they have some money, they eat what they want, they go where they want, they do what they want, and it's all take, and that kind of disgusts him about them. And that's reinforced in the early scenes where they're like, "Hey, what are you doing with the Gran Torino when you die?" It's just like all material and stuff like that. But I noticed the physicality of his two sons. They're both chunky dudes. And you look at him, he looks like he's made out of steel wire. You know what I mean? Like he looks all tough and thin and muscular. And they're just like, they've never seen a day's work in their lives is how they look.
Yeah, they grew up in the world he provided with his sacrifice. And that's the problem. They don't know his world, and he doesn't know theirs, even though he wanted it for them, and he certainly doesn't know his grandkids' world. That's just way too far. And that's it. It's like, why are you living like there's no risk? And he's actually still experiencing risk, because he can't take himself out of danger. And like,
daily.
Why don't you want to leave,
Yeah, daily experiencing risk.
All right. So, so now he's teaching Tao about different things, about fixing stuff. And I think he's working on a lamp or something like that. And they're talking about
That's
cars.
a fan, because he went over there. He asked him, "What do you know about sinks?" And he's like, "I know a lot." So he's fixing the sink. He says, "Man, it's hot. Turn on the fan." And he turns the fan on. That thing's like wobbling and shit. So he's like, "I will fix that next."
Right.
So he's imparting some wisdom on him.
Right. And he's talking about having tools, and the kid's like, "Well, I can't, do tools and construction and fixing things and all that because he doesn't have money for tools." He's like, You think I bought all these tools the first day? Like, I've collected these tools for over like 50 years is what he tells the kid. Like, just saying, like, you dummy, like you collect this over a lifetime. And
he even asked him, "Well, what?" He's like, "Really? Well, what's that for? What's this one for?" And he tells him what each tool is for. He's like, each tool does a different job. And then he has a little coughing fit again. And he coughs up blood. And then the kid's like, "What's that?" He's like, "What the fuck?" He's like, "What do you mean?" He's like, "I saw you coughing up blood. What the fuck? What's going on?" He's like, "I don't worry about it." And then he's trying to move a fridge upstairs. Yeah. and he's trying to move a fridge upstairs. And even as a young man, that would be tough to do.
No.
You could probably do it, but that'd be hard to do. And so he has to go over there and get the kid to come help him because he just can't do it. And the kid tells him, he's all, go ahead and push and I'll pull it. And the kid says, no. He's like, I just saw you fucking cough up blood, man. He's like, either let me pull or I'm leaving. So it's the first time that Tao has showed that he has some balls.
Little peanut M&M size testicle.
They're dropping. They're dropping them. And he tells him, he's all, look, you little fucking zipper head. I'm going to pull and you're going to push. He's all, look, old man. Either I'm up top and you push or I'm out of here. I'm like, oh, fuck. So he walks down.
Where your head's at, you little prick.
Yeah. So he walks down. They switch spots.
So he shoves the fridge down on him. No,
yeah.
Sorry,
I knew you were going to do that, you little fucker.
God bless.
If you go up one where he has a cigarette, that's where he tells him, hey, you shouldn't be smoking. That's dangerous. Smoking. Yeah, so's joining a gang, dipshit. It was hella funny.
So's a 30-06.
Yeah, in your face.
Man. Yep.
And this is probably the funniest scene of the movie. He's taking the kid to the barber. The barber where they just insult each other over and over. And he goes in, and the barber and him, they just go at it and insult each other. And he says, see, now that's how men talk to each other, not all this whatever. And he tells the kid, like, you give it a try. And he tells the barber, like, hey, you Italian wop piece of shit, go fuck yourself. And the guy pulls a gun. He
tells him, go outside, come back in, and then try what we showed you. And he goes outside, comes back in. And he just goes, hey, you Dago wop bastard, give me a haircut. And he pulls a shotgun on him. He's like, what the fuck did you say? He's like, what? I just said what you told me to say. He's like, don't just come in and start insulting the man. You gotta, say hi, say hello. Sir, can you cut my hair? He's like, what the fuck? You guys just told me that. And so
have you ever had friends do that to you or older kids do that to you?
Yeah.
That shit is the worst, man. But I don't know if people have that. There's this giant kid named Gus at my school. Giant kid. Didn't know him from anything. And this is the meanest shit they do to you when you're a kid. And they come up to you and they go, hey, Sean, funny joke, man, funny joke. You got to do this. And they're like, you see Gus over there? And I was like, yeah, I see Gus over there. And he's like, dude, this is his favorite joke. You got to go over and do this. Go over there, right? And tell Gus, it'll crack him up, that you saw his mom riding a bike the other day in his neighborhood. He's going to fucking love it. And you go over there and you say, Gus, you know this one? Gus, I saw your mom riding a bike in the neighborhood. And Gus looks at you and goes, my mom doesn't have any legs. And you're just like, oh shit, but it's fucking made up. They're all fucking in on it. And you're just pissing yourself in terror because you're 12 and this guy's going to kill you. That's my youth in a nutshell. Fuck.
That
terrifying.
Explains a lot.
It does.
Yeah. Answers all of our questions.
Yeah.
All of our questions.
All of them. Even ones we haven't thought of yet.
So he comes into the barbershop all brash and insulting, and then they're like, that's not how you do it, dummy.
Yeah, you fucking
you got to complain about your wife, or the mechanic is trying to rip you off, make some guy talk this, that, and the other. And he doesn't get it, but he comes back in, he does it again. He's all, hey, you Dago wop, I want a fucking haircut. My ass is really sore from the guys down at the mechanics place or whatever. Like he misunderstands what they were trying to say.
They just started laughing their ass
and
off.
they just laugh at him.
Because he said something totally different. Totally different.
Right. Rob, when I was little and my dad took me to the barber, they always talked about the baseball. They talked about the baseball. There was this one baseball in town where Rob
very special ball.
Right. Anyone that wanted to play baseball had to get the baseball from the mayor.
So where's the baseball? I don't know where the baseball is.
The baseball. That was the only one we had in town.
Now we got to go one town over and ask them to use their baseball.
I loved getting my haircut when I was a little boy. It was like a World War II veteran who knew my grandpa in Greeley, Colorado on 8th Avenue. It was a Main Street, USA, those classic main streets they built like in the 30s, 40s, 50s. That's Greeley had that main drag, 8th Avenue. And it was Leo's barbershop. He was an old man, gray hair, tattoo like right here. And he cut me and my brother's hair for like $4 each. And my grandpa would drop us off and we would pay the cash ourselves. We felt like such big boys. I was only like 7 or whatever, But I remember that was old school. So, that world is gone. That world is mostly gone.
That is true.
Rob says it was the only baseball in town. Oh my gosh.
And now we can't play
Sad.
baseball till next year when they hand out new baseballs.
Oh
It
man.
happens.
I had something like that too. My dad had a friend from the Army, Mr. Sanders, and he would cut our hair.
Well, wait a minute. Was he an Army colonel, perhaps?
No, not quite. It wasn't Colonel Sanders. Sergeant Sanders.
Okay.
But I understand the question.
I understand the question.
I get it.
It's all food related around here.
Yeah.
Ostomania, Colonel Sanders, it's all food.
All comes back to
That's where
food,
we
people.
are.
If you haven't learned that by now.
Right. Oh, good. Oh, but what about Mr. Sanders? I interrupted you. Sorry.
He used to cut me and my brother's hair, my brother and I's hair.
Oh, okay.
We'd go over to his house and put on. He had the little cloak, whatever they put around you.
Yeah.
Cut our hair, and him and my dad would talk shit.
Oh, I remember my grandma took me to the beauty school to get a free haircut when I was like 5 or 6. Because the students learning to cut hair, they want volunteers.
Mhm.
I remember sitting through the haircut with tears coming down. Because for whatever reason, this lady told me, and I was a very well-behaved little child. I was 5 or 6. The lady told me, if you don't hold still, I could cut your ear off.
Dude,
Oh, you fucking bitch.
I got my ear cut twice at one of those places. I'm not
Oh.
kidding, man. Fantastic Sam's. God bless you.
Wasn't that fantastic?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Damn.
ain't that fantastic?
Oh, William, he had free haircuts but paid for it with blood from his ears.
That's totally right. See?
That
He
really
knows what I'm
wasn't
talking about. Yep.
One time, when my son was little, I would always shave his head for football. It's just easier to have a shaved head when you play football. And I had these razors that I had for a few years, and I'm shaving his head, and he's crying. He's like, it's hurting, it's hurting. And I'm like, stop complaining. It's like, it doesn't hurt to cut your hair. And he's crying and crying. I shave his whole head. And then later I go to use those razors to like cut my own hair, and they were dull. And I was pulling his hair. I was pulling the poor kid's hair the whole time.
Yes.
Oh my God.
You know, things happen. I cut I cut my son's hair, and I even cut my own hair, for God's sake, man. I've been using clippers and that kind of stuff forever, and it's only gotten easier. But my friends and I, we used to cut each other's hair, man. We actually got pretty damn good at it. It was cheap. We were in the middle of nowhere, man. That's what it was.
I've cut my own hair for years. I haven't cut it since like October, November, but like you, I've cut my own for years.
You need that Samson
anyway.
power right now, man. That's what it is. The Samson
Right.
power.
Right, yeah, I've got it grown out quite a bit. That's pretty long for me. So,
Yeah,
but
man.
anyway, Jericho will be back. I don't know. I think maybe he's tucking kids in or something like that. We
I have a
don't know.
feeling.
It's a man of history sometimes. Anyway, after the silly scene at the barbershop, he's talking to the kid about the kid needs money. He wants to do this, that, and the other. Because he's like, well, what can I do for a job? He's like, well, you can do this. You can go to college. And he says, you can buy your own tools if you work construction. But the kid's like, doesn't have money for it. So he says, well, I can help you get a job. So he goes to a construction guy he knows. He takes the kid there to talk to the guy and help the kid get a job. And the kid talks to the guy the way he trained him at the barbershop. So we have that mentoring father thing. And it's really a cute scene. The guy's like, hi, I'm Mr. Whatever, and you're this kid here. And he uses the thing they told him at the barbershop. He starts complaining about his car. He's like, well, what do you drive or whatever? He's like, oh, right now I'm riding the bus or a bicycle or whatever. So because I took my blah, blah, blah to the mechanic, and oh man, they really bent me over on that brake job, or they want so much to fix the head gasket or something. And the construction owner, the guy in the brown vest, like, yeah, tell me about it. I got my car fixed.
That's right.
So they bond right away on that. And then the boss guy there, he's like, okay, well, I'll see you on Monday, son. So it goes well. So it was really nice to see Clint Eastwood mentor Tao, and then it worked. He's able to put it in practice.
We need these movies. It's the
Right.
craziest thing. The more we need these kinds of movies, the less they're making them. It's just ridiculous, man.
Right,
And-
right.
It's great, though. Yeah, it's a great scene.
I wonder if Clint Eastwood has ever been in like a really woke movie. I doubt it, right?
It depends, but see, here's the crazy thing about it. It's you're right. He's been in very real movies, right? Because some people would say that you could, if you wanted to, frame a lot of his movies as woke movies. They're just not. If you know how to write and you know how to tell a story,
Right.
you can have every cliche of a woke movie and have it work. Like if you look at $1 Million Baby, let's look at that. She's a female boxer.
Right.
And he's training her, and she's gonna show what a girl can do, and that's an intense movie, man.
Right.
But it's because it's an Eastwood movie. It's great. Like he can't. Yeah, there's nothing this dude can't do. I'm gonna say this right now. I saw John Wayne in the comment section, and I have a lot of respect for the Duke. But this is, I think, greatest movie star we ever produced, greatest Hollywood icon we've produced. The
I think
directing
so.
angle puts it over the top.
Much better
think
than John
so.
Wayne, I think.
Yeah, I
Yep.
think so. Yeah. So anyway, after he gets him the construction job and that goes so well, he takes him to the hardware store. He's going to get him a little bit.
And he nails it too when he's at the hardware, at the construction job. He nails it. He's like, man, you don't have a car? He's like, yeah, man. He's like, I had one, but the mechanic's trying to fuck me out of 2,100. He's like, yeah, me too. I just had a tranny put my truck just under 3,200. Tell me about it. He's like, fuck me.
Right.
Like, oh man, it does work.
Yeah.
So he nails the interview, and then they head to the hardware store.
Right. And he's going to get him some bags. And I told you guys, I worked construction when I was 20, 21 years old, and I didn't have any money. My wife was waiting tables. I had lost my other job. We lived in a tiny apartment with my daughter, Minnie, was a baby. She was 2, and Peter was on the way. My wife was pregnant, and she's waiting tables and managing a Coco's family restaurant. So someone at the church got me the job doing construction. And Carl, that was his name. That's right. And when I showed up to the job site, I didn't even own a hammer, guys. They gave me, and I still have it.
Of course, you still
I
have
didn't
this
have
way
any
these things
money.
work.
We were.
Yep.
Sorry, I'm trying to get this hammer so I can show it to you. It's literally right here. Ah, fuck! I should have had my hammer's right there, but it's dark over there. I could grab it later. But they gave me a hammer and the bags. The boy has them in his right hand. There, those are tool bags. They're leather bags. You wear them as a big belt. You put your measuring tape, your speed square, your pencils, your wire, everything in there. And they did this for me, like Clint Eastwood here. They took me in. They would tease me. They would do this. They would do that. But they would show me how to do things. And I'm pretty handy. I can fix things. I can build things. I can do stuff if I need to. You know what I mean? And it was a great experience,
You turned out
And like
okay.
this guy giving him the bags here, I still have mine. They're green Hitachi bags. I still have them, here in the garage. And that hammer, whenever I need to work on something, I still use that framing hammer. I still huge. It's like a huge heavy hammer with a waffle head and everything. And I don't know. There was just something about those men encouraging you and believing in you. It really. We need it so bad. It was, and then all the razzing too. That was a fun thing.
Yep, that's a guarantee.
So, right.
Yep.
And running into so many guys that were this close to being in the NFL.
Dude, it was unreal.
Yeah, everybody. It's untapped talent. Build a team, I say. Build a team.
Right. So you're watching this movie, and this scene is fucking infuriating. Because this boy's found a little bit of direction in life. He's got a mentor who's a great role model, hooking him up, buys him these bags, and that shit isn't cheap, dude.
Oh.
And he's walking home holding it, and who does he run into, right?
Of course he does.
Fucking assholes.
These shitheads. And they say, where'd you get that stuff? Who bought you that? What's it for? Blah, blah, blah. Mm-hmm. And they beat him up, and they put out a cigarette on his face.
Fuck shit.
Yeah, the little fat one puts out a cigarette on his face.
Let me grab something. I'll be right back. Sorry. Gosh damn. It's chaos over here.
Big baby. Big baby is loose.
Stomping again.
Yep.
I'll be back in a second.
All right.
They fuck with him, and and it keeps escalating. At first, they talked him into trying to steal it. Then they grab him off the porch. Now they're like roughing him up, throwing his shit. The fat one takes his tape measure and slams it on the ground and breaks it. And then because they feel like he's disrespecting him by not joining the gang, and so he puts that cigarette out on his face. Man, it's just like, what the fuck?
Yeah, man. I've only had a cigarette burn on me once, and it was this. I was laying on the ground and I was smoking a cigarette, and this girl tried to light her cigarette off of mine and knocked it off, and it went down my sleeve.
Oh.
It was like freaking excruciating, and I can only
that
imagine.
shit's hot.
It left a scar. I can only imagine getting that to the face. No, don't do it.
Yeah, and putting it out on his face. Yeah, that's a scar for sure. Poor kid. Every time he tries to make a step, like the famous poet Paula Abdul, 2 steps forward, 2 steps back. He just can't seem to get it because of this gang of thugs that are roaming the neighborhood. If they would just leave him alone, this boy would be well on his way. But they keep popping up at the most inopportune time to just fuck with them. And now not only are they fucking with him, but they're destroying the things that Walt bought for him to better his life.
Yeah, I mean, I think the reason why Walt and him go together is because I think opposites attract.
Same again. You read, you're familiar with famed poet Paula Abdul. Yeah.
Well, an MC Scat Cat, but we're not going to get into that.
We don't have the time. We don't have the time to get into Scat Cat.
We don't have
Everybody
time.
knows. You got to dedicate at least 4 hours to Scat Cat.
Yeah, we're gonna do that. It'll be another one. Yeah, yeah. Clint
But it's
was a
fucked
G.
up, man. You feel bad
That's
for the
fucked
kid.
up.
You feel bad every step he takes forward. They fucking drag him back, and you really feel bad for him. And what can he do? There's 5 dudes, all bigger
Can't
than him.
do shit. Yep.
Can't do nothing, and it's really messed up. And he tries to hide from Walt. He tries to hide his wounds from Walt. He tries to stay away because he says, "I haven't seen you in a few days." And he's trying to turn his face away, and Walt grabs him and turns his face, and he says, "What the hell happened to you?" And then he tells him, and Walt's like, "Oh, I'm gonna have
And
to."
Walt has a measured. He thinks it out. He tries to think, what would Fred Rogers do, and then he does the opposite.
Yes,
That's
180.
what we've learned from Walt.
And he tells him, he tells the kid, "Oh yeah, don't worry about it. Yeah, just go ahead and it's okay." He's all, I'll buy them more tools. He's all, He's all, if you need anything, let me know. I could use a roofing hammer. Go ahead in my garage and get it. It's all right. And then he the
It's
camera
next
kind of
to all
sits
my
on him.
guns.
Yeah, the camera kind of sits on him for a minute, and Clint just, he's just staring.
Yeah.
The wheels are turning.
Yeah, is that what it is?
And,
he's hearing gunfire.
Yeah, he's getting in the mood. He's getting in the mood.
He puts a record on. I'm in the mood for love, simply because you fear me. It's some scary shit.
Dude, he's getting in the zone, and he's coming up with a plan to do something about these fucking hooligans who won't stop fucking with this kid, and they keep ratcheting it up every time. It gets worse and worse. It gets more aggressive. Now you got the burn. Now you fucked up his tools, and it's not even the money. It's the time that he took and what he's putting into this kid and how well the kid was doing.
To build his esteem up, right?
Dude, he's building this kid from the ground up, man. From the ground up. And these dudes just keep fucking with him. So he figures, okay, I have to do something about it. It's going to take more than an M1 Garand to the face for this one.
Yep. And this is a thing, too. One of my favorite things that Gabe and I have talked about, and that I would say to all fathers out there, it's a quite important thing. Jesus, that's it. Let me just say this real quick. The makeup person who did that scar, that's the most accurate cigarette burn scars I've ever seen. That shit is horrible, man. Anyway,
how do you know what that looks like? Is this from your days?
That one I told the story, dude. It was freaking excruciating. Yeah, but this is the thing. You told me that story about you will never regret as the father. Mom cannot do this. It doesn't have the same result. No. Standing up for your kids when they're being fucking bullied. And if you don't have that person in your life, or you never did, you could still be that fucking person. And I've done it, and you've done it, and it's worth it.
Yeah, it's well, you have to. It's like, we can't. I don't want to get preachy here. We try to be fun. We try to talk about pasta on this show.
We're watching Gran Torino.
But Gran Torino is a very serious, but very, very heartfelt movie. And it's like, no, we need men to do their thing, and doing your thing as a man is being resilient, and it's emotional regulation. I do the right thing no matter how I feel about it. To me, that's the thesis, But I think I handled the car thing that was going on outside, but I got it. This is the hammer that was given to me.
Yep.
You see? It was given to me when I was like 20 by the guys. They were all in their 40s. They were older guys, and they were teaching me to be a carpenter. I was going to be a journeyman carpenter. But this is it right here. I built so many things with this. One time I was building a form. Forms are like a wooden thing, and you're going to pour concrete in it to get the shape you want, right? So I'm bent over, hammering away like down, and I'm holding something, and the boss comes by, Carl, to ask me a question. And I look up and answer him.
Don't do it.
And swing this hammer with my 20-year-old strength at this finger, full speed, and just like that. And I go, oh. And I look at my finger, and it's bone white. And then it turns purple, and blood just starts coming out from under the nail.
Change your life, man. That stuff is beautiful.
That didn't feel good. That felt
You don't love it.
But I answered Carl's question. I answered his question.
Yes, you did.
So, yeah. So anyway, he finds out those guys, the Hmong, I want to say Hmong so bad. The Hmong gangsters are picking on their own cousin, by the way. His cousin's one of those bad dudes. Sometimes I look in the chat and I'm so happy at some of the things I see.
Make testicles great again. Make that shirt. Come on.
That's right.
Make it happen.
How many hammer thumbs have you had with that hammer? Never got my thumb, got my index finger, like I just told you, like you wouldn't fucking believe. But I learned how to hammer from those guys. They taught me that you don't swing a hammer, you rock a hammer when you swing it. There's a flick of the wrist. And then I did it when they taught it to me being a carpenter. I was like, oh wow, the nails sink in fast when you do that. So it was really great to be mentored by those guys. I found the hammer, Jericho.
Oh, nice.
Given to me when I was 20. So yeah. But I cherish this thing. You know, I love this thing. So, and I have all the old tools they gave me. We would put the rebar down to pour the concrete. So I have my snips and my needle nose to cut and twist. We're doing that shit all day. And, you know, those days they seem hard and they seem sweaty and terrible. But then you look back on them, and I look back on them with like a romantic kind of look. Like, wow, I was learning about being a man and working real hard. And, you know, I don't know. It was a great time. Anyway, let's see. Hammers can be like family members. Of your life for generations.
Well, you got to do one reading, you know, with the hammers can be like family members.
Okay, we'll do one of those. Go for it. Here we go.
They can be beneficial parts of your life for generations. Love it.
I like it.
Shithead.
The third, Gabe, Sean, Jericho, please consider using MTGA. If you are wondering, that is this, Jericho. You were gone. Make testicles great again.
Hey.
Amen.
Hey, I got no problem with that.
Hey, my testicles are doing all right there.
That's right. Tough guy.
Right.
Yeah, I see some people who need killing.
Yep.
This is the beginning of the end. Now, you have to understand, he's talked about in this movie being in the Korean War for 3 years and stacking up bodies of these, whatever he calls them. And, you know, he's hard and he's done some awful things. And now they've hurt this boy, and he needs to put a stop to it, is what he's thinking, you know?
Yeah. And he hatched this plan as soon as he saw what they did to him. So, you know, he's smart, letting the numbers come more into his favor, because, you know, there's 3 guys there, 3-on-1, old man, unless he's willing to shoot him, which he is, but maybe not right now.
I was about to say, he's like, then who's gonna train the boy?
But you know, he knows that he's not ready to do that, so he's waiting for them to leave, and even says, what did he said something to the dog when he got out of the truck. That should be the last of them. That's what he said to the dog when he got out, and he put the 45. He put the slide, put the 45 in the holster. That's what he said to his lab. And then you think about the dog's witness to a whole bunch of shit.
The dog's like, I got the shakes. I'm kind of fucked up from being this guy.
I'm glad I'm on his side.
Yeah.
So he you know, loads the gun, goes, and the fat one's coming out of the house, and he goes, huh? And he just grabs him by the back of his head like in a tie clinch.
Grabs him by those fat neck rolls. It looks like a pack of hot dogs.
Throws his ass off the porch. I mean, just the landing alone, he's good 4 or 5 feet in the air. Just the landing alone is going to fuck you up. And so he throws him on the porch, and then he just starts stomping him in the face, fucking punches him in the face a few times, and then he takes that 45 out and just puts it in his face, and he says, you know, basically leave him alone. Tell everybody else he's not interested, and just quit fucking with them. And he's like, do you understand me? And he goes, I'm going to take that as a yes. Because he said, if I have to come back again, it's going to get fucking ugly. And just seeing him looking down the barrel of that 45, man, that barrel on that 1911 ain't no bullshit, man. And he put that shit in his face like, you better fucking act like you understand.
Like this old guy standing over, this Walmart greeter standing over you, stomping on your face.
Dude, stomping the shit out of him.
That's the last shit many have ever seen.
Oh, no, that's so true.
You look up and it's like, I guess I fucked up.
That's the last thing at least 13 people have seen.
That's
their last image. And yeah, man, he lets that little bastard know what's up. And then he's all happy. And then she even says, I haven't seen you in such a good mood. What's up? He's like, nothing. Just stomp the shit out of some fucking punk yesterday.
You do what you love, you'll never work a day.
Yeah, so anybody want cheese on their burger?
Who wants a hug?
Dude,
oh my goodness.
That kid up.
You got to live out some of his fantasies finally. And
Yeah,
but
he
no,
enjoyed
he's like in heaven with this adopted Hmong family, saying, "Oh,
Yeah.
why shouldn't I be happy? I'm here with beautiful women and wonderful
Why
food
can't
and-
this go perfectly well? Damn it!
right?
It's like,
Hey, you want a hot dog? No, it's
Yeah, if his wife was there, man, his life would be perfect.
I
right,
know.
Absolutely
This is
perfect.
as good as it's gonna get, man, and it's beautiful.
right. So yeah, so again, he's enjoying that beautiful family culture they have, and then there's an announcement from Tao, right? Because Tao has a girlfriend. He manned up.
Right.
He was chastising Tao earlier, like, it's obvious you like her. It's obvious she likes you, you stupid pussy. Like, you're too dumb to ask her
Yeah.
out. Go ahead and ask her out, or one of those dumb gangsters is going to ask her out. And he's, chicken to do it when you're a young man, but you do it anyway. And he does it. So there's a little bit of pride here. Like, hey, he's got a girlfriend finally. So.
And he told him, he's like, hey, if you don't ask her out, I'm going to. So
Well,
We're fucking
that
around,
was the previous scene, though. He goes, "Ask that girl out, or I'm gonna come back here and shit's gonna get ugly."
Yeah,
and of
gonna
course,
get fucking
he asked
ugly.
her out. He was like, he had a 1911 pointed in his face.
What are you
he
gonna
didn't wanna
do?
Die? What are
he
you gonna do?
he knew that he needed to be nudged in the right direction.
Yeah, I know
So
all
that's why
your
he did
dads
that.
have done that. I mean, it's a typical rite of passage.
Yeah, it's the old 1911. We've all been there.
Yeah.
We've all had the old 1911 talk with our dads.
Right. So after that idyllic, beautiful thing, those guys, the fat guy, the gangsters, they do a drive-by at the Hmong house.
Like
And
bitches.
they shoot it up bad.
Yeah, they spray
with,
that house real bad.
Was that a Mac 10 or was that a Uzi? I didn't get a great look at it.
The Uzis.
Oh, it was, okay. And they
I
just
think it was a Honda. No, sorry.
No,
go
not
ahead.
not that part. Not that part of the drive-by.
No, not the piece of shit they were riding in. No.
No, that they commit all their crimes in. Fucking idiots.
We spent all our money on the guns.
Jeez.
He's like, okay, we got the guns for the drive-by. Now, what are we going to drive? He's all, well, I have good news and bad news. How do you feel about Honda Civics? It's like, they're all right. How do you feel about 1990 spoilers?
Ooh, I hate those. Well,
Oh, well, that's going to be a problem.
that's
Sir.
because that's all we got.
We got
What
one
was
of
the
those.
nature of the crime? I saw some people driving a Honda. We'll send some people right now.
We
That
get
was
no,
it.
we get it, sir. We get it. Their
We
units
get
are
it.
on their way.
Yep, we're good.
Deadly force has been authorized.
Please send the police. They're driving a Honda and it has a double-decker spoiler.
My
What?
God.
Kill.
What do they think this is? A Mustang? We're on our way.
You bring me the driver of that fucking car, dead or alive, Johnson.
What, they couldn't afford a unicycle? What the fuck?
Shoot that cocksucker, Johnson.
It's like Merton Riggs show up to
Yeah.
make the arrest. I'm getting too old for this shit.
You too old
Yeah.
for this shit. Go spit,
Oh.
Riggs. Go spit.
Oh,
Oh, Ferg, if it was a Yugo, this movie would have been NC-17.
For
That-
sure.
Oh, no,
For violence.
that's right.
no.
Yep.
That,
Can't
that's
watch
God. Thank God it wasn't.
a Yugo. That's emotional violence. How dare you mention that
Oh,
car?
man, the Yugo.
Yeah,
Oh,
man. Scary.
oh
Yeah,
Rob.
you don't go in the U.
That was an unfortunate looking vehicle, man. Really
Rob
was.
has the showstopper here. What if they would have done it in a Prius?
Oh, I wouldn't have watched it.
That would have been the greatest. No,
Oh, Prius.
no, a smart car would have been the best.
No.
Smart
Walt
car
would never.
drive-by.
Walt would
That
never.
would-
Because it's number one, it's a Japanese car, so Walt's not doing that.
Yeah, he's
But
not.
number two, a Prius? No, thank you. I don't know if I would have watched
Lucas
it.
Letterly.
Yep.
Lucas Letterly might live in Riverside or San Bernardino, because he said I've seen a plywood spoiler on a San
No,
no
dude.
joke.
We can't have that.
Oh my god.
We need to authorize a purge if that's real.
Oh,
Ooh.
yeah.
Anyways, we shoot up the house.
No.
Walt runs over, and Tao's been shot in the neck,
But you got like some glass or something. Yeah,
but he got shot Hollywood style, where it just skinned the skin. It didn't hurt.
that's right. And then that's when he asked, "Where's Sue? Where's Sue?"
Oh.
Fuck,
You know?
I don't want
He said, "Go find her." Go. He said, "She's over at so and so's house. Call right now, like to make sure she's safe because these little fuckers, are going to be looking for her." Obviously, they just shot the fucking house up. 5 minutes ago, and then Sue comes staggering in, and you see her face, and then when she sits down, the camera cuts over to her, and you can see blood coming down her legs, so you know that she was sexually assaulted. I mean, it's bad, man. It really is, and this is a real tearjerker moment. And then you see him; he's holding a shot of alcohol because he's over there hanging out with the old ladies. Oh, and one thing about the old lady who's sitting on the porch all the time, he chews tobacco, or he did, and he spit. And then she looked at him and she spit. She chewed tobacco too. She spit the biggest fucking mouthful of that shit. It was disgusting, almost like a pissing contest. And so now, now these are like his homies. He's over there hanging out with them.
No,
and he runs over there, and then he has a shot of alcohol in his hand, and he sees her, and this is war hardened. Battle tested, silver star. He even says, I was the only one who made it out of there that day. He's seen it. He's done it, and he drops it. He just loses his grip on the glass. It just drops it, and it falls to the ground because he's never seen anything like this before. Anything like this happen to somebody that he cares about. And Walt doesn't take it too well.
No.
This is the shit I cannot fucking deal with in movies. I got to be honest with you. This, when people ask what's the difference between a good movie and a great movie, it's how it unfolds, man. It's how it unfolds, and going from that family fucking scene, and going to that, you just are like, okay, and then also that
the juxtaposition there is masterful. It's idyllic, it's beautiful, and then the horror that those gangsters inflict on the community and the girl and everyone. Yeah. The juxtaposition works really well.
And none the miser, I totally get what you mean on one respect, but I think what we're saying specifically is not so much that kind of thing, but with someone he's essentially seen as a daughter specifically is what we mean. There's no evidence that anybody in his family that he's adopted and been close to. I'm sure he has seen every horror imaginable, but I think they painting it that way. It's like he's seeing essentially a granddaughter he wishes he had.
Right.
And you think about what you do in that situation. Well, he does it.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. So now I think this was great right here. Where did it go? Someone just said it. They said this is where he formulated. Oh, Mouse C. This is when Clint formulated his plan. Yeah. Right here, he realized what the deal was with these guys. The ante keeps going up with these gangsters, and he realized, this is a phrase I always tell people when they're dealing with problem people. It's like, you have to realize these kind of people, they're going to go all the way.
Yep.
What are you prepared to do about this? You know what I mean? There's a kind of person we all know, they're rabid. They don't understand any self-control. They don't understand anything but narcissism. And you got to know when you're dealing with someone like that. You know what I mean? So, and I think that's dawned on him now here. It's like, oh, they didn't back down. They're not scared. They shut up the house. Whereas the three black guys he confronted on the corner, they never came back. They never tried to get revenge or do anything. They're just like, fuck that guy. But these guys, these are psychos. And he's now realizing that. So he's going to do a little reminiscing, looking at old pictures, I assume, of his wife and different things. And he's got this plan working out in his head. And he's talking to Tao about it. And he's saying, okay, we're going to do what we need to do. And Tao's ready to kill because it's his sister that they've assaulted and him shot in the neck almost. And he's like, Tao thinks we're going to go kill him, right? We're going to go kill him. We're going to do this. We're going to do that. And Clint's like, yeah, we're going to take care of these guys. We're going to do what we need to do. So, he's telling them, be back here at 4:00. It's early in the morning. I think you can tell by the sunlight on his neck. Be back here at 4 this afternoon. We'll take care of things,
Yep.
So,
take a nice bath.
Yeah.
Calgon, take me away.
Right.
He's doing it. Bubble bath, hanging out with the dog. First time he's all, don't give me any shit. It's the first time I ever smoked in the house.
Right. So, yeah.
And the dog's like, I don't like when you get that look in your eye.
Shut up, Mutt. Just make sure you clean up the blood for me.
Right. And then it pans the dog, and you realize it's Clint talking in the dog's voice, and stuff takes a left turn.
Ooh,
real
just
quick.
Scary.
Right.
Sometimes the dog tells me to do shit I don't want to do.
Oh, no. Son of Sam all over again.
That's right. Scary shit, man.
The dog looks innocent.
The dog's like,
The doc's like, you said this was over. You said that would be the last one. So I told you, if I ever saw a double spoiler on a 1993 Honda Civic again, that there would be fucking blood.
Guys,
But you promised there were no more.
It's unlikely, but if you guys send in enough super chats before the show is over, Double Impact is going to buy me a Honda Civic.
That's right. That's right.
Guaranteed.
Guaranteed. So get
Honda
those
Civic.
super chats rolling in.
Lowered ground effects, spinner, double spoiler on the back.
So
yeah,
basically,
my drive.
Basically, we need $500 in super chat.
Yeah. Can we get $500 in super
That's our
chats?
goal.
Yeah,
we're gonna make it happen. Yep.
He goes in for a haircut from his old buddy. They're giving each other more shit. So he's really, you can tell what he's doing here. I don't have to explain to you what's happening.
No, not only a haircut, shave.
Right? He gets a shave and a haircut. And he never gets
what?
a
You
shave.
never get
Two
a
bits
shave before. He's like, well, I've been curious about him.
Right.
So here's a 20 just in case you cut my jugular.
And
he laughs, and then it goes away like real quick, like back to him thinking about what he's gonna do. And thinking about, coming up someday.
Lather up his face. There's nothing gay about it. It's just warm lather. You rub it into my cheeks. Not those cheeks. Just one time.
As long as it's lather, no other white substances, just lather.
That's right.
We got to back up one. I like Rob's. I like this. Rob's saying, do it, pussy. That's the dog. Do it, old man.
You don't have the stones to do it.
I see. We're not going to kill them because we're in a
I
bath.
think you're scared of those boys, Clint. That's what I think. Why don't you enjoy your bubble bath, Twinkle Toes, and let those boys tear up the whole neighborhood? That's what he's doing.
You just talk a good game. You ain't shit.
I guess, he's all, you saying I'm all bark and no bite?
That's right, Walt.
I might be a dog, but you're a pussy.
Dude, that dog's the real psycho.
It's a psychopath, man.
Arumafe for $10. Right. Thank you very much. Money for the hoopty. Oh, wow.
Guys, we are so close financially.
We only need $490 more to get a 1993 Honda Civic.
No. We need $480 now. Tammy.
Oh, wait.
Boom.
Wait. Something else? Oh, I didn't even see that. Here's my contribution. Good luck.
Got two. It's happening.
It's. We're gonna end up with a Honda Civic, and if we get it, we're gonna put it like a topless Aztec princess sacrificed being held by the priest on the hood of the car.
No shit, eh?
Yeah.
No.
That's a requirement.
Chuck E. Cheese.
It looks like I missed one. Wait, did I get a room of?
Yeah. It was with Tammy. You have a room for Tammy.
Oh, I missed Tammy. Tammy, here's for the wooden spoiler. Oh, that's too good. Thank you.
Close, guys.
Has to be wood.
Close.
Diesel wants to know if we take EBT.
Take what we can get, man.
Yeah, exactly, man.
Hey, we take whatever Raider fans have, man. We'll take it.
Oh, goodness. I still can't believe that whole thing with the Pastamania at Raider Stadium. I still can't.
Yeah, well, my favorite Raider of all time is in Predator 2 when he goes, El Scorpio is Raider. I don't know if you heard it right, but it was amazing.
Okay,
now that you mention that, I did say that.
Yep.
Who would win a fight, Eastwood or Van Damme? Well, Van Damme's younger and all that, but I mean, Eastwood, I think he can just do it with the force of his will. He is pure, like, just toughness and masculinity.
Well,
so who knows?
Here's the question: can Clint Eastwood have that little tiny cigar like from Fistful of Dollars? If the answer is yes,
right,
Eastwood all day. Something about that little cigarello.
None the miser is currently in litigation with PayPal. Otherwise, he'd have spinners on that motherfucker.
That's right, man. You guys are making this car happen.
Thank you. Leonard asked for 5. Thank you, Fred. Very generous. Debs today are planning on going all the way. You are not kidding, dude. You are not kidding. Yeah, that is a less fun topic to talk about for sure, but it is absolutely true.
We're gonna put it towards the car, though. Don't
Right.
you worry.
Don't worry.
It's all going into the car.
Hey, those hyenas, when they see that wooden spoiler, they
Okay. They're gonna get all wet, eh? All
Now,
wet.
guys, the thing that's inspiring super chats right now, though, I think, is picturing me in that car. I think that's the life-changing image there. It's bottoming out, coming out of my driveway, just being suspended in the air.
Scraping the driveway.
Yeah, it's just... You have to imagine a car like that in New England just for a minute with 9 feet of snow. Like, it's not going to happen.
Wouldn't all the salt from melting the snow just eventually eat the floorboards of
It's
like
going to evaporate the car. It'd be Fled Flintstone shit.
Hey, man, I hear it, but I don't see it. It's under all that snow, fool.
Hey, it's a 93 Civic DX con todo.
Con todo, fool.
Oh, man, that was a good year.
That was when my hyena was skinny.
Yeah, man.
Let's see. Just saying, Clint scares me not to show up to the fight.
Yes, that's true.
You're right. Okay, yeah. All right. Moving on. He likes his beauty soaks. That is true. So yeah, he takes a nice bubble bath with his dog named Raffles. I don't know what the dog's name was. And then he gets a nice haircut and a shave. Then he goes to the priest and confesses. And it's kind of amazing, his confession. He confesses he kissed Debbie Johnson at the holiday office party while his wife was in the other room. I don't know. It just happened. This is like 40 years ago.
Yeah, 1968.
Right. And then he made a $900 profit selling a boat motor and didn't pay the taxes. And he did like one other thing that's like, I don't know.
He wasn't there for his kids because he didn't know how.
Oh, well, that's
I wanted to be there.
That is the fucking roughest shit right there, man.
Yeah.
Right. And the priest tells him after the 3 things, that's it? And he said it's bothered him his whole life. Like, it's kept him up at night for years.
It's been bothering him most of my life.
Right.
Like, of course. Yeah, man. What do you mean is that all? You want, like, some messed up, deviant shit for him to confess? So, it sounds like he was a pretty straight-laced dude.
Right.
He went over to Korea, did what he had to do, but when he came back, aside from a couple minor infractions, and then not being there for his kids, it's kind of major. Yeah. But it sounded like he was a pretty straight-laced guy. Tried to be.
Yep.
Right. Okay, so hold on, let me move this forward.
Yeah, God, Mouse C, that priest was not that bad, Mouse C. Jeez.
Outrage, straight to hell.
Oh man. Yep.
Tammy, who's had a lot of car stuff, she's mentioned like Mustangs, she's had and this that. She had a car like that in Cleveland. She could see the road through the bottom of the door on the passenger side. That, Tammy, that's not supposed to be that way, is what I think.
Code.
Tammy, weren't you the head of like the Cleveland, Ohio Mustang Owners Club or something super interesting like that? I thought you said that once. I don't know. So, so he goes to the confession. He goes home and he's talking to you. And one other thing, I don't know if I have a picture of him. He goes and gets a suit tailored. And the guy's measuring his neck and doing, the thing they do with the tape. And they, I don't know if you guys know this, but when you get a suit tailored as a man, they ask you, what side do you dress to? Have they asked you that, Jericho, Sean?
Yep.
No, I've never got a custom suit before.
Oh, when they make the pants, they ask you, what side do you dress to?
They don't. Yeah, I've been to India and they say something even funnier.
Do you know what that means, Jericho?
What side does your dick hang on?
Yep. They actually ask you that. Yes.
I'm like, hey, grab it, fool. Check it out.
Hey, why don't you find out?
Why don't you tell me, fool?
Just line it up with the space in my shoe.
I'll be right back. I gotta grab some. I'll be right back. But
like, which side do I wear the tall sock on, eh?
What's your pole position? Man, I tell you what though, that part right there, just jumping back a bit, that part where he says, I wasn't there for my kids because I didn't know how to be. Damn.
He wanted to be.
Yep.
He really wanted to be, but he didn't. He didn't have the tools. I think he was still wrestling with some of his demons from the war.
Sure he was.
He wasn't present. And
now he's gonna make up for it. He's gonna.
Yeah, I wasn't there for my kids, but I'll be here for these little fuckers.
Yep.
And he's sitting there cleaning took the 1911 apart, cleaning it up. He has the M1 Garand sitting there as well. And Tao comes over at 4:00 and he's like, hey, let's do this shit. And he picks it up and he points it like, he's like, oh, you're some kind of badass now.
And he asked the kid, have you ever shot a firearm before? And he's like, well, no.
And it shows.
Right.
And so he tells him to like go down the stairs and get something out of the basement and or some shit like that. And so he tries to come back up.
They go down there and they're looking at old medals and this and that. And he tells Tao, I got this silver star. We went into this whatever. They'd been mowing down troops, you know, the Koreans. And we go in there and I was the only guy to return alive.
Yeah.
And they gave me this silver star for killing people. He's like, I want you to have this star. And he pins it on the kid. He pins it on his shirt. You know what I mean? And he's like, what's this for? You know, what's this for? And it's for being brave. And you'll never know if you come back. And he's kind of gassing the kid up on, we're going to get these fuckers. You know what I mean?
Yeah, kind of like what we're doing tonight. He's like, we don't know if we come back. We knew the danger. We did it anyway.
From
kind of
the
like
heart, dude.
Yeah. And that's pinning that medal on that kid is like him giving him a long hug. The hug he should have given his sins.
Yeah, it's a lifetime hug, man. You know what I mean? It's something this kid looks down on, and he's like, you understand the importance of this. You understand this should rightfully go to one of my sons. This is going to you.
Right.
And I fucking hell, man. And we'll get there. Sorry.
Right. Well,
not going to jump ahead.
The Bible says there's no greater love than to lay down your life for another. You know what I mean? Self-sacrifice is the greatest love you could do. And I think there's a Blink 182 song and there's a line in it that says, I finally felt alive when I found something I could die for. And I think this is a theme for men of like we're like a disposable, usable thing, but it's a good thing. It's glorious. Like we will work too hard, too many hours, work ourselves into a grave, whatever, die, go fight in wars. And it's glory. It's honor that way. Because what else am I? Well, you know what I mean? I'm supposed to be useful for my family, for my people, and all that. And if it costs me my life for something noble, all of us men,
so be it.
We psychologically don't have a problem with that. We'd prefer to live, but you know, if that's the only choice, then that's the only choice. And here he makes that choice. You know, he's with Tao. We're gonna get him. We're gonna do this. We're gonna do that. And then he locks Tao in the basement. Like, you ain't coming. I'm gonna do this myself.
Here's all. You're not gonna get out of there. Like, stop trying. You're not getting out of there. And he takes off.
Right.
He's in a lot of ways too. I mean, he explains all that shit because he's like, I'm tired of going into situations and coming out alive. You know, and losing people like this. I mean, this kid has to be in the neighborhood of what he was losing.
Yeah,
and that's got to be rough, man. You know,
literally in the neighborhood.
Beautiful. Yeah.
He's like, fuck it, I'm old. My wife, the one person I really did love and care about, she's gone. I think he loves his kids. But
he's got limited time.
Yeah, very, very limited time. And he's like, fuck it, I'm on my way out. My family ain't shit. They're a bunch of bloodsuckers. You know, let me do something good to have a lasting impression on this kid's life, on this whole family's life.
Yep.
Yeah, he found something he could die for here, and he redeemed himself with like his sons. He took this surrogate son and did for this guy what he couldn't do for his sons. Tammy, the answer is very simple. That's when the gun came out. The gun is from 1911, and it's been in service since 1911. They still make them.
It hasn't changed a lot.
Yeah, it's a great pistol.
I think the Kimber 1911s are fucking works of art, man. But yeah, it's kind of like the Jeep. Haven't really changed the Jeep very much since the 50s when they made it, and same with the 1911. It still spits at 45. Still looks great. I mean, just a classic fucking design, man.
It's a beauty.
And it was a sidearm for the soldiers during the Korean War and World War II and World War I. So it's seen some shit.
Right.
Yep.
Yeah, you've seen it a million times. I believe I was very little when I watched it, but I believe Magnum PI had one. Did he have that, or did he have something else?
I believe he did have one.
But this is the 1911.
Yeah, he had the 1911. He had the black one.
And I love it. I love it in silver. I want one in silver one day. I don't have one.
You check out like this one right here, the one right with to the left of the silver one, right there in the middle. To the left, one more.
Oh, this one here.
That one. That looks like a Kimber 1911.
Wow.
Those things are fucking beautiful, man.
Yeah.
It's like those are the two official guns of pulp, right? It's like the Shadow, all of those characters. That's like the gun you picture because it goes back that far. And then there's the oh my god, the Mauser, right? So you've got those are the guns.
Oh yeah,
that
the
people
German
use.
Mauser.
Yeah, and it's wild because I believe a lot of the forces in the UK, like that gun, was almost as ubiquitous as the
They made
1911.
a special Bud Light edition 1911 right here.
Uh-oh.
Yep.
And it doesn't shoot bullets, it just shoots white stuff. And you
Oh,
never have
no.
to reload it. You
No.
just pull the trigger and somehow it just shoots.
That's right.
Well, it
white
will
stuff everywhere.
shoot. It'll shoot quite a bit, but then you have to wait like 15 minutes for it to
Yeah.
shoot.
You have to put it down and don't touch it. Don't touch it. And
Yeah.
wait 15 minutes.
Please don't touch it after.
Please
And
don't
when
even
you
come
shoot,
near.
when you shoot it, it goes, ah. That's the sound it makes. Bro, oh, what the fuck? You don't want to shoot it. You really don't want to.
Oh.
Yeah.
It's weird.
Dear.
Yeah.
It's kind of weird. But
Right. So he tells Kid, too bad you're locked in an old man's basement. In a different context, this is a completely different movie.
Yeah. He'd be like, yeah, I'm going to be down there in a minute, you fucking idiot. But he basically explains to him, you need to fucking live your life and, don't give a fuck about me.
Right. Right.
Let's do this
He's living
shit,
his
man.
life, and this is giving him a good final act here.
Yeah.
Yep.
'Cause I want to get out of here anyway. I've been looking for an excuse to leave this fucking planet for a while, especially since
And he
his wife
drops,
is gone.
yeah.
He's like, see ya. Get me out of here. So thanks for the opportunity, kid. I'm gone.
Right. So he takes the bath, cleans the gun, buys a suit, gets the haircut, gets the shave,
Yep.
goes through his old pictures
Confesses.
of his wife, gives the boy the medal.
Yeah.
He knows it's a last day for him. Gives the dog to the neighbor lady. Takes the dog over there and
Yeah.
leaves him.
And he's totally fine with it. This is
Yeah.
this is what he wants. This is what he's been waiting for.
The
There's no
dog's like,
sadness.
I still think you're gonna push out on this.
You'll be back. I'll be right here on the porch.
That is, guys, look at the dog's face. The dog's like, who's going to do my killing now?
The old lady's like,
I'll
don't
work
worry.
on the boy.
The old lady's like, don't worry, I'll do it.
I'll have to find a new servant.
I got it. Weird.
Then he calls
Dog's a
Sue.
fucking asshole.
Oh,
He
shit.
calls Sue, the girl that was assaulted and the sister of Tao. And he tells her, your brother's in my basement. The key is hidden under the ceramic turtle on my, on his porch. And he tells her, your brother's in in my basement. So she can go save him. And he had talked to remember, he went and talked to the priest too on his last day here. And the priest's like, are you going to go after those boys? You're going to kill those boys? What the hell are you up to? So the priest has called the cops and said, come to the gangster's house and hang out because I think my friend is coming here to do something stupid. So the priest,
Yep.
well-intentioned, trying to put a stop to this. And the cops are like, hey, chief called us. We don't have overtime. We can't be here. We got other things to do. Nothing's going on. This guy ain't shown up. So we're out of here. So they leave.
Yep.
So, yeah.
And they take him with them. Like, no, we got strict orders. You're coming with us. You're out of here.
Right, because they don't need him getting involved if something happens.
And then he gets
Which
hurt.
is kind of weird that they think something might happen, but they don't want to stay.
Right, well, we can't stay, but we know he's for sure coming here to kill people. Let's go.
Right.
Yeah, but the other thing is, you got to wonder what the hell is going on in the another part of town too. These guys are like, we can't really wait for crime because they're ongoing.
Well, remember, they do the drive-by and they don't get in any trouble, and that's a key thing for this final scene here because in they point out in this Hmong community, no one's gonna tattle or say anything.
Yeah, no one's saying shit.
They're terrified of these guys. These guys are bad dudes. That thing I said, these guys go all the way, and everybody fucking knows it. So you don't mess with these guys. These are bad. These are killers. These are bad dudes. It's not like a cat burglar stealing a stereo. These are what am I from the 70s? A cat burglar stealing a stereo.
Groovy, man.
Well, there's a big
that
cat
cat
burglar
burglar's on the
problem.
loose again. He stole the hi-fi.
Yeah. They go to let's go check the disco.
I've stolen your trunk. Meow. It's like Catwoman or something going on in that neighborhood.
I had a bunch of 8-tracks. I had 8 tracks taped in the back of my Gremlin.
Yeah. Son of a bitch.
Yep.
Anyway, he's not from the 70s, okay? He's not a cat burglar. Okay?
No.
Anyways.
These guys are hardcore. They're crazy.
Yeah.
They're fucking crazy.
So anyway, Sue, she rescues Tao from the basement. And, where is he? He went off to get those guys and blah, blah, blah. And he rolls up on those dudes.
Yep.
He doesn't give a shit. He
Nope.
rolls up on him. And they're like, the guns come out. These three are downstairs. He's mocking them. He's calling them pussies and losers and this and that.
Yeah.
And
He's
there's
like,
like
"Oh, you
two or
gonna
three dudes, like a balcony
upstairs,
window. Yeah, and they all have
Fucking
guns.
nightmare.
He's like, you gonna stand up for your boyfriend? Because he's already showed a propensity to pull out that strap when he kicked the shit out of the fat one and put that 1911 in his fucking face. So they think he's armed for sure, and he's coming here to blast us.
Right. And so they talk shit. He's mocking them. And he pulls out a cigarette, as you can see, he puts it in, and he asks them if they have a light.
Mm-hmm.
But he also does that thing again where he's just like, with his finger.
Practicing.
Right.
Going through the motions, and he's like, "Oh, never mind, I have a light." And he reaches in to his jacket, and when he pulls it out fast, that's when they all get scared and they all start shooting. And they must have hit him like, I don't know, 25, 30 times. I mean, the bullet, you can see the bullets going right through him, his old body. So all these bullets are just going right through him, just perforating his ass.
One important thing we neglected at the beginning of the scene when they're having the back and forth, you could tell he's making it just kind of go on, the banter. And you see other Hmong people in the neighborhood. They're coming out the door, they're coming out the windows, and everyone's watching this conflict in the front yard of cussing each other out, and you're this and you're that, and what are you gonna do, old man? But I infer that he's drawing the neighborhood out. I want everyone to see this. So this is a suicide.
Witnesses.
This is an intentional suicide.
But
you know what I mean?
It's interesting though, because there's another aspect of it, which is he knows that their community will not call the cops and do anything because they're terrified. But he probably knows if an old white guy gets shot there, the priest who knows him and the police are going to investigate it, and it won't matter who tells what, because somebody's got to claim the body. And somebody's got to figure out what happened to this dude, and nobody is going to, in his family, is going to want to end the investigation. So, I mean, it's pretty noble and amazing, I have to say.
Yeah, man, it's fucked up, that Walt gets blasted. But, like I said, you see him preparing for it. So it's almost like we had a chance as the audience to prepare for it, too. We knew it was coming.
Right.
But it's still fucked up to see Walt get blasted.
These punk asses kill him. Oh, it's infuriating.
And it turns out you see his hand fall open, and all he had was his army lighter that he's had since he joined the army to fight in Korea.
Right.
He lit all the cigarettes with.
At one point, he says he's had the lighter since 51, I think, or something like that, he says.
Yeah, 51 or 52. And so, he's laid out dead, but he has no weapon. So now, I think
was a real cat burglar, that guy.
Yes, that's true.
So now, I think the people are putting together two and two together. Well, these guys killed this dude. So if we say that we saw them kill him, then they can put them all away.
Right.
And they all go to jail. So the whole cancer's cut out of their neighborhood.
And poor Tao, he loves this guy like a father. There's the love between them. He runs up. He's like, what happened? What happened? Then obviously the cop's like, stay back. And that's a white cop at first. But then there's a Hmong. I've only used the H like once tonight. I didn't say Hmong more than once. There's a Hmong officer, and they start speaking their language. I'm not sure what the language is. But he tells them, no, this is important. Like, what happened and blah, blah, blah. And you just see the look in the other guy's face. Like, oh, God.
Mm-hmm. And he tells him, these guys shot this old man. He didn't have a gun on him. All he had was a lighter. Right. So these guys are going to go to jail for a long time. And you see the guy just get fucking loaded up into the cop cars. Finally got these pieces of shit, at his sacrifice.
Right. So,
and he's going to be with his wife, and that's what it's about.
That's all he cares about.
I mean, and I will say this. One of the things I thought was really beautiful about the confession scene is when he said again, that's it. That stuff's been haunting me. And the beautiful thing about this movie and all of these flicks is that you connect with those moments, guys. It's like get those things out of you, man, that are haunting you. Live your life. And everybody's, going to look at it and say, oh shit, like, is that really it? That's what's haunting you? And I gotta say, my grandfather was in the Korean War too, so I think about that a lot.
None the Miser says, Sean, I'm sorry to cover your face. I hate that it does that. I wish it would screw you up.
It's okay, I love it. I'm hiding.
I love being covered up.
It's a double win for Walt. He helps his neighbors, and he's not going to suffer the horrible death of cancer. Yeah, and like I said earlier, he found something he could die for.
That's right.
That was important to make a mark like that. There's a very nice of you to say, Ferg. Clint was making testicles great again, and y'all are picking up the mantle, in my opinion. Well,
God bless you.
I have been seen walking around town with a wheelbarrow in front of me.
So my testicles have gotten bigger, so I'm happy about that.
Let's see. Grandfather's in World War II. Yeah, mine was in World War II. My grandpa was not a mean guy like Clint Eastwood in this movie, but he was a man's man, and he taught me a ton about being a man. He's probably my major male role model, my grandfather.
Yeah.
Great guy. Tim Duran, that was his name. Timothy David Duran.
Not like a good grandpa.
Yeah.
Nothing
His
like
nickname was Pampy. And I couldn't figure out why we called him that forever. And then it dawned on me when I got older that one of my older cousins couldn't say Grampy when they were like a toddler. They would say Pampy instead of Grampy. So he became Pampy, but that was like he was truly a patriarch of the family. Like that, he was so revered in my family. So, yeah, absolutely. Had a great grandfather. Wow, look at this. I'll be at the Veteran Cemetery all next week volunteering in preparation for Memorial Day. That's awesome, dude.
God bless you.
That's really awesome.
Sail Diesel. Much love.
Yeah, I've been to I was at a military funeral this fall. Grandpa Rocky, he's not really my grandpa, but he's my brother-in-law's wife's grandpa, salty the earth, Korean War vet, same age as Clint Eastwood, like born the same year, just passed away like in October, I think, or maybe around the New Year. I don't remember. It was in the fall. But he was an awesome guy. I love Grandpa Rocky. He really liked me. He loved my son a lot. Navy man, served on the Midway, which is here in San Diego. It's a floating museum now. But he was a real character, this guy. Awesome guy. But I'd never been to they did the whole the salute with the guns and everything, folding the flag. It was really awesome.
Yeah, 21 gun salute.
Yeah, it was really cool. So, and he was a great guy, lived a full life. He was in street gangs in New York City back in the 40s. They were called the Pharaohs, and the other one was the Wood Fans. And he got in all this trouble. And he was like one of those things where, like, you know, you can go to jail and be in all this trouble, or you can go to the military. So he joined the Navy, I think, at 16 or something like that, and left New York and started training out here in San Diego.
That's
so
funny.
awesome
My
guy.
grandfather was the same. Funny enough, New York. His name was Juan Camacho John, the Americanization of it. John Camacho. That's the Puerto Rican fourth. He was in. John Camacho or Johnny. He was in New York, Puerto Rican. Same thing. Was around certain things and found his way out in the army, and that's and then he ended up in Austria, and that's where he met my grandmother. That's why I'm a fourth Puerto Rican, fourth Austrian when he was stationed up there.
Very cool.
Yeah, my grandpa joined the army at 16. He lied and joined the draft at 16 in World War II in Oklahoma. Ended up out in California, but went overseas and all that kind of stuff too. So yeah, it was a different kind of person. They came from tougher times. Those guys were coming out of the Depression. You know,
Could you imagine a 16-year-old now lying? Can you imagine a 16-year-old now lying to go to war? They're sitting there fucking telling me about their pronouns and crying about words.
Yeah, they just want to get into the military so they can get their free transition surgery. They don't want to go fight. But yeah, guys felt a call to duty. You know, they felt their patriotism. And he lied to get in at 16 years old, man, and joined the army, the segregated army.
Wow.
In 42, because Pearl Harbor was at the end of the year, end of 41. Right. So 42, he joined. And it was just, like I said, they're coming out of the Depression. It was just a really, really, really hard times. Bread lines. We got apps where we can avoid the line. We can order online. We can have DoorDash and like all this stuff. It's like totally cool right now. But these people had to wait in bread lines. My grandpa told me a story about this guy who would bully kids, and take their fucking bread and sweep out of the bread lines.
One of them bread bullies from the 1940s.
Yeah, give me your bread, see? What's that, rye or wheat you got there, see? And so my dad got pissed off because the guy like took his sister's bread. So he took a rock, and the guy came around the corner and he threw a rock and hit the guy like right between his eyes, and he had like the baby horse legs for a couple minutes. But he never fucked with anybody again. Not in that area.
Yeah, that'll do it.
Yeah, man. He tore that dude up with that rock, and then he left people alone so people could stand in the fucking. Could you imagine standing in a line to go from what we have now, the excess that we have now, the everything at the tip of our fingers, 24 hours a day, Starbucks, McDonald's, all the shit we have. And I'm not saying America has too much. No, that's part of it. That's part of being America is the excess. I'm glad that we have that. But imagine going from that to standing in a line to get bread and soup.
Well, don't you have any pride in the fact that we have a generation that's trying to make us have those communist breadlines? Just throwing that out there,
dude. But I'm telling you,
I want to share this on screen because you were just talking about this. I've been doing research. Let me see if I can make this happen. I've been doing research for the animation that I'm doing, the Paul Caster animation, and it deals with a World War I vet. And let me see if I can find this here. And so I've been doing research. These aren't the guys, but it's like when people talk about, history in this country, World War I history has always fascinated me. But these are some World War I soldiers, and I'm actually looking into the history of the field medics, of which there were a bunch, because I wanted a medical doctor for this particular character that I'm writing. But it's like our history is absolutely freaking incredible as you go back to all these different things, so World War I history has been something that I've been studying and fascinated by for a very long time, because it's the birth of aviation. You've got trench warfare, which was just horrendous. You know what I mean? And you've got a total change. Yeah, you go
and that's what caused a lot of those body counts, because they were still like the old tactics. You line up, I line up, except and on horseback. But
yes, horses and tanks in the same war, by the way.
Yeah, like
World War
I.
I.
Cossacks on horseback, and then the other guys has a tank, and it's like, what is this?
Yeah, and the Germans are dug in with their brand new machine guns, and as long as you could keep the barrel cool, that thing could shoot 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. So in the wintertime, they would just pack it with snow, and that thing could just, you spray it, and your fingers are getting tired from holding the triggers down and mowing down thousands of enemy soldiers, British, everybody, French,
Lewis
American.
gun, incredible stuff.
The body count, the death in one day. One day of battle is like more than, we have in years of fighting, 20 years of fighting in Afghanistan. Like, it was fucking crazy, man. No rules, mustard gas. Fucking, it was just,
dude, it was
brutal, man.
Look at Diesel here. May 26th, they placed American flags on all 50,000 plus graves at the Riverside National Cemetery, and they stay there till the day after Memorial Day. Dude, that's amazing.
50,000, man. That is crazy.
And are you impressed? I figured out Rockerside was Riverside. I figured that out by, I think he lives over there, and then I looked at my keyboard and I was like, oh, the O is by the I and the C is by the V. Okay, it's Riverside.
Yeah, that fool's a Raider fan, man.
Hey, that's fucking right. Raider representing the desert, fool.
And all the way in the sand, eh?
Hey, in the high fucking desert, Riverside, Holmes. It's called the high desert, Sean. It is. You go up the Cajon Pass. You drive I-15 out of San Diego, and after about an hour and a half, you're at like 6,000 feet elevation, which is high considering I live at sea level. So, you go way up there, and then that's where all that stuff is up there. You go through Hesperia and all these, I don't know, Baker, all these desert towns. It's wild. You know what I've been to that was really fun? It's just an aside. You get on I-10 leaving Los Angeles, go east, and you go through Cabazon, and it's still there to this day, the big cement dinosaurs that Pee Wee Herman got in. So those are right there in the desert. Outside of Palm Springs, like half hour.
Oh man!
So
Pee Wee Herman landmarks.
I went there, man.
I went to see him.
I've got at some point when I get out there with the missus, we have to do that because she loves those kinds of sites. Those kind of
you'll see plenty of them driving through there. Plenty of them. There's all kinds of weird shit. She wants to go
see like the first McDonald's, right, from the movie. After she saw the movie about the founder. Like she's fascinated by the oldest McDonald's. She always wants to see like American, even crazy, like the biggest ball of yarn. Like she loves that stuff.
Oh, you love it through there, man. You guys gotta go through Alien Jerky. That's on the way to Pahrump, Nevada.
I've seen the Alien Jerky a million times.
Yeah, and you got to see all the different weird, quirky shit they have on the side of the highway. Like all the spray painted stuff, and like you said, the dinosaurs and all this weird shit that's out there. It's a different breed of person to live on, basically the surface of the moon. There ain't shit out there. So
Yeah.
there's a rare breed of people that choose to put down roots.
Oh, you were lagging. Gabe,
You're all frozen. There you are.
Gotcha.
Diesel is saying that the dinosaurs are gone.
No.
I just saw him like 3 years ago.
Fucked up.
I wanted to see him since I was a little kid, and me and my wife drove out there because from my house to Palm Springs, I think it's like 2 hours, and it's a little closer than that. So it was like an hour and a half to get there. But if they're gone, that sucks, man. So yeah.
First McDonald's.
You know what?
In San
the first McDonald's ever is in San Bernardino, as is the first Del Taco, and I think one other. It's like, what was going on in San Bernardino? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
San Diego's home to
Innovation,
two
man.
restaurants. Rubio's, the very first Rubio's, and the very first Jack in the Box, San Diego. So yeah.
Yep.
Let's see.
First Jack in the Crack.
Diesel's mom lives in Pahrump. I've been there once.
That's where the Front Sight Shooting School is.
What is Front Sight Shooting School?
Front Sight, it's a company, and you can pay to go out there, and they have different training courses and stuff for like pistol, long range, shotgun, AR, knife fighting, rappelling. It's this huge compound like out in the middle of the desert. And
guys
this
are breaking
little
our
town
hearts.
the little town of Pahrump, that's like that shooting school is like everything to them. And then because there's like a hotel, a casino, and stuff, it's like a little town. But it's really cool. But I went through it last year in November, and it was nice.
His cousin just went to that. Cool.
Yeah, we put over 4 days. We did put 1,000 rounds downrange. It was like intense all day long. Train. It was cool.
Pahrump is known as the city that has the closest city to Las Vegas with the brothels, the legal brothels. So that's what put it on the map, I guess. There was that HBO show, the reality show. Fuck was it?
Oh yeah, Cat House or whatever.
It was called the Cat House.
Yeah.
Oh my.
So anyway,
It was all cat burglars, and it was
they weren't really burgling. There wasn't a lot of burgling going on there.
There was not. There was a lot of testing, I'm sure, but
yep.
So anyway, Tao sees Clint. He dead. He got it. This poor girl too. Jeez, fuck.
Jesus.
Terrible.
Not
And
a fan.
but look at that, right?
That's
He
right.
still has his star from his adoptive father in a way. And then we we have a funeral, and then we have a little bit of character arc for the priest here. He's telling some of the racy kind of racist, bigoted ideas that Clint told, but he's putting them in a humorous light. He's putting them in context of this isn't a bad man. He was a curmudgeon. He's a product of his times, and he wasn't stupid or ignorant. That's not why he said these things are acted this way. He had his worldview because of what he went through, and ultimately he was a good guy. So they have the funeral, and then you get the and I don't know why, but it choked me up to see the Hmong people show up in their traditional religious funeral clothes.
Like he was one of them.
Right.
Yeah.
Yes, he was.
There's something, the love that is transcending there is just amazing to see. You see them get out of their car and they're heading in stone-faced, dressed in these outfits, and you can't help but feel like, I mean, we've all been to funerals, of course, but you can't help but feel, wow, they love this guy. He was one of them.
Yeah.
And he's calling them chink this and that to their faces while he's talking.
Yes.
About them. And they
He's
still
their
just
hero.
love this guy.
This freaking young lady who, these guys, and you hope, again, people recover, but who had her spirit, her beautiful spiting spirit, she was punished for having it because they knew it would hurt. And the people who did it, she doesn't have to worry about having to see on the effing street because of this guy. And I know it's cold comfort, but it's some comfort in that horror, and it's if this movie doesn't get you, you don't have a soul. There, I said it.
Tammy always with the classy non sequiturs.
Agreed.
Better than a turd burglar. Okay,
That's true. That is true. That burglar was quite different.
Truer words have never been spoken.
As disturbing as the turd burglar is,
and what a thing to steal.
Why? Why are you stealing that? And what are you doing with them?
Yeah, what's the story behind that? Lay down on the couch and please tell us the backstory.
What a thing to steal!
A turd?
No,
Oh
he's all, I
God!
stole, but he's all, hey guys, I stole a bunch of shit this weekend. Oh, what did you get? No, I stole a bunch of shit.
No,
I just told you.
No, I stole Dookie. I have Dookie right now. Come look.
There
No
we went.
turd burglars at Love. That's right.
No,
That's
you
right.
gotta leave those turds. But
That was a McDonald's character.
Wait, Danky Frankie is the voice of reason. Turd burglars provide a service. I don't want my turds. Please take them.
leave them on your doorstep, and the turd burglar will come get it at night.
Oh my God!
No, leave it on top of your toilet, and he'll come
Oh
get
my
it.
gosh.
But the priest, he
Bring us
he
back.
repeats what he tells him. He's, I think you're a 27-year-old something who takes advantage of old ladies, or I can't remember what he told him, but the priest repeats what he tells him, what he really thinks of him, because he says, no, seriously, tell me exactly what you think of me. Be honest. And he just lets him out. I think you're this. So
Yeah. He says he sells him like a superstitious dream of eternal life, or he mocks the church, basically.
yeah, but that's what he thought. That's what he really thought of him.
But you know what he really thought is when he went up to those Hmong guys and did the lighter thing and they shot him, he does the whatever that's called, the cross, and he says, Hail Mary,
Yeah.
full of grace, or whatever. He actually prays.
Yeah.
So he actually
Well,
believes in God. I think his problem is not with God or religion so much as it is with just people. You know what I mean? And society.
I think it's a really interesting thing, because I think him confessing to the priest, you know, like, I think even the priest was shocked. Do you know what I mean? Like of all the things he didn't see happening that day, that was up there, you know, in this world. Like giant meteor and that. And yes, Danky Frankie, we understand. They are.
Right.
Man.
I wanted to address, because I was asked a question in the chat. Gabe Jericho, I'm going to do my best to come out for San Diego Comic-Con. What date is it? I believe I have a game against San Diego that weekend, early in the day. He's a football player, our guy Diesel.
Mm-hmm.
He plays in not the NFL, but somehow he's not on the Raiders, not yet.
Not Raider, fool.
But it is July 19th to the 23rd. And for those of you coming in late, I have a venue, Bar Basic. It is an awesome place. It's a pizza restaurant and bar during the day, but at night it turns into a pretty sexy dance club and bar and all that. And we've hung out there. I think I did 7 years in a row of my fundraiser for Comic-Con. And I'm going to have a different meet and greet event. Jericho's going to be there. I'm going to be there. I want Shanth to come, but right now it's no, but maybe it'll change. But yeah, we'll be there. That's Wednesday the 19th, and we'll be there in the evening. I know the owner for 15 years now. We're friends. We're good friends. And so we got this great venue. You're going to love it. And if you're at the Comic-Con and you're downtown, this is walking distance from the San Diego Convention Center. Like literally like a 10-minute walk, 5-minute walk, you know, depending how fast you are. So, yeah, it's awesome. And that's a fun neighborhood. The gas lamp. It's pretty safe at night and all that. A lot of nightlife. And during Comic-Con, it's a zoo of fun stuff, man. There's, if you like bars and food and restaurants, it's a downtown in a major American city, right? So it's pretty. And during Comic-Con, it's like nothing you've ever seen. During Comic-Con, I think 120,000 people attend the San Diego Comic-Con. It's the biggest one in the world. There's no bigger comic convention. So if you can make it to that, I'll have a ton more info as time goes by, more details on what we'll be doing hanging out at this place. So a meet and greet. There we go. And if those are curious, Diesel's in the United States. What is it? United States of America Football League? Is that USA Football League? So very cool. Very cool. Anyway, you have this funeral. And again, the acting is great. Look at the look on the girl's face.
Yep.
That's grief.
And she's still recovering. I mean,
right.
Jeez, man. Just brutal.
Yeah. And then we get to the will reading. Kind of we're getting to the denouement here. And he's this is left to that person, this is left to that person. I remember in the beginning of the movie, the family, the two sons and the Clint Eastwood's two sons, adult sons, and their kids were just kind of a disappointment to him, and punks and this and that. And that Gran Torino, that 72 Gran Torino that everybody wants, is left to Tao. And the lawyer's saying, "Excuse my language, I'm just reading."
I'm just reading the words.
He's like, you can have the Gran Torino, but don't do a chop top like those fucking beaners or something like the groups. Like the letters, like he's being nice, but he can't stop saying racial epithets. It's
right. This is
Look,
him.
I've
Like
said
this
some
is him pouring
racist
his
shit
heart
in
out.
private.
But
Right,
this is awkward.
Yeah, this is him pouring his heart out, being a really nice guy.
Right.
Yeah.
But the other family members, the blood family, the two sons, they're really disappointed because the girl with the belly ring from the funeral, she's squirming when he's about to
little
announce she's
shit.
getting in the car because she thought she was getting it. But Tao gets it, and then and he drives off with the dog. And I think this movie was so important to Clint Eastwood. I think he loved the message because he directed it, he produced it. But at the end here, I'm like, is that Clint Eastwood?
Caught my
singing?
ear.
Like there's his old voice, and he's singing like this inspirational song. I'm like, oh my god, that must be him singing. So he was involved in so many aspects of this movie.
Everything.
This goes right to the top for me of a top 10 Clint Eastwood movie. This is an astoundingly good movie, heartfelt, amazing message, real great movie.
Yep.
Great movie. Nice amount of violence. Get to see some people get their asses whooped. Yeah, it's great, man. Great character arcs, like I mentioned before. Him going from this grizzled, mean, racist old fucker to a nicer, less grizzled, racist motherfucker. But it was cool though. I mean, they understood him, and they became family, not even friends. Family. I mean, the way they treated him, the way he treated them, helping them out, fix their water, their dryer, whatever was uneven, fix their sink, fix their fan. I mean, it was a two-way street, man. They grew to love each other.
I think the part that touched me the most, that was like I don't cry, didn't cry, but this to me was the most heartfelt thing in the movie. Yeah. I could almost, I'm not even showing it. Way to go, Gabe. Jeez. I could barely take this. Just the dress up. Like when you dress up, you're showing respect. That's what you're doing.
Yep.
Yes, you are.
And for them to bring their whatever religious ceremonial, whatever this is that they brought from their country, that's like, no, you're one of us, damn it. Your blood, your family. Yeah. We don't put this on for anyone.
At the beginning,
you know,
he wanted people to dress for a funeral with some reverence for his wife. And his adopted family shows up at his funeral dressed in the ultimate reverence for his life. Right. And that was the stuff, that's why it gets you. I mean, guys, again, Double Impact, put it out there. Double Impact, Triple Threat. We say greatest Hollywood star, actor, director, the total package of Hollywood of all time is Clint Eastwood.
I say so.
I want to say a better argument made.
Right.
Just who has that longevity, and then
nobody.
But quality.
Quality. Yeah. And in front of and behind the camera. That's another thing. Double threat. Triple, actually, because apparently he's singing. Yep. So triple, at least. But yeah, what a great movie. It was a good movie. It was a feel-good movie in some ways. It
is.
The way he ended up feeling about his neighbors was crazy. Because he fucking hated them.
Yep. And it's a feel-good movie because it is a horrible situation, and there's probably nothing more important than having a little bit of hope and a little bit of a window opened for you when you're in that situation. And he opens a window for these folks because, let's be real, they were not done with either one of these two kids after the shooting.
Not even close.
And after that. They weren't even close. It was going to be, we own you a daily terror. And it's just, they were terrorizing that community, and he got rid of them.
That likely wouldn't have been the last time, that they did that to her.
Not at all.
Very likely. Horrendous. And then maybe they would have ended up killing him.
Yep. Oh,
Cal.
They missed. That was not a warning shot.
Yeah, they would have.
They killed the whole family. My God.
What do you think of this Mount Rushmore? John Wayne, Jimmy Stewart, Clint Eastwood. Nothing wrong with that list there.
No, there's nothing wrong. Jimmy Stewart for me.
Jimmy Stewart's one of my It's a Wonderful Life might be my favorite movie. I don't know.
Yeah.
So, but for you, what is he? What is Jimmy Stewart for you, Sean?
Oh, Jimmy Stewart has got It's a Wonderful Life. It's the greatest scene of a dad losing it.
Oh man!
Why the hell do we have all these damn kids, Mary?
Yeah, Mary.
What's wrong with Daddy? Oh, shut the fuck up! It got out of hand.
What's wrong with Daddy?
It's awful, but
practicing your piano and the kids are
shut
crying.
the fuck up, Mary.
Yeah.
Why we got all these damn kids running around this
what
house?
Are you, some kind of mind reader?
Who made all these damn kids, Mary? Well, you did, George. That was a rhetorical question, asshole, Mary.
He stars in so many Hitchcock movies. especially
Right.
Vertigo, which I think is Hitchcock's masterpiece.
I love
It's a movie the
Rear
more you
Window.
watch.
Rear
No,
Window,
Rear Window is brilliant because you've got Grace Kelly in it, for God's sake, and you've
Dial
got
M for Murder, and The Man Who Knew Too Much. Wow,
that's right.
blew my mind.
I mean,
when saw
so
that.
you've got one of Hitchcock, one of the greatest directors of all time. He's worked with. He was a regular collaborator with him. Then you've got It's a Wonderful Life. He was a bit part in After the Thin Man. He had an incredibly
Mr. Smith Goes to Washington.
Thank
was
you, Mr. Smith
amazing.
Goes to Washington. My God, my brain just skipped a groove. But no, I mean, this is so. Yes, he is up there. So for me to say Clint Eastwood, right, as being like that is how great Clint Eastwood is. But yes, he's great.
Yeah, love him. You know, and I take pride in this as an American, and I really do. We invented the movie in this country. Isn't that great?
Yes, we did.
We invented that. That's awesome. Yeah. And then personally, in my personal life, as a comic book artist, we invented the comic book. Fucking love being American so damn much. We are awesome. It's like being a Laker or a Dallas Cowboy or a New York Yankee. Or, you know what I mean? Like you just win. I'm just saying, people, that it's like being a 49er. Fine.
There we go.
It's like being a 49er 25 years ago when they used to win. You know what I mean? So,
Well, same being Cowboys. They haven't won shit since '95.
That's true. That is actually true.
I'm so glad we could bring all football players and fans together. But the thing,
it's like being a fucking Raider.
I know, but I will tell you, I had this funny epiphany about I'm writing the intro for Nosferatu because I'm at that point, and I've never written an intro for one of my books before, and I had this realization, so that shocked me. 3 things that I had heard about myself. I put together. 1, I was born in 1976, which was the United States bicentennial year. So it was a major year of celebrating this country. So I'm what's called a bicentennial baby, as they say. And then on top of that, I was born on September 2nd, which is Atlas Shrugged Day, because that's the date at the start of Atlas Shrugged. So it's like it's tied to Ayn Rand, who's one of my that book is one of my favorite books. And on top of that, I was baptized Catholic, but it was on Sunday, October 31st, Halloween. So my book has both of those aspects in it, which is a fascinating thing. But it's like that. I always look at stuff like Carl Laemmle Sr., who founded Universal Pictures, and from the Silence all the way up to the Universal Monsters, and to this day to Jurassic Park, to everything Universal Studios and Parks do. A quite nicely unwoke theme park, by the way. Was started by a Jewish American immigrant who came here with nothing. I think he worked in as a tailor or assistant or something, bought a movie theater, built it from the ground up. It is a miracle, this country, and I love it, man.
We got to protect it and keep it alive. Guys, Gran Torino, amazing movie. I can't recommend it enough. And we're going to close out Clint for now. We'll come back to him someday because I want to go more of the Dollars trilogy and all that. When we close them out next week with the amazing Unforgiven. I'm giving this one a second chance. I told you guys, I saw it, I liked it, but I was underwhelmed because I was told this was his greatest movie ever. So I was expecting a lot when I saw it, and I was like, well, it was good, but I like Dirty Harry.
How old were
you? This is in the last 5 years or so.
Really? Interesting to watch after the marathon.
Right.
Because I think that you saw The Outlaw Josie Wales ideally is a movie that kind of sets you up for this, but I do think Pale Rider and a lot of the ones that we've watched do still set you up for this to make it have kind of that impact. I mean, it's brilliant. But I mean, watch it.
Wow.
See.
It's got
pressure.
Morgan Freeman. It's got Morgan Freeman in it.
Yep.
So
and Gene effing Hackman as a freaking psycho, man.
They used to call me Crazy Joe. Now they call me Batman.
By the way, hold on a second. Let me see if I can find this real quick before we end the stream.
All right.
Every single time I need to send something to my son, God bless his beautiful heart. I hope we won't get struck for this, but I want you to know how important he is a figure in my life. Where is this? This is on my phone. God, I hope I can find this, man. Vamp a bit. I know I have it.
Oh, Danky Frankie says he'll take Gran Torino over Unforgiven. Unforgiven is overrated. There, I said it. Ooh,
Damn.
and I knew you wanted to say that for
Dun,
so
dun,
long.
dun.
You finally admitted how you felt. What do you think of this? I'm going for that Mel Gibson, huh? We're gonna grow this lettuce out, you know. Got to go for my guy right behind me. Because that hair is too much.
Those are big shoes to fill, man.
That's right. Joe Mello for $2. Thank you very much, Joe. Have a good night, everyone. I'm heading to bed, but not before
Peace
this
out.
show. Don't go just yet.
This is
You are
it right here,
dismissed.
guys. This is the video I like to show send my son every now and again. You ready? Here it goes.
Hold on.
Ready? Here you
Yeah.
go. See if it works. I don't know what the volume's done.
A small crack,
It's the-
don't you?
Sorry, here it is. I got the volume. It's got to happen because I need it
We got
spiritually,
it.
ecumenically.
We can hold on.
that's. I have to send that every now and again.
It's small
One of my
crack, don't
favorite
you?
movies.
Yeah, that was Lean on Me. That was a tough one right there. Ooh.
I just like the fight. I like the argument
Brutal.
when he goes, come on, let's go get something to eat. He's like, you really think you're bad, don't you? I love that shit. Best friend fight you will ever see in a
man.
movie by two top form actors, man. Brilliant.
Look I'm being complimented.
That's
Is that
right.
Gabe or Mel Gibson from The Patriot? Ooh, there you go.
Can't
I know,
tell.
ladies. I know, but I'm married.
Calm down,
Guys,
people.
Can we
down.
make that the new nickname? L. Gibson. That's it, right? El Taib. And now it's going to be L. Gibson.
Hey, it's El Gibson. Fool.
El Gibson. El
I
Gibson.
think the L in your name comes from the other side, though. So it's like, I don't know, we got to figure something.
Well, it's El Taib. It's El hyphen Taib.
That's what I'm saying.
Right. So it's
El
that's
Gibson.
Arabic. That's Arabic. But people thought it was Spanish like El, but usually in Arabic
gotcha.
it's A-L. It's Al. You know what I mean?
Gotcha.
But and really it's Ataib. It's not El Taib. It's Ataib actually. But when he left Libya to come to America by way of like Germany and the French consulate, he translated it, and they came up with El Taib. So I'm literally the only person in the world with this name because it's a now made up name. But I legally changed my name a year ago, and legally took the hyphen out.
Yep.
And I had to legally change my middle name because I had been using a middle name that I was told was my middle name my whole life. I got my birth certificate, and that wasn't my middle name. I was using a fake name. So now I have, but now I legally made my name the name I always used. So everything's fine. When I talk to the people at the birth records, all that, they say it happens all the time. So, so there you go.
Easy for you guys to say.
Yeah.
Shook me to my core.
Hey, it's El Gabe Gibson.
That's right.
All
like
right,
this.
guys. Thank you. Hit the like, hit the share, all that. We have a great
all that
time with
shit.
you guys always. Be here next week. Unforgiven, mouse costumes, turd burglars, pasta mania,
right.
All kinds of
Sencor. We're gonna have Sencor. It's all gonna be here. That's gonna be a great
Sencor.
night. And we should be back to 6 p.m. Pacific. I was very busy today, and I just couldn't make it work at 6. But I'll always post on the YouTube community page. Make sure you subscribe and have the notification because YouTube has their little games they like to play. Okay, anything else, guys? We're ready to rock. We're ready to go.
Red Rock.
All right. Have a good night. Talk to you.